Definitely a frame rate that can play at. Welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is the final day of April 2024. It's a Tuesday afternoon stream. It is gray as gray can be outside. Glad to be indoors in some nice warm lighting. How's everyone doing? Shout out to Twitch Gang. What up, Twitch Gang? You're back. We lost access to Twitch for like a week. And then I thought I got it back on this weekend for the tournament we streamed for the Flight EMEA #2. And then I didn't. And so I had to do a bit more work. And now it's finally up. So it's good to be back. Have I done enough damage that the people who are classically watching on Twitch have decided to move over to YouTube because all it takes is 1 week of not having Twitch access? There's honestly a chance. So for the Twitch gang, hey, it's nice that you're back. You can pick whatever platform you want to be on. It's totally quite okay. How's everyone doing? We had a busy weekend. We did a tournament stream. We streamed for almost 8 hours on Saturday doing the Fly to EMEA #2. Which was a pretty cool tournament. We'll talk about the meta and a bit of the shakedown. You can watch that. It's up on the channel. It's all time-stamped nice now, so you can just jump between rounds and rounds if you want to. Huge shout out to all the folks that joined me to stream. So we had Ba, we had Yasengran, we had Axu, so a lot of like Netrunner content creation folks. It's just kind of how it worked out. I need to reach out to a bunch of people sooner. Not that I'm upset with who joined. You can find links to all their stuff, mind you, in the description. I'm a big fan of all their stuff. But it was like really last minute. So it's more of like a shout out to people to being like, yeah, last minute I can do that, which is extremely appreciated. Big up Still Yeti, don't know how to say it. I think Davs. Oh, Davs. Big up Davs. Yeah, Davs did it. Barely made it. Bit of an okay, hold on. We're talking about the results right now. So if you want to watch that tournament, just mute for about like the next 20 seconds. Ready? Yeah, Devs made it, won the event, I believe coming in 5th, and made the top 4 cut just because the first place person had to fold because it was getting late. So he snuck in and then went undefeated, or almost undefeated, undefeated till the finals, and then brought it back into the finals if I'm not mistaken. So really well done. Let me catch up on some stream chat. Hey, Kat, there you go. Kat's in Twitch chat. Twitch chat's not totally done. Twitch is back. How you doing, Kat? You been well? Davs like halves? Dave's like haves. Got it, Yeti. Sick. Lucille wrote, before the stream started, I'm about to leave for my locals, so I, as will always, miss the stream. Started a new job this week and have Wednesdays off, so I'll be using this in my entertainment tomorrow. Thanks for the content. Yo, that's sick. Shout out to Lucille. She was between jobs for the last little bit. I know, looking for stuff. I'm glad that she found something. Yo, hopefully it's great today. Is it, you say you started a new job this week? Okay, so it might be your first day already. You have Wednesday off. Enjoy it. That's totally sick. Kevin, the return to Métropole Grid. We're back, Kevin. We're back. You get all your Twitch emotes in there, PogChamps and all that. Hey, Wedjinx, man, I wish I could get Netrunner going local again. Stream title really is aces. Stream title. I'm more proud about the stream title than I am the card we're going to have to play today, but I think we might as well hit 2 stones, 1 bird. So, wish I could get Netrunner going local again. This is a problem that a lot of people, I think, I've heard from a lot of people to be like, hey, I've moved recently or I'm somewhere and there's no local Netrunner. And if that's the case, right, like genuinely, yeah, that sucks. Of course it sucks. Hopefully you're participating online if you can, playing on JNet, hitting up friends, screen level clearance, making friends, joining leagues to get asynchronous games. And there's a lot of ways you can still like make Netrunner a thing, as much as playing online and playing in person are obviously 2 different things. What I would recommend is try. I think it's really okay, so this is not going to be easy, but there's definitely a lot of folks who, like, you know, they go down to their game store and be like, is anyone playing Netrunner? No. And then that's that. I'm not trying to blame you specifically, but what I'd highly recommend is, and we've seen success stories from a lot of metas where like it doesn't seem like there's Netrunner, and maybe there's not because you live somewhere there's like 12 people, right? Like that can be the case for sure. But what I highly recommend is trying at least spend a month trying to build the meta you want. And so I know like Neon Static spent a bunch of time talking about this. They would go into game stores and they say like, hey, we play Netrunner, can we put up a flyer? And the flyer just had a QR code to a Discord channel that they made locally, and that was being like, hey, if you're interested in Netrunner, we can like teach you how to play. We have learn to play decks, system gateway, the game's all free, you know, basic information. If you want to find out more, go to this. And now they have a really good meta. Now they have a lot of people coming in, and it's, you know, that sort of groundwork, that sort of legwork that, you know, if it might, you know, if you build it, they'll come, question mark. Like there's a bunch of steps in the way, but I'd recommend, if you really want Netrunner to be a thing locally, that sometimes you have to be that, you know, that thing. So give it a shot. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but you might as well give it a shot. But if you can, Just put out some feelers out there, because a lot of people will not know what Netrunner, or know what Netrunner is, but not know the Netrunner players. And so if they see like a poster that says like, hey, if you want to get into Netrunner, we'll teach you how to play, just like, you know, send an email or join a Discord channel. That's usually easier. Sometimes you make Netrunner players, and that's kind of cool. It is kind of cool. A+ stream title. Gyro, how's it going? We watched a bit of your games on the weekend, right? Yeah, I think we got one game in, if I'm not mistaken. AL1, good morning, guten morgen, bonjour, buenos dias, forgot that one. How you doing? Hey, JM, Tuesday stream was super fun to watch. The EMEA weekend stream. Very close, cool to see emerging archetypes. I don't know if I'm as optimistic about the meta we saw fly to EMEA. It was pretty brutal, right? Right, like, I don't know if we saw any new archetypes. Like, we saw a bit of Asmari fast advance, and by a bit, I mean we saw like a minute of a final game where it didn't do a thing. But as you might know, I'm not the hottest on this recent set. I don't think it's been shaking out to be like, you know, I think the last rotation were really, really big. So obviously compared to that, it's, you know, it's difficult. But when it comes to this specific set, right, I think two things are coming to be true so far from what we've seen, right? What have we seen? We've seen a lot of the new IDs do very little to nothing, which is a problem because some of them got a lot of support packages. Like Sebastio has had no impact on the meta so far. Might not ever, but has no impact. So a bunch of the Sebastio cards are like barely doing anything. So that's a bummer. We've been seeing like Mercury Sended Criminal work out as much as the cards are not that popular in Mercury Sended Criminal. And I'll be honest, we were commentating with Axu, and Axu was calling that sort of like strategy a coin flip. And I agree that it can win games for sure, but it wins games in, I think, the least interesting way. I think Netrunner right now, you actually can build a bunch of functional decks that are just like, I'm going to just send it R&D every 3 turns and see 3 to 4 cards while piling multi-axes, and you can win games. It's weird how I don't like that as Netrunner, especially like inside job turn 1, see 3 cards with Mercury potentially. Like, that's not my favorite kind of Netrunner, but that does just win games. We watched an unfortunate game against, we saw 2 games that were over on like turn 2, turn 3. Not exactly because of that. One of them was that, where Mercury just like ran down Alpi, be like, inside job HQ or whatever, run HQ, run R&D C2, and the game was over in 3 turns, right? Like, I just don't think that's particularly interesting. And then Shaper's been good. Shaper's got some good cards. I think Shaper's great. But then, like, you know, Thunderbolt doesn't do anything. But on the Corp side, there's a lot of must trash assets, right? Like, this set has a lot of must trash assets. And it's something we saw before, like many, many, many moons ago, where if a set ever has many more good assets than anything else, now a deck can play, you know, some breaking point of must trash assets. We saw so much NBN asset spam decks, and right, like with 3 working prototype, 3 warm reception, and then like federal fundraising and all the other stuff, there is more must trash assets you can put in a deck than the runner can functionally deal with. And that seems to be a good way to tackle things right now. And I'm worried about it. I feel like a lot of the stuff on the Corp side that is the easiest to play, that is good, is just like mostly assets. Ice doesn't matter that much. I don't know about Ice not mattering. I think Ice is still relatively good. It hasn't been entirely invalidated. Like, people are not actually playing Lobby Somu Kit that much. 6-0 to CEO this weekend with that NEH. Yeah, there you go, Cat. Right? Like, this set, the stuff in the set that's working is the fact that there's so many must trash assets, and that is a bummer to me. Now, at the last event, we saw 1 criminal, and it was Mercury. And I would argue that this meta, this event we had on Saturday, I think could be absolutely stomped by the Ma, Aeneas Informant, Hana, Amakua sort of Anarch decks, or like Miss Bones, you know, Aeneas if you need it, Criminal with Bankroll, right? Like, the sort of decks that are really, really, really good against assets just weren't present. We didn't see them at this last event. But when the top cut is half, or actually 3 of the top cut decks were all like horizontal asset decks, having that sort of like Ma, Aeneas, Hannah deck would absolutely eat them alive. But we didn't see it. So I don't think it's doomed. I just think it's like, so far on the Corp side, the stuff that's doing good, obviously besides like Tributary and all that stuff, is like much trash assets. There's so many assets in the set that are better than anything else. Not you, Janina, nice try. But yeah, but like when Hearts and Minds is not being trashed and that's winning games, like, why is it not being trashed? It's 2 cost. So something else is going on. That just means like you can't trash it. Assets R Plus somehow managed to take 2 games off Lou. Yeah, the Lou games are a bit interesting. For what it's worth, I don't think Lou's that good at assets. I think Lou needs to like, so we saw one Lou game that was really, really close and was burnt back by like a self-growth program. And yeah, Lou is weak to that sort of punishment. Like returning a Knobkery to hand, returning an Audrey to hand is just financially going to be a problem. So there's some risk associated with it, but like I don't even think Lou's the best Anarch deck you can bring to beat assets. I think Lou's really good at beating like Oppo and self-growth program in hand, but yeah, Lou got SGP'd and it cost Lou the game. It can be that easy. I don't know. It's wild out there. It's really, really wild out there. It's not my favorite meta right now. Like if someone said to play competitively and I knew the meta I was going into was the meta I saw on the weekend, I'm not sure I'd be stoked to play if I know I was playing against mostly assets, because I don't like playing against assets as much as you can actually call that and make a deck that does well into it. And then people play Ag Fusion and I don't know what you do, but whatever. Oh no. Hey, Baxter, got a local meetup off to a good start, but it's kind of floundering now. Oh, sorry. It's really hard to get the word out. Trying to get learn to plays and teach at local cons. Yeah, it's definitely difficult, right? Like, I don't want to pretend it's easy. I just think like some amount of work obviously really helps. Things are like we had a Montreal Discord, and our Montreal Discord right now is just kind of very quiet, and we don't have ongoing events really. So things are slowing down a bit. I don't know. It comes and goes. When the new set comes out, obviously things are much more hype, and then there's going to be upcoming events and stuff like that. So it's hopefully it's going okay. Yeah, teaching at local cons is a great way. I've seen that impact from like Vancouver at a what is it, Shucks years ago, and people are just showing up from that. Hey, that's a card. Best part of doing the legwork to set up the local metas that only cost 2 credits. I just spat all over my screen. I'm so sorry. EMA was assets all the time. It was. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention to R+ before that stream. Yeah, it's good. Hey, Conrad. I was trying to get a local meta going last year, but between a second job and having a kid, my ability to reliably do anything is just gone. Hey, yeah, Conrad. I hear you. It is definitely, work for sure. Yeah. Hopefully things are going better now, eh? Working prototype, warm reception, federal fundraising seems super strong. They're all very, very good. Between crew, turbine, and Trojan bypass nonsense. The thing is, like, a lot of the decks that we saw, like, on the runner side are not playing all of that stuff. Like, eventually, yeah, your ice does fall apart. But, right, like, we're not actually seeing crew. Like, crew had no impact on that tournament on Saturday. None whatsoever, I don't think. I don't even think it was there. Bypass for criminal, I agree. Bypass is annoying. Now, that doesn't mean remote server ice doesn't matter, but it means central ice servers, like, that kind of feels rough, because what's it going to do? You're going to inside job at turn 1. I think the deck still has a huge loop problem. It didn't shake out like that, but I hear you. By the way, I get excellent SG support for con, LTP events, dual-sided playmats, multiple copies of SG, and various alt full arts, multiple learn to play events at cons, that is. Oh, that's really, really cool. That's super, super cool. Yeah, we'll look a bit of the decks that were on the weekend, but, like, it's wild out there. Like, the runner meta seems to be the exact same that it was before the set dropped. Besides Shaper, like, Shaper is actually doing really cool stuff. Vizarum as well. And then, yeah, none of this really seemed to matter. Obviously, it was a small enough event. It was only 17 players, which, like, it's still nice, but it's not like, Worlds or Continentals or big data points. No point playing the crew when Turbine soft deletes ice anyways. Yeah, yes. I agree, but the sort of decks that we saw on the weekend, I don't think are the decks that are like totally invalidated by Turbine or trying to win the game or be problematic before Turbine shows up. No, I'm not saying I like Turbine, but you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean? None of the decks were posted. Oh, this one was. Okay, so this is the one that won the event, right? And so what are we at? 20 assets, 23 assets. Oh, we're talking about must-trash assets. Amani Sanai is 100% a must-trash asset. B1001 is 100% must-trash asset. Federal fundraising is probably a must-trash asset. Rashida is a must-trash asset. Warm reception is a must-trash asset. Working prototype is a must-trash asset. So you can just put so many of these in the same deck where like the single click that you spend, let alone warm reception, is always going to be more expensive than the runner having to check it and then risk oppo research, right? Like we're there. We're literally there. We've seen so many games where like the board states were just absurd. And then obviously Holloman is a must trash asset. New tongue twister must trash asset. Yeah. And like the ice does matter. Like people are playing around the ice. Ping is obviously annoying. Hammer is really, really quite annoying. It's hard to play around a one of, but one of Hammer was constant, I think, in most of their R+ decks. I can't believe I hadn't seen this sooner. I was listening to D talking about him. Like, yeah, that's sick. And then Mesna Shasso is an end the run code gate. We're not even seeing big ice. Like this is where I think you can't really afford to play Hydra or Tollbooth that easily because of things. Not so much Aquaceris crew, but you like functionally can't res a Tollbooth or a Hydra into Vizarum Entangler. Right? Like you play against Arasana and you res a Hydra and Arasana bypasses it for 3 credits. Like I don't think you lose the game, but you kind of lose the game on the spot. So things like Mess and Chesso are a better midpoint and have a good face check. As much as like resing a Hydra for 3 credits is pretty sick in R+. Mess and Chesso is a must-trash asset. Hey, Eris. Like a lot of room to misrepresent the meta. Yeah, there's a lot of room to misrepresent the meta, but I do think that this is not a learning that is unique to this tournament, right? Not unique to this tournament. It's just like the stuff that we've seen from the set that's actually working is, you know, this sort of thing, which like, it is what it is. Hey, Jai, hey, congratulations on your performance in the last event, Mr. Metropole. Hey, friends. Are we talking about EMEA? Yeah, we're talking a bit about EMEA, about like the meta and how, like, what RWR has done so far. And so far, what I've mostly seen is this number go up. Great stream. Thank you, Jai. I'm excited. By the way, Jai is going to be streaming EMEA, Fly to EMEA number 3. I believe it's on June 1st. And then Fly to EMEA, or actually, sorry, EMEA Continentals is on the 30th. It's on the last weekend in June. Yeah, congrats on your run, Jai. We got some really good games watching Jai play. Jai, well, the first round was like Jai into Jot, if I'm not mistaken. Like Hoshiko versus Ag Infusion, which like that's a really, really good opening game to get. Congrats to both players. I don't think Jot had a great run. Very unfortunate first round against Jai. But Jot had a chance there for sure. Yeah. Anyways, it is what it is. It's not my favorite thing, but R+ with 23 assets and 2 Holloman is something you might have to worry about. And I think I wouldn't leave home without 2 Miss Bones. And if this is what is constant, you can beat this. Again, Ma, Aeneas, Informant, those sort of like Hoshiko, Mamakua decks are really good into this sort of stuff. But it's just hard to trash this many things. Figuring out how to do the YouTube stream for the next one. Oh, cool, Jai. If you need help, like setting up restream stuff or whatever to like multicast, or I'm not sure exactly what you mean on that front, but like don't hesitate to hit me up, okay? Cool. Oh, there's a quote from Not Yeti. Oh, I can't zoom in because it's a photo. Much as the Statue of Liberty was a gift from the people of France to America, so too is Dave's a gift to the people of Norwich, Cambridge, Ipswich, and Lowesoft. Not Yeti 2024. Okay. Well, at least surprised not to see Beholden here. Changeling, how's it going? I'm not too surprised. The runners running centrals like as a way to close the game out. Like we've seen so many R+ games. It was kind of exciting to watch. Mind you, 49 cards. We saw a bunch of R+ games that came down to the runner like getting a couple points, then inherently always going tag me. I don't think we saw a game where the runner didn't go tag me unless the runner crushed the corporation, and then just like doing one, you know, Hail Mary run on R&D to C3 or on HQ to C3. And that is exciting, but that's unfortunately what a couple games came down to. Is like the R+ is like spending, like Jai, we were joking, spend more time on start of turn triggers than actually playing the click part of the turn, which is fine. That's not inherently a problem. And then it goes back to the runner, and the runner's like, click for 4 credits, which is unfortunate. Prisha stock's going up, chat ping. Yeah, Prisha's fine. There's not too many upgrades in this one. Prisha's pretty good. Scrubber's okay, but I honestly think you want Miss Bones. Because that's one of the worst things you can do Reality Plus is trash one thing a turn. Not so much Reality Plus, but Opera Research and AR Enhanced Security. So you're actually much better dropping a Miss Bones and then on a single turn trashing 3 things. So you only risk Opera Research on a single turn. So Pre-show's definitely not bad, but it's not my first thing I would lean on. You know what? I can appreciate a good 49 card R+. Shout out to Sadstug. I like Sadstug's R+. This is better though, because I don't think they're on 23 assets. Wait, it's been a while. It's been a while, but the B1001 lists are very cool. The way that Dave's like, nobody called it. Maybe it was easier for us because we kept seeing Dave's play, but the way that Dave's kept making the same play, which was ice up the B1001, put the agenda in the remote server, and multiple players unfortunately goofed it a bit or didn't make the call. And we just kept seeing that play pattern again because we kept following Dave's from game to game to game, where we're like, okay, on this play pattern, there's clearly a B1001 behind 2 ice. The agenda's on the table. The runner has 6 tags. So the only way you beat this is run the remote server, then run the uniced card, because the uniced card is 100% an agenda. And it won him 3 games on stream. And it was sick. It was like really fun to watch. But I think as like casters, we could see it a bit clearer because we just saw the pattern recognition a bit more. Plus, if you drop bones and spend like 6, they don't want you to use prototype. They don't want to use a prototype bounce. Yeah, you probably still do it for money, but it's not bad. This is recently? Oh, this is a recent version, not like the one. I'm thinking the one at Cannats, but this is more what I expect. Defensive upgrades as well, like Managarm. Oh, this is Ace of Grid. Wait, what am I doing? This is the one I wanted. Like this has to be like 14 assets. Oh, 17. Okay, well, I can't have it both ways, I guess. Deck write-up is way more EA Sports lower than I expected. Probably makes no sense to anyone else. Hey, Lord Gatlender, NBN having half their turn before the turn. Love it. It's like really hard to follow. Like as casters, it's hard to follow. On JNet, it's hard to follow. In person, if you're playing in paper, I think it's easier to follow because you see the person doing it. But the fact is you have to figure out what they're doing by reading almost entirely the chat log. And it's not the most elegant thing, I don't think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Eric, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. Yo, I watched the memes part of the stream last night because I didn't have time to watch the whole thing. That seemed really fun. It cost 17 asses, but 22 non-ice installables. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. 22 non-ice installables, exactly. Yeah, with the upgrades. But this deck was not an asset spam deck, right? Like this deck plays more out as like a tempo deck, right? Same somewhat, but not entirely. Like this feels like an unfair comparison maybe, but like some of the Canal Plus decks, like they were playing HB efficiency decks where their job was to put more things on the table and push themselves forward at the same time. Like this is not a money locking. Those were a money locking a bit more. But this at the end of the day was trying to build like I'm putting stuff on the table, but I'm also pushing agendas into the remote server. So many of the NBN decks that we saw on the weekend like did not try to score out agendas anytime quickly. And we're just getting to the point where the runner gave up on board state, had 6 tags, and then tried to close the game out with tag punishment. So EA Sports is some of my favorite builders and players at the moment. I don't know who's in EA Sports. I have a really bad time at knowing who's in different testing groups. Does an acid heavy meta forecast the return of Apocalypse style board wipe ability? There's nothing like it. And for those who don't like Apocalypse, its existence was really good as an ability to, you know, to keep these sort of decks in check. Why trash 1 assets when you can trash, you know, 7 at the same time? I don't think we're going to ever get something like Apocalypse, let alone a 3 influence. We might get something interesting like it. I was reading some tournament write-up recently where someone like ended up running Marathon and like saying it was good enough for their deck list, right? Like there's ways to deal with it that are not Apocalypse level. But like specifically this event, and maybe No Criminal is one part of it, like it felt like there wasn't that much contesting it. Right? Like some of the things too is like some of the Hoshiko decks, like Jai's sort of Technico deck is busy. It is really busy. It has to do a lot of things with its clicks because inherently most of its economy is like daily cast and then just play cards from hand. Where like we're missing cards like Fermenter. We have 1 Miss Bones, so good luck if you draw it. It has 1 Hannah, so you know, not that you want to really play that many more Hannahs, but like the deck feels a bit more click compressed, so it's kind of hard to deal with the table and keep your money at the same time. I think Fermenter is like really good right now. And I think my viruses are the lowest they've been in a really long time. But this is the sort of card I love when I'm playing Acid Spam because I can put it down and understand I will crack this when I need it, when I get op-out. And if not, I'm gaining 2 credits a turn because the corporations can't purge and they're not playing my virus. Right? Like there was very little Mavirus at this event. And you know, maybe that's a hard call to make. It's obviously the op decks are playing Mavirus, but we barely saw op. I think we just saw Augustus playing op. But I like this. And I like the Technico deck a lot. I just feel like it's difficult for you to deal with the board and progress your board state. Moshing is sick though. Need more knife decks in the meta? Yeah, actually knife would have done okay in this tournament. No joke, these decks are not icing up centrals in any way that really matters. You can knife them a fair bit, which is kind of cool. Got to catch up on the last stream, the last 2 games at EMA stream. I guess not much Lou in the tournament. There was Eric. There was a Lou in the top cut. There was a couple Lou decks. We saw, mind you, a very good Lou player too, just get blown out by a self-growth program and kind of reset the whole game. But for what it's worth, I don't know if Lou is my favorite thing to take into this. Lou's good at trashing 1 thing a turn. Lou's not good at trashing 25 things. It's tricky. It's really tricky. Like, especially when it's near hub, you can put more things on the table than Lou can deal with. So I don't know. Like if I could play Valencia, I could play Lou, or Wizard or Lou, I'd pick Wizard, but maybe that's not a surprise. We had a really good time with the memes. A very goofy, relaxed stream for us. It seemed fun. Nobody knows who's in what group. No, I have no idea. I have no idea. And I wish I knew better because like as a caster, I'd like to shout out, I'd be like, hey, Dave's, sorry, I'm still probably saying your name wrong. It's from this testing group. Like the top players in the EMEA, a lot of them were in the same testing group. And I don't know that. Like I have no idea to know. Jai, don't read the comments on the EMEA stream. I don't know what that is. Reprint APOC. Hey, Jason. You don't need multiple copies of card. You just need to simply draw it. Scrub, how's it going? Ashniko is one of every resource, and yeah, it's taxing to know what you need and what you can afford to throw out. It's a really fun deck. It is a really fun deck. I actually would, like, if I was rolling up to an event and I really cared about just like winning, I'd probably play this deck. It's functionally a very similar deck to what it's been for a long time, so I don't think people are excited about it, but it's a fun deck. A lot of one-ofs though. One-of twinning 2 is wild. I think some of the earlier versions were on 2, and I like it a heck of a lot. It's kind of hard to get this down with the working prototypes, that's for sure. Hush, I haven't seen Hush in these versions, but 2 Pinhole, Miss Bones, Diesel is also relatively new too. Single diesel feels goofy, but I think you just need it. Alpi, Augie, myself are from Tiebreakers. Dave's really ran the gauntlet. There you go. I await Netrunner testing group free agency day. Yeah, we can get a draft. Who gets their first pick? Like, whatever testing group. Who wants the first pick? And who's it going to be? Whiteblade keeps suggesting a testing group registry. Unsure if he's joking. I don't think he's joking. I don't think he's joking. And I honestly think it'd be fine. Do people still review cards on MRDB? They do. The problem is the review section is now... It used to be up here, and now you have to like do 2 clicks. I clicked on rulings. So for a lot of people, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. They do show up when you go to a card because they're kind of baked in at the bottom. But like this was just posted today. So people are still... There's not that much interaction with them. I read these from time to time. I feel like these sections are really strange because they don't engender conversation very well. And because a lot of times like people will write their take and like, I'm saying specifically this, I haven't read this, but I'll disagree with it. But then there's no way to like, it's either you like it or you don't like it. And if you leave a comment to be like, I think you're wrong, like you're kind of a dick. So yeah, I don't know if people interact with these. Some of this stuff is like really nice to be like, oh, what does this work with? And people, you know, write stuff like this. That's good. Like, I think that's helpful. But the quality of them can be all over the place. Because it's not like a very contested place. Just whoever writes it, you know, gets up there. The working prototype review is pretty solid. Registry makes sense. Bing Bonko, how's it going? According to Not Yeti up above, Dave's likes halves. Dave's is... Yeah, but I'm not sure if Not Yeti's saying haves. That reads haves. Davs like halves. His pronunciation guide in his R+ write-up, it doesn't make anything clear. Oh yeah, this is sick. I've seen this. This is really good. These are my favorite. Like, funny enough, the joke ones get me really good. Also, there's a lot more of them that NSG folks have been like writing up flavor text things. Morgan sent me one recently that was really cool because it was flavor text on something. Oh, I think it was this one. Actually, Eric, you might want to care about this. Praxis. Can't think of the name. Because this came up. Sometimes we write flavor text for a card we write before we know if there'll be space for it or not. This is one such card, so here I present the flavor text for posterity. How was your shopping trip, Iru? Sebastian Souza Pessoa. So not specifically this is an Iru, this is the Iru Souza Pessoa. Is it Iru Souza Pessoa? I think Iru is both Souza Pessoa, right? No, Ayase Pessoa, of course, because Ayase clone. Souza Pessoa, Ayase Pessoa. Anyways, those are really fun. I like those reviews. I won't one day realize that the single yes/no answer in streams are not useful. Yeah, you just wrote no idea what you're talking about. Shout out to test running tagging Dave's into the cut. Yeah, it was huge. Oh my god, I was also really embarrassed for it. I thought test running was net jogging. Those names, just the same name to me. And I was like, oh, we haven't seen test running play in a while because I was thinking of net jogging because net jogging is getting back into the game. And test running and net jogging are definitely not the same person. But I was like convinced when we were watching test running, we were watching net jogging. And I was like, oh, sick. Net jogging is going to like just send it. And then obviously test running is still sending it centrals, which is really, really kind of funny. But yeah, apologies to both players. Test running is been playing for a while. I do know who test running is. I just can't. Those names overlap in a way that's not great for me. Excuse me. Yeah, this deck, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it can win games, but like, this is not the sort of Netrunner I'm excited about. Just like send it centrals. No inside jobs though. Isn't that weird? Literally no inside jobs. The one card that would tilt me the most in this is not here. We got Fizzarum. We got Laser Pointer. Okay, that's cool. Observer Ice does see some amount of play. And then like we can break one code gate once, sort of. We can break banner. Sentries are a problem, so we have 2 Fizzarums with simul chips, so that's kind of cool. Zero Killers is hype. Yeah, I think test running calls that in the write-up that like if you just deal with a spider, you're in a bad spot. You have to run Capybara or something. But like if you're playing into Ag Infusion, you just lose. It is what it is. It's fine. I don't think you're playing this to have like the best matchup spread. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's like 3 diversion of funds, but not inside job. I think emergency shutdown makes some sense, that's for sure. Shout out to like, yo, have you all played Startup? I heard about this in Startup, and this to me is like the wildest thing too. Is like, I feel like ag stocks are going down. I think the ag deck cannot really beat the Hoshiko deck Jai you're playing. It's really hard. Unless they play way faster. I think you played Killer before Capybara. Jad, how's it going? Yes. Pleasure to watch you play. I know you're playing Ag Fusion on the weekend too. But we got to watch your first round. Criminal economy. What is it? What is criminal economy? So like look at the cards in this deck that give you money and see how many of them are neutral, right? Like you have Bravado and Carpe Diem. That's fine. Diversion of funds, I'm not going to call it an economy card. I don't believe it's an economy card. But then all the like core economy cards in the deck are neutral cards like Dirty Laundry, Sure Gamble, Daily Cast, End of List. And compared to any other faction, this is so bizarre. I think this was highlighted the worst if you try and build like a criminal startup deck. This showed up in one of the memes on the thing yesterday that Neon Static was doing. But say we build a new runner deck and we go into startup and say we're going to build Ken. And we have to put criminal economy into our deck. So we go collection startup. Name a criminal economy card in startup. Career fair. Yeah, okay. Not an econ card, not an econ card, not an econ card. No, 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 no. There are literally no criminal econ cards in startup. Let's go over to the hardwares. The best you have is Penny Shaver. Okay. Is Hermes a better, more impactful console? Yes, but you probably need it. Programs? Literally nothing. There is no way to get economy and criminal. And so the best thing you have is red team and security testing. There's literally 2.5 econ cards. There are 2.5 econ cards in the whole damn faction. The faction that's meant to be get money, like make, what is it? Make a run, get paid? Saucy? Okay, you do have Saucy. Let's say Saucy. Okay, Saucy counts. That's fine. But like, what in the hell? This is so wild. Sure Gamble's still carrying so hard to this day. But like criminals didn't used to, actually, they kind of were neutral economy forever. We got weapons of criminal now. This is so bizarre. I did not realize how bad it is to try and play criminal and startup. Like, I think it's possible. It's just like the fact that you're spending influence in criminal to play economy is so wild. Criminals have to steal their economy from other factions, reinforcing theme. Debbie, maybe? Debbie's just like, yeah, Debbie, maybe. Okay, let's say Debbie, maybe. But then like what run events do you have in the format, right? No, no, no. Inside job. Technically econ card. Legwork, okay. And then like tread lightly in window. So you don't even have that many good run events, right? Hear me out. Reprint use unsure gamble from the unhinged set in criminal. It'd be sick. Saucy is a real cost out of crim with so little MU. Yeah, it's not the easiest to play. It's a lot better with window though. Like window Saucy is like playable in any format, I think. But it's messed up. It's been a while since criminal has just gone into an econ card. And then when you look at like all the other decks, like Shaper got an absurd amount of econ boost in this last set. Anarch has like the Anarch economy shell for a long time. And criminal is just like, we got bravado. And like, it's good, but like, I don't know. Like, it's so strange to me. I can't not run at least one sneak door in every criminal deck. I love sneak door. I really like sneak door. Anyways, so strange. So weird out here. I don't know what's going on. Mind you, right? Like, I don't think sets are individually tested for startup as a whole, right? Like this set is not made to be like, we need to put a criminal econ card in here because startup won't have a criminal econ card because of rotation. Not that like, I don't even know what rotated. I'm not that good at telling that. I guess you lost like Sable and like info bounty and all that sort of like package. You lost Carpe Diem. So like you did lose a bunch of like playable stuff. Its startup is not balanced around that from my understanding. Startup is meant to be balanced post-release. So after a while, there's balancing from the startup like council or whatever exactly that team is called, which that's fine. It's just very hard for NSG to make. Here's a set that is good for standard in terms of standard rotation, but also makes startup make any sense. So yeah. Safe bet, Shaper 6 to 10 priority event to influence. Jakob, excuse me? Safe bet? Oh, I see. Like an unsure gamble. 6-10 priority event to influence. I get it. Yeah, fine. Anti-creative commission. Crim is missing both money and draw. Anarch had plenty dig and moshing price. Shaper got nuke at Stone Chip. Crim got... No, I agree, Thanos. Like the fundamentals for criminal play right now are pretty rubbish, it seems. And like we're seeing this in tournaments. Like criminals are just not existing anywhere. Really curious what startup will be once Dawn comes out. I think startup will probably be pretty cool when Dawn comes out. I'm like really excited for startup when Dawn comes out because this is like, you know, the ability for NSG to build the groundwork for a format. Like, I think they can build a format that is just system gateway plus Dawn that will be interesting enough. I have no doubt they will do that. And then you get a bit of flavor based off of what sets are in rotation. But the fact that they have the ability and the groundwork to set up like the cornerstone set, because for what it is, system update is like, it's a melange. It's not, it's foundational, but it is a melange. And now it can be more of a foundational block. So it'd be like, there always will be a strong criminal econ card in startup, right? Like that's really cool. So I'm excited for Dawn. I really am, for many reasons. It's kind of a good thing. Otherwise we'd have the same cards every set. Yeah, I agree. Maybe that's the bad side of having like one, like if Bravado's in Dawn or whatever, something like Bravado, but it is what it is. It's strange. It's really weird. I didn't realize it was that bad because I haven't played startup. System update is Spice Melange. Okay. We have some news to talk about after, that's for sure. We have some really funny news too. But we're going to do some deck building. And the card we wanted to focus on today is a card that I have never played. And I've seen it played against, I think we played against it once or twice. It didn't really do too much, but I groaned into it because I think Advanceable Ice is a big groan inducing. This is Isaac. Is Dawn excising all the old null signal games from the approved list? Hey Coke, how's it going? No, wait. I'm not sure what the approved list is, but when Dawn comes out, all of FFG cards rotate from standard format. Startup will have a rotate, I don't think it has a rotation. I'd have to check, but I think Dawn just replaces system update. But I don't know what exactly the approved list would be here. I will continue to miss Kim. Dentech, how's it going? Yeah, Kim's been gone for a long time though, huh? Welcome to the stream. Kim is cool. I guess like Lou is meant to be your Kim, right? So, Isaac, Liberjaji? Pronunciation guide? Rebellion without rehearsal? Pronunciation guide. What good work has Ginevra done for us? Isaac Liberdaji. Isaac Liberdaji. Okay, buckle up. I was pondering a power shutdown Red Planet Couriers deck with logjams. I think we might play Red Planet Couriers. There's a lot of cards I don't play because I don't like them. Like I don't play Big Deal. I don't play Red Planet Couriers. They kind of fall in the same thing. We're like, oh, the game's over. Not my favorite thing, but I do think we should probably try it in this thing because we have to get a lot of advancements and using those as a win condition is pretty good. So what does Isaac do? Isaac is unique. Cool thing about Isaac being a bioroid, I feel like there was one lore article here that needs to explain this because this is very weird. But specifically, Isaac gives all advanced ice +2 strength. Bless you. Now, specifically, you have to advance the ice somehow. And so it seems like this only can be advanceable ice. So the idea is you would single advance your ice wall. It's now suddenly 4 strength. That's not bad. Whenever this upgrade moves to the root of a server, you may place one advancement counter on a piece of ice protecting that server if it has no advancement counters on it. So that's also really cool because that means that the ice doesn't have to be advanceable. So you can put advancements on boarding jewels, or I shouted out in chat, in Winchesters. Making a 6 strength Winchester is kind of cool. You can make an 8 strength Archer. That's kind of interesting. And then when your turn ends, similar to all the sysops, not Hollowman, you may move this upgrade to the root of another server. And this one's really neat because this one actually incentivizes you to move it pretty consistently, because when you move it, that's when you get your free advancement. And then when you move it again, you get a free advancement. And this just gives the ice in that server +2 strength. So it's a weird mixture of things that feels a bit clumsy because you need to move Isaac around to like seed the card pool of advancements. It also has to be cards with no advancement counters on it. So at least that's great because I think most people's least favorite thing about advanceable ice is that they scale infinitely. This only scales them slightly. It still makes them quite annoying, and +2 strength is, we've seen so much plus strength manipulation as a way to like maybe deal with Turbine, and technically it also deals with, not perfectly, but it does deal with Aquaceres crew as well. Maybe that's useful. I think a cool thing about Isaac 2 is like, while it seems like a slow card, and it is a slow card, Isaac 2 and Isaac 3 have value when they're drawn in the mid to late game. Because say the mid game, the runner has trashed your Isaac, the ice probably still has advancement counters on it, which means the turn you put Isaac on the table costs the runner probably some amount of credits because that ice has +2 strength and they still have to deal with that ice. So it's cool that the second and third Isaac actually feel like, I wouldn't say exactly like a Managarm Skunkworks of value. I think it's still a fair bit less, especially if the runner is like Fazaraming, Inside Jobbing, you know, Botulisting, all this sort of stuff, or Banhar, like you don't care about that sort of stuff. But it's at least cool that the other copies are kind of relevant. 3 costs, 2 res, 2 influence is splashable. You could play this in like, it's a bioroid, res it for cheap in Architects of Tomorrow. But I think we're just gonna play it in some Weyland and not play full Glacier, but put like mid Glacier Rush and see how it goes. AOT synergy built since it's a bioroid. I don't think the AOT synergy is actually that bad. Making a 7 strength Ravana, like, maybe that's a bit rough because now they can just double click through it, but I feel like clicking through your bioroids, you can make that bad. Does this go hard in SSO? No, it doesn't. Because SSO has the same unfortunate text, which is the ice has to have no advancements on it. So if you put advancements on with Isaac, you've turned off your SSO ability. And if you use your SSO ability, you've turned off half of Isaac. You know what I mean? Even like built to last, it's probably built to last, but in built to last, it's a bit ugly. Because if you use built to last, then you don't advance the card. But at least if you advance the card and got credits, then Isaac is immediately doing something. Right? Like there's a bunch of weird anti-synergies where there's a chance that one of the best decks is like Earth Station and play wall to wall. And even that seems a bit strange. But Earth Station is a deck that does want to ice up multiple things and has like 2 priority servers, HQ and the remote server, and then you lose on R&D. But I could see it actually making sense in those decks, and you just play advanceable ice anyways. Because SSO seems really, really clumsy, and then built to last seems like moderately clumsy. It's weird. Really weird. Playing Isaac out of Prov. I think Isaac and Prov is okay. It might be a bit extra, but it's not bad. There's a Prov decklist of the week right now. I'm not sure how I feel about Prov. I think Prov is maybe not my favorite, but we'll see. Hey, Saver. Shameless plug. Dawn testing is underway. If you'd like to be part of playtesting, there's a form you can fill out to apply. Hell yeah. Don't know if I can share the link. You probably can't. I think you can, and you see it, but nobody else can see it because if you posted it, we can't see it. Saver, if you want to hit me up with a link between streams on Discord, I'll be very excited to share it. Maybe not today, but on a later date, just so I can pull it up, like on Thursday or whatever. But yeah, that's a really big thing. We've talked to NSG folks before, and Dawn is a super important set. Playtesting has started. I know NSG has gone out of their way to make playtesting as approachable as possible. They've got feedback that like it can be a bit difficult or daunting, so they're going out of the way to put in like changes to make it as good as possible. And very specifically, when it comes to playtesting, NSG doesn't need competitive grinders as much as they need casual Netrunner players. They need everyone. And a lot of people hear playtesting and think, oh, that's for the people that are going to really break the game. No. It's for everyone. It's the people who play on a casual level that say like this card's not fun. Like that's the feedback that's needed. So if you want to join, we'll have a link in the description eventually, and we'll have a link next week as well, or later this week. I think Isaac is showing that in Brazil, free bioroids can do anything, including work for Weyland. Yes, but do you believe that Weyland would have a bioroid and trust a bioroid to be some sort of like near military-esque commander? Like I feel like they wouldn't. I feel like there's a trust issue there. Right? It's like, I don't think they would have a clone as one of their high ups, because it just feels like, you know, sleeper cell activated or whatever. 8 strength Brawn, good grief. Yeah, it seems good. It should be AOT alarm bells ringing. Works well with the wall to wall. Yeah, wall to wall is really good with this. What I've been doing to double check what card set will be in Dawn that are out right now is going to Netrunner to be toggling your collection to NSG only and then toggling off system update 2021. Oh, that's a good way of doing it. It's been rough looking at net decks and everything as Rashida and NGO, you know. Coke, how's it going? Rashida, I think, is good for the game inherently. I think NGO is less popular than it's been in a really long time, but I understand how people might be tired of homogeneity, but Rashida just allows you to play better Netrunner, right? Like she's exciting. If she fires, you're not like Rashida just stops you from doing the basic action cards, and I kind of like it. And if you don't have Rashida, you just feel very far behind runners. So I hear you, but I think Rashida is like a problem that you can't deal with by just deleting Rashida. And Rashida just makes the game more fun. Like Rashida is hella fun, as much as she's very powerful. And if she fires, you kind of feel bad sometimes. Just come back to Netrunner, so it's new to me having him gone. Authentic, I think I missed. I'll continue to miss him. I see what you mean, yeah. I was pondering a power shutdown Red Planet Courier's deck with logjams. I read that, but yes, I've caught up on chat. Nice to see the Shouty Man getting some love. I like that you're really incentivized to move him around every turn. Yeah, it's cool. And sometimes moving him around will be wrong, but you're kind of in control of that. Maybe this is a good starting point for an ice discussion and breakpoints. Best cheap experience XP barrier code sentry in the breaker meta. If you want to talk about that, Thanos, it's actually like relatively straightforward, unfortunately. So there's a lot of folks who put up like breaker guides. So the question is like, if you're playing Netrunner right now in standard format, because I can't really talk about startup, what are the best breakers for the ice you're expecting? And I honestly don't know if we're at a point where you can consistently tell what's the best breaker suite for the meta, because people are a lot closer to running the best breaker suite for their faction and then not having a lot of flex room. I think it could come down that some deck builder, some intrepid deck builder understands like splashing this into criminal makes sense, right? And like whatever, there's things that can be solved. But I do think corporations, it's not so much okay. Do you want to do an ice breakdown? Do y'all want to talk about this? Because it'll take us like, it'll derail us in the best way possible for like 20 minutes. Do you want to talk about ice? Coming back in Netrunner after 6 years, Energy has done some sweet things. Energy's great. Energy's really, really good. Tithe is the best ice. I do like Tithe. Go to state my hot take on breakers right now and startup. Pressure spike is better than cleaver. I don't know enough about that Spark. How's it going? It might be too. This hurts my competitive grinder feelings. I don't know what I did, Jot. Feel like Isaac was working the ladder and now is a prime opportunity for bioroid leadership, but you cannot I don't think you can let a robot run your company, right? Like, I don't mean this as an anti-robot sentiment. I just feel like Weyland, to me, that doesn't feel like a thing they would do. Oh, we'll allow a bioroid to run our stuff. Like, it just seems like a security risk. Startup has no barriers at 2 to 3 strength aside from weak logjam, and I Palisade. Cleaver and Pressure Spike break everything else and startup below 5 strength, and the same cost, and Pressure Spike is cheaper after. I could see it. Brazil is the only place where bioroids can be in leadership positions, actually. That kind of makes sense. Yes. No, I understand why they were eligible. I just think high-ranking official being a bioroid is not something that, like, I think it needs a story to explain it. Not so much the homogeneity as the necessity of including cards that are no longer in play being the base cards. It'd be like if Jackson was still in the game and Spin Doctor had never come. Hanging in there, thanks for asking. I hear what you mean, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's certain cards that at this point, and this might be like, you know, playing the game for a long time and being jaded, that like I don't question, right? Like, I think certain decks don't play 3 Sure and Gamble or 3 Hedge Fund, and that's fine. Is Sure Gamble and Hedge Fund the most interesting card? No, it feels pretty good when you draw it, and it allows you to play Netrunner, and is like a backbone of understanding the economy of the game. I think Rashida's in the same spot, and I think Spin Doctor's in the same spot. And I actually like those cards a bit better because compared to Spin Doctor, or sorry, to Sure Gamble and Hedge Fund, they allow for player expression. Like Jackson Howard, I think Spin Doctor is a much healthier design in a bunch of ways, but the way that you use Spin Doctor is actually very, very skill testing and very interesting and produces way more board states that are interesting to interact with. So I don't think I'm exactly answering your question, but I don't mind when the staple pieces that are homogenous that I've been playing with for now like years and years and years, if they produce cool board states over and over again. There's still board states where like I misplay into Spin Doctor and I've been playing Spin Doctor for years, right? Like the card is cool. Yes, ice breakdown. Okay, let's go. I don't want to derail. Just thinking it was adjacent to thinking that would be better with +2 strength Isaac. Why think about icebreakers when you can just play Lobisomum and Orca? I don't think it's that simple, but I hear you. Hey, David Grabbear from the Netrunner DB reviews. I also think it's a good for the game that Rashida is neutral, though I also think Spin Doctor should have been zero influence too, 100%. Okay. I wouldn't be unhappy for Rashida, Nearprint, and Dawn to be Weyland. Actually, I think factions should be attractive econ splash options as opposed to only splashing for stuff like Seamless. I agree. I think it'd be cool if there's like, you know, I feel this, and I think we're actually seeing this a bit. Do you know how many decks have been doing well at tournaments recently that has spent 14 influence? There's been a bunch of decks recently that have spent 14 influence. Oh man, there was a bunch of these. I couldn't tell you exactly what they were. I know I've played a bunch of 14 influence decks, and then I saw a couple other ones at tournaments. I don't think I'm going to click on them and pull them up because they've been for a while. But we've seen more than one top performing deck recently that's playing 14 influence. And that's because there's a mixture. The 1x influence cards right now don't seem to be incredibly stunning. Like there's a lot of states where I could put 1 influence worth of cards in my corp deck or my runner deck, and I just decide not to. On the runner side, it comes more down to deck slots. Like playing a pinhole threading is probably right. On the corp side, it seems a bit more difficult. But I have noticed more than ever that we're actually seeing competitive decks that are not playing the full 14 influence. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to click on them and pull them up. 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. Well, just quote me on that because it showed up a fair bit. So Charlotte's like a faction-specific NGO front. More stuff like that would be cool. Yeah. I don't know if you're going to splash Charlotte, but I don't mind that, where there's a bit of, like, we kind of saw that before, right? The idea that Drudge work is meant to be like the Weyland way of doing Spin Doctor. And for what it's worth, I don't think this card is specifically healthy, but yeah, I think the idea of that is kind of cool. It's just like all the things that have existed to be like, oh, this is kind of like Spin Doctor have proven to be a bit bad for the game in some ways, right? Like, I don't know. Hiding agendas is only one part of why Spin Doctor is cool, and it's a part of the Spin Doctor that emphasizes the sort of like 5/3 decks, right? Like these cards are really unhealthy because you can play 6 3-pointer agendas and just say good luck, but it is what it is. Okay, how about Lobby Summon deck spending 10 influence? Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about ice really quickly. This is not going to be like a really well thought out tangent, but when we're talking about the ice for each faction, you understand what you're going to break, right? Like I'm playing into an HB deck. I have a good idea what the HB ice suite is going to be. Across all factions, you have a pretty good idea what the ice suite is. And so the question is, what ice breakers deal with that suite really well? And so there's basically a couple ice that you have to build or have to have an idea of how you're going to break in the standard format, because they are ubiquitous enough and important enough that you have to deal with them sooner than later. So if we start with HB, there's a whole bunch of stuff that are pretty common. Gatekeeper, okay. It's hard to deal with this when it's 10 strength. Sometimes if you have a trick to deal with, that's okay. But when it's 0 strength, everyone deals with it well. So it is what it is. Magnet is not super popular, but certain decks have no good way of dealing with this. I've been playing specifically like Sebastio decks with Ice Destruction and Botulus, and Magnet's honestly generally a problem for me. So it's something you should keep in mind. But when it comes to HB right now, there's 2 ice that you need to figure out how to break. And this is actually one of the most important ice in the format right now, because having a way to break Brawn is something that a lot of decks either give up and just don't have. They literally do not have, or they build their entire deck to get to the point where they can break Brawn trivially, right? Like you play a Hoshiko deck that's running Turbine, Cleaver, and Ice Carver just so you can break Brawn for 2 credits instead of 4 credits. And this is a card that abstractly playing things like Pressure Spike makes sense, as much as it doesn't make that much sense, that maybe this is where like Intrepid deck builders can do some flexibility. Brawn is 6 strength, 3 subroutines. Does it make more sense in the early game to pull out a Propeller in a Shaper deck with a Muse and break it for 3 credits once? The answer is probably yes. And this is where it gets really cool. This is not something I think you can do in a criminal deck. Specifically, Brawn's also kind of sick because it doesn't get hit by the whatever that slime mold is called. I never remember the name of it. Phaserum Entangler? Because of the barrier. So this is the sort of thing where like criminal decks are just saying, I'm not going to play a Fractor better than Kurapira, so Brawn's just going to be an absolute pain for me. Just a pain. Maybe you like boomerang it and click through one of the subroutines, but that is a card they have to deal with. I think one right now that's actually worth looking at too, and a lot of decks are running 2 to 3 of them now, is MIC. And a lot of decks do struggle to face check into MIC, and MIC is really brutal because specifically against HB, you want to face check early, not only because of bioroids, which are not that common anymore, but more so because of a gatekeeper or a drafter fires, you want to have a turn to react to it. But if you face check into an MIC, you'll lose your turn. That's obviously very, very, very quite bad. So breaking MIC elegantly is also kind of difficult, and a lot of the like aggro criminal decks get stoned by this on HQ. They just got totally locked out, like so it's difficult. Buzzsaw breaks it for 5 without support. That's not fantastic. And so what breaker breaks MIC well, and it's actually kind of difficult. And so we end up getting to that spot where like, okay, you play the Turbine eventually, and then you get through it for like 2 credits with your Buzzsaw. I don't know what's a better way to deal with this, just because it is high enough strength and enough subroutines where like even if you're playing something like Unity, it's going to be annoying. Like best case, you're breaking it for 4 credits with Unity. You can always run last click and hope they don't pop it and save 2 credits. And a lot of criminal decks will just do that, as much as that's not great. But this is the sort of thing where I don't feel like there's a great way of dealing with it. A lot of the greedier options, like things like Hyperbaric, don't see any play. And I'd argue that Hyperbaric obviously is one of the best decoders in the game abstractly, but we see on the NBN side things like Self-Growth Program that return this to hand, or Retribution, or Amani Sanai, or just like Weyland Ice Destruction makes Hyperbaric nearly unplayable. But this is technically one of the best decoders. They didn't update the art. I thought they'd update the art with System Update, remastered. Not the art, but the card itself. So like, I don't have a great way of dealing with MIC besides like maybe Phaserum Entangler. And that is one thing that you have to keep in mind of how you want to break. The last one is Drafter. Drafter is a 3 of in every HB deck and is a very, very important face check. And this one's also really annoying because a lot of factions just don't have a good way of dealing with it. You're seeing some decks play Mimic. And Mimic actually goes pretty far in the HB matchup because Ancel isn't that popular. I think you see one Ancel in a couple of the ASA group lists, and maybe you see one Ancel in some of the PD lists. But Mimic deals with most of your sentry problems for a long time, but then becomes really bad against some other archetypes. Right? We're talking about Weyland that has big sentries that trash programs, and you can't let that happen. So Mimic is like one of the best ways. And then specifically if you're playing like, if you're playing Carmen in Criminal, which is often the most common criminal breaker, criminal killer, you're breaking Drafter for 4 credits. And that's garbage. It's really bad. You can't pay 4 credits to break a 3 credit ice repeatedly. That's really, really bad. And then things like Echelon in the early game are also terrible because early game you're paying like 7 credits or whatever to break 6 credits, sometimes 5 credits to break a Drafter, and that's really bad. So I don't have answers, but this is the sort of way that I look at ice breaking, is that you look at what do you have to deal with and figure out how to beat them. And that's only talking about HB. When it comes to Jinteki, I think having a way to deal with a Nancy is probably reasonable. Nancy, I don't think is as popular as it used to be. Having a face check into Sai Santan is okay, but having a way to deal with a Nancy is another issue. Echelon does not do it cheaply. You don't want to Fazarum it. So these are the sort of cards that say, like, what's a good killer right now that can deal with the drafter, right? Like, I think if you have a good killer that deals with drafter and deals with a Nancy, you're done. You don't have to worry about all the meta, unless you, well, you probably should have an idea how to deal with the Stavcon strength 7, but like, how do you deal with all of that? I'm hardcore anti-Carmen, hashtag hate Carmen. Carmen's not bad. We saw at Worlds last year, like, criminals splashing for Echelon. And I think that mostly makes sense also if you're playing Amakua. I think Amakua is way more playable than it looks like, because I think the Mavirus fear has, like, we're in a trough for Mavirus play right now. We were at high Mavirus play 2-3 months ago, and since the new set, and since people have calmed down on a lot of the mulch type decks and Lu decks, I think there's a lot of exciting cards. Then some of these asset decks are now playing, you know, like prototypes and hospitalities and not hospitalities, warm receptions. So they don't have slots for Maviruses. So you actually can get away with playing Amakua in some matchups. And if you're playing Amakua, Echelon gets even better. And Amakua, honestly, is probably the best way you break a drafter in the early game. Orca gang. Kira, how's it going? Orca's really good. Orca's really good, but you have to build around it. I am still convinced that there is a subsection of unexplored Shaper decks that can unironically play Labisomu and play Orca. And they don't have to Spark of Inspiration it. They can just pay 5 credits or pay 8 credits. 5 credits with rigging up. Now, is that a kit deck? Maybe. But I think alongside a Turbine, if you put just Labisomu and you can afford to get this down, obviously MU is a problem if you're playing this in World Tree or whatever, but if you can afford to get this down, this is one of the best breakers in the game. And there's not that much you're taxed out by. Now, if you're not playing kit, you can get taxed out by barriers, and barriers are actually relatively good in a lot of factions right now. I think barriers are kind of overperforming because I think 2 of the factions, or 1.5 of the factions, are playing Fazarum really well, and just like beefy barriers are kind of hard to deal with because they require 2-card combos. They generally require your breaker and Takobi or Turbine or something like that, and those are hard to put together. So I do think barriers are actually in a good spot. I still think we're seeing a lot of Ag Infusion decks, a lot of like Atea decks that we saw in Toronto, that people are not playing Botu. They're playing still like spending 6 influence on Brawn. And I think while it's hard to go wrong spending influence on Brawn, I think Boto is just good. I genuinely think Boto does a good enough Brawn impression that you can save influence from the deck, but I totally agree that Brawn is still good, that you could also just play Boto and Brawn, because I think they are more taxing than Anansi's in a lot of board states, some weird ways. I did have a moment where I realized that Orca made my Starlight Knight irrelevant. It was terrible. Yep. Once Orca's on the table, there's no sentry that's taxing. Literally no sentry that's taxing. The biggest sentries in the game get broken. Oh, the only sentry that's taxing is Tier. Tier is 6 credits. But like, you break a Cloud Eater for 4. You break Drafter for 2. You break on Cell is 4. That's actually not that bad. That is relatively taxing. The problem is, like, you played an Orca for 10, so obviously it should be. I guess other Shapers can play Egret. Yeah, but it's really clumsy, Carrie. It's probably not worth doing. Stavka boosted to 6. Yeah, Stavka boosted to hit 7, so it's 6. Anything at 7 is 6. Like, Orca's not perfect. And Orca's text should be good. It's hard to make this perfectly good. Winchester's 4. Tithe is taxing. Ain't not dead. Yeah, Tithe for 2 is whatever. You can light a fire, usually. But yeah, Winchester at 4 is annoying. 4 strength is annoying, just like Uncell is annoying. It is what it is. Classic mistake watching SNS at night. What's SNS, Jay? Boy Tata gang? Not boy. If Starlight Knight is relevant, how is Orca surviving SGP MF? Yeah, exactly. And that's a big problem. It's like, these card decks are hard to play because there's a lot of self-growth program. This gets returned to hand. It's difficult. Fazarum is the best killer in the game except Anansi. I 100% agree. Fazarum is the best killer because a lot of the big sentries are impossible to break well. Right? Like, this is the issue. Is Hydra is 6 strength. 6 strength is messed up. Carmen breaks this for like 7 credits. You cannot afford to break a Hydra once. And so, like, that's why the matchup where you play like NBN into like Ari that can pull Fazarum is goofy, because you break Hydra for 3. They just don't res their Hydras anymore because it doesn't make any sense unless they're really convinced they can tax out 6 Simul chips, which they cannot. So it's interesting. But that's the hard thing, is like, maybe people are not, we saw that on this weekend, as much as a 17-player event isn't the biggest event, is people are just not playing the big ice unless they're Ag Infusion, because a lot of the big ice doesn't feel like it makes sense. And none of this is because of Aqua's Harris Crew. Like, Aqua's Harris Crew isn't real. Just play a big whale. I currently never leave the deck builder without a plan for dealing with Tributary. That's another really big one. Like, we just talked about Weyland, and this is the one that seems to be entirely shutting down a faction, just an entire faction. And unfortunately, how do you answer Tributary? Not a lot of factions have good answers to this. Like, Criminal has 1 answer to this. Oh, 1.5. First answer is, I don't want to say boomerang. I'm not going to say boomerang, but it's to Fizzarum it. Like the first way to deal with tributary is to put a Fizzarum on it and just pay 2 credits. You have to always pay 2. You can't pay 1. It's not optional. You pay 2, and that's still like pretty good, and they can still purge out. The other option is you move it somewhere and you emergency shut it down. But none of the breakers in Criminal can deal with tributary in any way that makes remote financial sense. And it is a faction that wants to run independently for value the most. And it seems like almost entirely tributary is just keeping Criminal from existing. How do you run your mark when the corporation draws a card and installs it for free every time you run your mark? Like, it's way too difficult. Alarm clock can be used to eat the trigger. Dufresne, how's it going? Alarm clock can be used to eat the trigger 100%, but you also fire the tributary. And also eat your alarm clock. So you're right. You can like clicklessly run HQ, but then you're committing to every turn giving the corporation a tributary, which like, that can't be good. Like, that's still not good for you, but it's something. So the only answer to deal with tributary is exclusively Buzzsaw Turbine. And once you have Buzzsaw Turbine down, yeah, you're right. You forget this card exists because you break it for 1 credit. Funny enough, I had this interaction come up in a degree mill session, but break up to 2 code gate subroutines. Remember when you hit tributary, it's up to, so you can only break 1 code gate subroutine, so it doesn't eat your hippo. If you break both of them, it eats your hippo. Just break the first one and then hippo the ice on a different server. Play Mimic, you cowards. Honestly, Kyle, I'm with you, but then you have problems with Stavka. I agree until you break a Vampy with Lobo, which feels rubbish. I don't think there's a good way to break Vampy in the format. Like, this is the problem. Is like all the good ways to deal with the most taxing ice is just unfortunately tributary. I mean, sorry, wow. It's just, it's going to be Turbine. Like, how do you break Vampire Nasa? You don't break Vampire Nasa well with any breaker in the game. It's impossible. It has too many subroutines. So the only way to do it is like with Buzzsaw. And then how do you make Buzzsaw good? Takobi, or obviously less work is the Turbine. That's it. Right? Like, if you want to break ice cheaply, it's really funny. We used to have back in the day, right? Like things like Penrose. We used to have these breakers that were meant to be ultra efficient, but they use stealth credits. But how much do you break a Vampire Nasa for? You don't have to break all the Vampire Nasa. It's just like at the end of the day, there's a lot of ice that there's just no good way to deal with besides the thing that you're seeing in almost every faction besides Criminal. And is Criminal playable right now? No, you know, you sort it out. But it is what it is. And yeah, Lobosomu, that's why I really liked it. Like, Lobosomu into Vampire Nasa doesn't feel good. I like Vampire Nasa right now. I have for a long time. It's great. Boto is a lot worse than Brown into Slap Vandal and Centrals, I guess. I think Slap Vandal is good right now. I think Slap Vandal is good, but Slap Vandal is massively underplayed. But I do think the situation in which somebody, like, in theory runs through a Boto and breaks the first subroutine and says trash a card from hand, like, it's up to you to make a board state where that's not a good play. Because if the runner has to break an ice to get to the innermost Boto to pay a credit and a Slap Vandal, and then I just trash a card from hand, like, I think I'm okay with that interaction. 9 out of 10 times. Obviously, if I have a bad hand, like, that's not good for me. And then you can let them through. But, like, the Slap Vandal interaction, I don't think is real. I think it's really easy to imagine it, but I don't think it doesn't show up that much. And Slap Vandal doesn't actually see play. Lobi Orca should probably be considered playing No Free Lunch. Yes, I think No Free Lunch would have done really well at the last event on Saturday. We saw not even No Free Lunch, like No One Home. Like, what just happened? Wait, what happened? Did I open a new tab? I think I did. Like, No One Home would be really good right now. Like, we saw literally no tag protection and people are getting blown out by self-growth program. Just don't get tags last J. So what's the credit cost that is good to break ice at? It depends on the ice, Thanatek. It 100% depends on the ice. Like, you're not expecting to break an ice the Corp rezzed for like 10 credits for 2. But functionally you can do it. It just requires a lot of setup. So the idea, right, is like things like not Gatekeeper, what's it called? White Space, right? You're expected to break this for 1 to 2 credits. Sometimes for 1 credit when this text doesn't matter. But it costs 2, so that makes sense. And it's actually funny where cards like Tithe I think are really good right now because it's hard to break this for less than it costs to res. But then something like Brawn, I think Brawn, so we had this theory back in the day, we should do a video about it, that you can actually kind of surmise what an ice should cost. This is something that's in no way proven. This is my own method, and it's just funny that it lines up. But the idea is that you can tell how much an ice should cost by adding up all its subroutines, adding its strength, and subtracting by 1. Then you do plus minus based on other kind of ideas. Like if it has an upside, like an on and counter effect, that's usually +1. If it's a sentry that ends the run, that's usually +1. If the runner has a way to like deal with it without having a breaker that's usually a -1, and you can come up with this sort of formula that should tell you on average what each card should cost, or what the budget is for the ice, right? Like, how do you cost cards? You have to know how good they are. What's a good example to start at? Like, Magnet in theory is technically undercosted to this method. This method not endorsed by NSG or FFG, but it lines up with like 90% of the card pool. So the idea with this thing is that it should cost, I think the math comes down to, this was shouted by D. Basically, the number is like, what does it cost to break for Mayfly? Which is strength plus subroutines -1, because Mayfly comes at 1 strength. So Magnet in theory costs Mayfly 3 to break. But this thing should cost 1 more because it has very relevant on-res text or ongoing text. So it should cost 4, but it costs 3. And it turns out like 90% of cards line up to this. So Enigma should cost 1, 2, 3. Sorry. So it should cost 2 plus 2 is 1, 4 minus 1 is 3. And it costs 3. You could argue that Enigma's first subroutine doesn't always matter, but this Enigma seems to be fairly costed at 3. The way it lines up with specifically positional cards are kind of cool, because usually when the card is poorly positioned, it's undercosted, but when it's well positioned, it's overcosted. So let's talk about Base Case Palisade. Base Case Palisade should cost 2 credits when it's on the central server, which is too much. But when it's on a remote server, it should cost 4 credits. It should be 4 strength plus 1 subroutine -1, and it should cost 4, but it costs 3. And so you see this thing lines up really well on the basis that like, it should have an upside. It should be better as long as you're playing it in the narrow use case, as unnarrow as that is. Brawn is very notably actually undercosted for this model, which again has no scientific relevance. So Brawn itself is broken for Mayfly for 8. You could argue that it should cost at least 1 less than that on the basis that it has this text, and this text is not a benefit to the ice, it's a detriment to the ice. So this should cost about 7. It costs 6. If Brawn costs 7, would the game be in a wildly different place? No, it would actually be maybe more interesting and right. Like I could see it, but Brawn, for what it's worth, seems to be overperformant. I don't think I've gone through the new ice yet, but like, what the hell should Tributary cost? So Tributary is 4, 5, 6. It costs 5 to break Tributary, mind you, without with Mayfly. Now it should cost 1 less than that, 4. Now, in theory, it also doesn't end the run. That usually means it costs 1 less because it's a utility card. But then this thing has busted on movement text. This card should, in our model, cost more than it does currently. Tributary seems to be slightly undercosted, and I would argue with that. Yeah, Tributary could cost more. I don't think it solves the Tributary problem, because the Tributary problem is that it's Tributary, not so much that it costs 3. Society of Brown costs 7. Brown is so busted. Yeah, Brown is like super over, a bit overtuned. Let's look at Boto. Boto is really fun too. Like Boto would be, what's it cost? It costs 6 to break with Mayfly. All right. It doesn't exactly end the run, so it should cost about 5. Is Boto overtuned? Sometimes bad face checks are worth a credit. I'd argue 2 net damage is like maybe worth it. And this text is probably not good for the corporation. I haven't seen a Jinteki actually use this to be good as much as you could imagine it could be good for a Jinteki deck. But that's the sort of thing where like Boto actually seems to be a bit overcosted, but I don't think it is. The question with this, like, how much should Ivik cost? Because Ivik is a very similar card to Boto that sees literally no play, but also is worse because it's not good into Boomerang and Botchos and stuff like that. It's a bit worse into it. But what should Ivik cost to be rezzed fairly for our model? And I think it should cost usually about, I think you need to have 2 code gates, because this thing costs 5 plus 2 subroutine 7 minus 1, 6. So if you res Ivik for 6, it seems to be fair. So yeah, it is what it is. Hey Rohit, how's it going? I gotta send you some stuff yet. I still haven't done it. I'll try and do it this week. Lucille played an Ari deck with 15 entanglers against me on stream yesterday. I was outfit. I was sad. I saw a bunch of that bot. I didn't watch the whole stream, but I did see that matchup. There was this really awkward meta right now where Window/ESD absolutely crushes like a third of the decks, but does nothing to the other third 2 decks. Oh, Window and Emergency Shutdown? Yes. And like, I can't tell if that's the case, but some of the Corp decks we saw the expensiveness of the ice has come down. Like, we're usually used to seeing a Reality Plus deck or, you know, that runs a Hydra or a Toll Booth. But there's a chance the fact that we have like very, very potent D-res tech, like we saw the Los deck, it was the decklist of the week last week, that people don't want to spend 10 for a Hydra, 8 for a Decode Gate, and then it gets D-resed or bypassed by Ari or a Criminal, right? Like, maybe that is true. It's like, can you afford to get your Hydra broken for 3 and or D-resed? And the answer is probably no. So we're seeing less ice. Zerm costs 2 to pass it and Unity costs 3? Yeah, Daojin, how's it going? Yeah. People mentioned Hush, mind you. Hush is probably one of the best ways to deal with, obviously with, what's it called? But we can't just keep saying Hush is good with ice, because Hush is good with every NSG ice. Today I realized that the set has red cards named Botu, Tatu Bola, and Boitata. They're all different. The day of mutual favor into Slab Vandal on the Tributary and Crim. Yo, that's sick. That's genuinely sick, though. How much influence is Slab Vandal? Wait. Is that incredible or not? Is this one influence? Oh, it's 2 influence? You can Slab Vandal? Oh, man. That's kind of cool. Amina and Turbine cost a runner 2 credits and cost the Corp 1 credit? Yeah, but it costs you like 12. You can't... And it's like Amina into Tributary is not good because you have to still pay 4. But any breaker plus Turbine generally breaks for 1 to 2 credits, right? So I don't think you need to spend 11 to make that good, right? Like at that point, you might as well just play the cheaper code gate. You can, well, not exactly, but you can play Cat's Cradle, I guess, and you break it for 2. Oh, not even. Never mind. Euler does break Vampy for free if you're playing a deck that can do flip-flop breakers, yes. We had 92-player CO in Seattle on the 27th. Mulch was well represented because this is just our meta, but Spark Kit got 4th. Hell yeah. Back in my day, we had Yogg, Netrunner, Eyes. I had a nice conversation recently in one of the comments talking about like the difference between ice to lower strength and increased strength, and had to bring up the whole idea like Netrunner, Eyes, 1 world. Hey, y'all, we want to play a fun game? Can you name every console that has won a world championship? Because there's one console in there I had no recollection won a world championship. Andre just leaking the NSG design documents. NSG has not confirmed they do the math like that, but it works for FFG too. Like FFG also balanced cards around that math I've made up. A video explaining the ice evaluation could be interesting for new players like me to catch up on meta knowledge. Yeah, Dufresne, it's a topic that definitely deserves a pretty in-depth video. And this is why Eli was so popular back in the day. Eli is undercosted. Eli should cost 4, 5, 6, 5 minus 1 because you can click through it. Eli should cost 4 credits. It costs 3. Eli was nearly banned at some point in time, right? Like Eli was considered to be a problematic card. It used to cost influence for everybody, right? And it's just because the numbers on there are too good. And that's it. If Eli costed 4, would the game be a better spot? Yeah, it wouldn't solve Eli. Bioroid berries have a history of being undercosted, Sunshines. Trip feels undercosted at 3 and overcosted at 5. 4 might be reasonable. 3 is auto-res territory. It is auto-res, yeah. But then you also run into minimal ice decks, and Los gets sad as you de-res cards field bend. The shame Cat's Cradle immediately got knocked out by Shibboleth. If Cat's Cradle was 2 strength, I think it would be fine. Like if Cat's Cradle was 2 strength, I think you would consider playing it in some of the de-res decks, and then it would deal with like VSA cheaply, because Criminal has no good way of dealing with VSA. Everything they play has to be boosted, unfortunately. But like this being 1 strength just sucks. Like breaking Enigma having to boost. Ugh. Aeneas and Turtle are in similar spots as my ESD window comment. Absolutely hoses all the acid decks, but Turtle's banned to Rush Up and Shanky Glacier. Aeneas is banned to Fast Rush. I agree. I don't know how you make a one-size-fits-all runner. It's called Hoshiko. It's called good stuff Hoshiko. Heartbeat, yeah, Jason. Astrolabe, Heartbeat, Desperado, Turntable. Is it boxy? It's not boxy, Amputret. The only NSG console to win Worlds is Boat. What won last year? Not an NSG console, it was Maw, right? Okay. I have no recollection of this winning Worlds. I have 0 recollection of Obelisk winning Worlds. And not in a Tag Me deck. Obelisk won Worlds in 2016? As a Hoshiko as a Hoshiko effect. What? I have no recollection of this. I've always thought to myself, like, Obelisk is not even that bad when you don't play Tag Me, right? So let's go Decklist, let's go Obelisk, and let's go Netrunner Eyes. Apparently the 2016 Worlds winning decks had Obelisk in it. I have just like 0 recollection of this. Obelisk is okay in HHN World. Yeah, it's not bad. And like CTM was alive and well, but like, I just do not remember this at all. 2 Obelisks. This is, Dyer, Chris Dyer. Like I have just this completely gone from my memory. And like the write-up just said it's good. Like there's no tags in the deck. It's just like, yeah, you draw cards while running centrals. Like it's literally 1 credit more for DreamNet. You don't get credits. That's so wacky to me. Like this card is just a fundamentals okay enough card. CTM was also the best corp, yeah. So having more hand size means you didn't die to things. But I don't even think the write-up called it out. Hopefully you know why Obelisk is good, even in a list like this that isn't abusing its full potential. So yeah, it's probably just because there was that much CTM here. But like, I had just no recollection of this doing a thing. Like, we saw this card in decks which built around it, but like as a value piece, that's totally strange to me. Anarchs don't get to complain for at least a couple more years about consoles. No, they don't. They do not. Makes me think if Obelisk Seb would be good in Eternal, probably not that much. No, because Seb, you don't want to float tags, right? Like Cuba, you can't float tags with Seb because then your text doesn't work. Your text is turned off and your cards don't work. Yeah, Obelisk in those decks was anti-boom technology. Yeah, I do think that is true. I just don't remember this. Like, there's full art to this. I mean, some of us own full art Obelisks, right? I just don't remember owning a full art Obelisk. Because this deck was full arted. I know I own a full art Progenitor, and that was because of this deck. I just don't remember full art Obelisk. Weird. Okay. Anyways, I don't know if we came to any conclusions when it comes to ice. But right now, ice is hard to deal with. Obelisk is, yeah, Obelisiasis. Yeah, I don't have any like really big closing points besides when you build a deck, if you're playing in standard, you should have some expectation of like, I would just pick 2 to 3 ice, maybe 2 ice for every faction to have an understanding of how you're going to deal with it, because you're going to have to deal with it in certain matchups. So I think we just want to get like a really quick list. Oh man, it's hard because it's actually getting like a bigger and bigger list. Having an idea of how you want to break Brawn in against any HB matchup, that's worth knowing. And how you want to break Drafter, I think is worth knowing when you're building a deck. It needs to make some amount of sense because most decks are on 3 Drafters. Some HB decks are only on 1 Brawn. And that's because if we want to throw another card into the ring, MIC is probably worth having an understanding of how you want to break it. Because it's kind of difficult. And this seems to be more taxing than Brawn in some lists just because the face check is really quite good. So that's that. On the Jinteki side, it's like how to deal with Tributary is its own problem. I just don't think you really have a good answer in most decks, but you probably want to figure out how to deal with Tributary for many reasons. When it comes to Jinteki, I think Anansi is a bit of a boogeyman. Like, I don't actually think you need to deal with Anansi that well. You generally break 2 Anansis in a game sometimes. It's not that important. And Jinteki is not that fast where, like, you can set up a bit. Otherwise, like, I'm not actually sure what you have to worry about to break. Like, I think if you don't have a good way to break Vampire and Asa, it's not the end of the world either. Slap Vandal's so good with the early trip. I know, I hear you. I kind of want to try it. NBN. Ping, everyone breaks it for the same, so it doesn't really matter. Breaking a VSA does enough matter. Ideally, again, most breakers, unless you're playing Criminal, break it for 1 credit, so that's okay. Otherwise, like, breaking a Mesnachesso is not common enough that you need to have a way to deal with it, but it's nice to know that's one of the face checks you have to deal with. And, like, this can be expensive. To be installed, Slap Vandal is great to install off of a Whoop run. Yeah, no, I hear you. But then you have to like Whoop run. Oh, you don't have to actually install on the run you're making. So you can Whoop run and then Slap Vandal something else. That's neat. When it comes to lastly, Weyland, having a way to deal with 7-strength Stavka like kind of is nice. Usually that's dealt with more of the tech. Specifically when you're playing Criminal into Ice Destruction, like, or Program Destruction, excuse me. Like, that is a problem on its own that you have to deal with, but having to deal with the Stavka is good. Otherwise, I don't actually know in Weyland what you have to deal with. Like, Winchester and HQ is probably worth having a consideration to deal with this, but yeah, that's also kind of tricky. That's just a numbers game. Yeah, I think that's it. It's like, do you have to have a nice way of dealing with Sandstone? Some decks are harder than others. Some decks have really good ways to deal with some Sandstone, some don't. Sandstone is only good as short the game is, so that can be kind of difficult. Whoop, JK, Whoop is a window of opportunity, the new Criminal card that allows you to install a hardware program while you're making a run and de-resing a card. It's really good. It's better than I think most people thought it was, or maybe just myself. I think that's it. Like, envelopment isn't as defining as it was for the last little while. Having a way to deal with envelopment, there's a lot of decks that just can't. Like, early shapers just can't deal with envelopment really well. So that's its own problem. Oh, Hammer, yeah. Hammer is like not yet there. Hammer to me is just like not burnt a big enough hole in the gray matter up there to like have me worry about it. When Hammer hits, it kind of wins the game for the corporation. And Hammer is going to see play in NBN decks, is going to see play in Weyland decks. I think Hammer is absurdly good. I just have not, you know, got my calluses up yet where I got fought enough fights into this thing. Having a nice way to deal with Hammer would be good. Hammer is super nasty. Alec, how's it going? If Hammer fires, yeah, it's almost cost games. It cost games. The Nuvum deck that Alpi was playing was basically just like, you're not going to run through a Hammer and I'm going to put agendas behind a Hammer. And like, I guess that's true. I guess the runner doesn't want to run through a Hammer because the subroutines suck. Undercosted in Metro Ice Theory. Is it actually? I don't think it is. Maybe it is actually. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So it should cost 6. Now it doesn't end the run, so it's worth 5, but it has a nasty face check. Trashing programs is usually worth +1, so it's on 6. And it has an on and counter effect, so it should cost 7. Yeah, you're right. It's technically Metro Iced at slightly under cost. I would say even more because the face check is actually really bad. Like, this part of the face check is bad. Usually this is worth 1 more. Like Rototurret you see how expensive Rototurret is? As much as Rototurret math doesn't make sense, because Rototurret is a reprint of an ONR card. Not that they had to really just like straight up reprint ONR cards, but the math on Rototurret shows you how much the designers wanted and the run on Sentry to be worth and how much this subroutine want to be worth. Now, you don't see Rototurret anymore, but nothing beats Rototurret back in the day. But there's a chance that this could cost 7 to 8. It doesn't always have 3 real subs, though. This is real. This is real in 90% of board states. This is not always real. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But I think if this cost 7, it wouldn't be absurd to Metroize. Poor Abigail getting shot down by the Roto. Yeah, the idea is good. So, can I find Bonpei? For what it's worth, this was like Bonpei Netrunner was like one of the most, from my readings, defining Netrunner Ice back in the day. And it's just Rototurret. Survivor Bushido into cyberspace has spiritual significance to many execs, and it's just 4-cost Sentry killer as well. That's a subtype for Ice, Trasher Program in the run. And this was defining. But the Sentry space, Ice space, and ONR, I'm learning more and more about it. I am sorting an ONR collection. Someone locally who used to play Netrunner a while ago gave me their Netrunner collection when they played ONR because they were a bit older than I was. And I'm working on sorting it and putting in the catalog to understand what I have. I used to have just this, and I have a bit more too. I used to have just this of ONR cards, and I thought like, that's a lot of ONR cards. And then I kicked this up, and yeah, I'm working on this. I've gone through the corp cards. There's like some rare stuff in there. There's like a classic set and like some promos. So thank you. That's cool. ONR Cube win. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I had such a great time playing ONR and Mansion Runner that Teo is running. So I want to look through it, see what extras I have, because Teo is also collecting because the rares are hard to get for a cube. And then I want to build my own cube. Oh, the splash is up there. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, ONR is kind of fun. It's kind of really cool. I just feel like I want to play ONR with 3-card limits. Did you pull out ONR cards out of your double sleeve decks? I did actually, Thanos. I went back and I took out all the ONR cards from my double sleeve decks because I was like, wait, I actually want these for something else. And I'm just using like FFG 2012 core set cards now as double sleeved. But I did go back. I also have your stuff here too at the side. I'm just not going to pull it up because I think the address is still on the box. Okay. Let's build a deck. So let's try and make Isaac make sense. I think we'll start with build to last. But my hypothesis is that we're going to end up wanting to be different and maybe player station. I love how tracing is face down in ONR. David, the tracing in ONR is like, I think the most frustrating part. I think the face down part is kind of okay, but then it just causes extremes. Like you don't often pay 2, you either play like 0 or 5. But the fact that tracing is like, you need a link card to play into traces is very strange to me. Like, I don't think it makes the game more interesting, but as soon as you remove that, the functional ability on like how traces are balanced falls apart. It's super strange, but it is cool that it has that sort of like side game mentality of like, what do you pay? And the way that trace, so in ONR, if say a nasty Sentry says trace 4, some text, 4 means that's the most amount of credits the corporation can pay. And then they still have to pay up to 4. They do win ties, but then the runner has to be like, I'm using this base link card. And then they both reveal at the same time. And then you see what happens. So trace 4 doesn't mean you start with 4. It means you can go up to 4. So the runner can always pay 5 to be safe. But then does the corporation basically pay 1? I guess they usually pay like 0, 1, or 5. So I don't honestly know. Yeah, it seems like a mess. It's not my favorite part of the game. That's for sure. TLDR is a mess. That's how L5R bidding was 99% of the time. The bid was 1 or 5. Jesse, how's it going? Yeah, I understand from that though. That's mostly because it was attached to card draw, and card draw was just way better than the detriment of the impact of losing honor, or however that game exactly worked. It's been a while since I played. There was a mode where like the difference between what you bet was a shift of honor, but the less you bet, the more card draws. So people just bet like nothing, and everyone drew 5 cards because the game was a lot like combat tricky from hand. I think I'm not an expert. I have a core set I've played twice, but I've listened to podcasts and stuff. I listened to old, like, I don't know what Neon Statics podcast was called before, but Eric and friends had a L5R podcast for a long time. I listened to a bunch of that. Let's just try build to last, right? You can't go longer build to last. Nothing beats build to last. I think ANR tracing is better than ONRs, but I think ONRs could have been better. Yeah. Oh, it's starting to pour outside. When I was testing the 1 JNet server, I got blown out turn 2 by Kelly when he trashed my loan from Chiba. without like, okay, devolving just 2 more minutes on Tangent, without devolving too much into an ONR Tangent, on the last night of Netrunner, we were up late playing ONR, playing Sealed. And I was just bawling, crying because it was the funniest thing. Because ONR's economy is functionally so damn slow. The game, especially when you play not constructed, it is just so slow. So imagine, okay, I'm going to pull this art. I think this art is maybe a bit spicy. But there's a card that loads with 12 credits and you get 1 a turn, right? So pad campaign with a limited shelf life. How much should it cost to res? How much should it cost to trash? The answer is 4 to res, 7 to trash. Those numbers are absurd. They're so bad. Except it makes sense in the context that 7 is so much for the runner to trash, and games will definitely go to like whatever 12 turns for this to pay off mostly, at least unsealed. And so we had this joke that like over a long enough period of time, all economy cards are like good enough in ONR. The difference is Loan from Chiba, which Cold Lava ended up playing. Loan from Chiba. Loan from Chiba is such a flavorful card. When you install it, you immediately gain 12 credits. There's like actually a Netrunner card, or sorry, an Arkham card that's kind of like this. You immediately get 12 credits when you play this. Oh, this is in French. I have a bunch of French cards too. Gain 12 credits when Loan from Chiba is installed. At the start of each of your turns, you have to lose a credit. If Loan from Chiba leaves play though, you have to immediately pay 10 credits. They're called bits. Or you lose the game. So if this ever leaves play, either because the corporation has trashed it, so like tag punishment means could be lethal, you totally just lose the game. You don't flatline, you just lose the game, and then you may trash Loan from Chiba at the end of any of your turns to pay 10 credits. And this is the exact opposite of all econ cards. I think Cold Lava got this down and then ended up paying like 6 to 7 credits into it and proving the exact opposite point that this is the one specific economy card that over a long enough period of time, it is the worst economy card in the game. And I think he almost lost the game to it. And then it was an absolute nonsense series of events that happened after it. But it's just such a wild like difference from a long enough period of time this economy card is good to over a long enough period of time this is the worst economy card you can imagine in any card game. Hey Izzy, that game was wild. We were crying laughing. I was sobbing. It was so funny. And what is the other card? Arasaka Owns You. Netrunner. Oh man, yeah. So this card came into play where Sophie was going to go for a flatline, but he wanted to go for like a small meat damage kill into the big meat damage kill, even though Cold Lava only had 3 cards in hand, so it was just stunting. And then Lucas was like, wait, that actually is going to maybe win the game because this card was in his hand. And this says, do not play Arasaka Owns You as a normal action. Instead, play it when you would suffer enough damage to flatline you. Don't die. Trash Arasaka Owns You. Remove any core damage you've suffered. Refresh your hand to its maximum hand size. Gain 10 bits. Remove all tags at no cost. You forgo the next 4 actions. You forfeit the next 3 agenda points you score. So the stunting damage that did 2 damage out of 3 cards somehow missed the Arasaka Owns You. So then Sophie goes in for the final kill, hits the Arasaka Owns You, and then Luke is like, I'm alive. I'm actually alive. And then has to lose his next turn, suddenly gets the money back they could like barely pay the loans off like 2 turns ago. It was just the funniest thing. We were sobbing of how long that game went on. Like that game started, I'm pretty sure on Sunday and ended on Monday morning. But just the game grinds on. Sophie specifically had a card as an asset that says shuffle your hand into your deck and just mulligan. Just keeps hitting it turn after turn after turn. Eventually one hand will be good. Just ONR is so goofy. Anyways, that's the story. It was just the funniest thing. Which is like why I'm so stoked to play more at ONR, because I've been like reading into ONR. There's like some interesting things also with flavor that I've noticed the difference between ONR and Netrunner. There is so much more smooching in ONR. And I mean that in the best way possible. Like relationships show up way more on cards, like human relationships. And it's something I realized is like kind of missing from Netrunner. And it's like not something I knew that I wanted, but like showing runners outside of Netrunner, like showing like how they interact with other people doesn't exist that much. I don't know if I don't want horny or Netrunner, but you know what I mean? Like it was something that I find when you're looking through ONR cards, like there's so many things about like relationships and lovers and stuff like that is relatively tastefully done. Make Netrunner horny again? Click 1 mulligan, yeah. Love a card that says you don't lose yet. The extent of human relationship between our ANR's quality time. Yes! And this came up recently. Shout out, I did listen to the Neon Stag podcast. I thought I was blithering. It wasn't that bad. Everyone else was really great on that podcast. I know this flavor text by heart. And this is like not the most powerful thing, but showing how like netrunners are people and like, you know, their desires outside of running is something that has started to show up a bit more, but I want to see more of it. But like there's way more relationships on cards in ONR, and I think that's really cool. Net damages Yuri. Click 4 mulligan again. It's like last click mulligan. It's really funny. We don't talk about the Netrunner AO3 page. I don't know what that is, Jai. So we're saying is you're going to plan Cottage Runner? I really think we need to, Kyle. And by, I mean, maybe I need to, yeah. The one kind of, excuse me, it moved up really quickly. The one kind of made it into ANR's Sacrificial Clone. Yeah, there is a card that's like similar to Arasaka Owns You, but it's way less good and way less funny and less surprising. It's a very dark card where you see, what's his face? I can't write. You can see Noise peddling a clone to death on his behalf. Sunny cards a relationship flavor? Yeah, Thanos. And it's been a while since we've seen that. And there's been a lot of conversation about Sunny this year, but I think that's actually one of my favorite things about Sunny is that Sunny seems to be like, Sunny's got Sunny's goals, which is like just come home to the wife and to the kids and just, you know, be good. Let's hold hands in meat space. Exactly. The world isn't ready for that. I've had worse. Feels like Bolt Hole, hidden resource that can be res to prevent some meat damage. I'm just learning about the hidden resources because we did not play too much with, we played not at all with Proteus. Love and Netrunner is an NBN scheme to sell E-flowers. I don't know. There's just like so many cards in ONR that are like relationship based. I'm like, wait, that's actually really cool. I'm into that. Ooh, Chaos Theory had family lore and financial collapse. Yeah, Chaos Theory's dad's fighting. Like, but that's not like the relationship. I want good relationship lore. We saw, mind you, we see a bit of more like you know, Joyride. That sort of stuff is nice, but I don't know. Can we make this a dating sim? Like, can we date Isaac and that makes us good at dealing with advanceable ice? Is this what we want? Ooh, woo, ooh, woo. Okay, let's build this deck. Okay. Make Netrunner hornier. Why we run too? Yeah, right. All right, so we're gonna play Isaac. So Isaac wants advanceable ice. 2 A's, 1 S. Kingmaking depicts a relationship? Does it? But not in an overt way. Unless that's a joke. I don't actually know what's on kingmaking. I feel like Andy has to have some good relationship drama. Yeah, but Andy's gone. Andy's on the lam. There should be an NBN ad about 2 people sitting in cyberpunk bathtubs next to each other. Isaac giving lonely piece of ice a smooch. Yeah, Isaac gives smooches. This set was meant to be a lot of smooches. We only got some smooches. So he's going to give the smooch. Okay, so when the upgrade moves to the root of a server, you might place 1 advancement counter on ice that has no advancement counters on it. So ideally, built the last might mean nothing, but we'll see how it makes sense, because in theory, it speeds up Isaac. We're going to play 3 Isaac. It's wrong, but this is how we learn how to play a new card. Still holding out for Steve Luart. Oh, man. What if we kiss next to the pipe bomb we threw at the Weyland ship? Oh, no, that's not what I want. So we're going to use this to score out points. Now, a lot of people are going to expect built to last to be a slow deck, right? Like the World's Grind sort of deck. But we're going to make a faster deck. The idea is that we can use Isaac. This is maybe poorly thought out, but we're going to use Isaac as a bit of a speed bump to get bigger strength ice sooner. So that's harder for the runner to contest. Question mark? And then we'll use that to tempo ourselves forward in some ways. It advances a Doodadwa. Unfortunately, we wanted to play faster Netrunner, but okay, I will play a Doodadwa, I guess. If we're playing Isaac, doesn't mean we skipped wall to wall. No, I think they work well together because you just want to advance everything and draw cards, and it does definitely work, as much as wall to wall is not the fastest card. Hey, Hector, some of our local folks are trying to build a mapping table. Corp and runner gain a turn 1 effect that are lore themed. I don't know what a mapping table is, but that sounds interesting. I'm gonna smooch J Chinyo after every kill. You gotta play Brazilian Rhyme too? You think? I don't think we have a huge benefit to de-resing. Do we? Run all 4 sysops and try not to see Hollow Man as a voyeur. A Doodle and Logjam is fun. Yo, how's it going? Yeah, Logjam. So let's talk about the ice that we want to play. And it's very important to know that this ability works without advanceable ice. And there's a lot of cases where that actually makes a bit more sense for us, because just giving big strength to normal ice, it's fine. I'm just going to pop out for a second to close a door. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 6 seconds. Isaac would have worked with Satellite Grid. Yeah, it would have. Satellite Grid said everything has like 2 additional advancements on it, or is considered to have, if you know what I mean. So let's put some ice into the deck and not some agendas. So next, we'll get it. chair stream. So what's good? What's good with advancements? Is Afshar that much better at 3 strength? No. Is Aket really good? Yeah. Aket at 7 strength seems disgusting. This is also a really good card because if it's face planted, it gives us advancements and tempos. It's fine. We can play it for sure. The problem is like the more that we try to build it a tempo advanceable ice deck, the quicker we're going to learn it doesn't make any sense because we're incentivized to triple advances and not do anything. Okay. Could we play Archer? 8 strength Archer doesn't feel that much better than a 6 strength Archer. I feel like the break point where they can break one and not the other is probably pretty narrow. And then we have to build an agenda suite around it. So let's maybe consider it. What else? Border control? Probably. Seems hard not to. Also, Archer slows you down. Yeah, sometimes it speeds you up. You only res it when it does speed you up. Nothing for free sleepy time now. Yo, Jag, get some sleep. Thanks for dropping in. Is Misfingo worth playing advancement itself? Maybe. I feel like we're at this point where we have so many ice that do a similar thing. You can play Misfingo, you can play Aket, and then you can play Logjam. And they all kind of tickle like the same sort of design space. For what it's worth, there's a chance that Logjam won't be that good in this deck because I don't know how we're filling up archives aggressively. And that's obviously a good thing to do for Logjam. Now, Misfingo is also really nice because it goes wide, and there's not a lot of breakers that break a lot of subroutines as much as there's breakers that break 1 to 2 subroutines relatively well. So Misfingo seems okay. It's not good into Cleaver because it's 3 strength and a lot of subroutines. So there's a chance that Logjam is just better, and we hope we res it for 4 credits on face track. It's kind of hard to say. These are all getting sad with Hush, yes, but that's every ice, and the more of them you play, the less Hush can hurt you. If every ice is hushable, that means no ice is hushable because at the same time they all yell, I am Spartacus. And then the Shaper player is like, I don't know what to do. And then they throw their Hush out into the bin because it's easier than thinking. So I don't think this deck wants to be Logjam. I read that out your Boris. I added 3, but we'll see. Yeah, can't Hush everything. Exactly. So we'll see how it goes. Descent is decent. We probably are going to play Whoredom sooner than this. I think we're just going to try and jam our agendas before we're going to manage them. So that's whatever. Envelopment is slow. Hammer is probably worth playing, right? Wait till we get to 3x Hush meta. I don't think we ever will. That's way too hard on MU, but like it's up to NSG to make that not happen. We'll play 2 and see how it goes. Having sentries that are advanceable that make sense are kind of difficult. Like I think Colossus probably doesn't see any play. I think Colossus is just worse than Hammer as much as these subroutines are a bit more widely applicable. You could argue. But I just don't know what sentries we play in this deck. Excited to see Spree. Maybe we can Hush everything. There's a chance. Tributary. Before we get to the end of this, I do want to consider playing Best in Chesso because it is like one of the best code gates and it works really well built to last. It's a bit of a nombo with Isaac because if you remove the counter, it's now suddenly 4 strength. So I don't know. We can play 2 or 3 of it. We don't have to play this. It might be slots in our win condition and we still have to play a win condition, which we have to figure that is. So will happen. If they print cheaper MU, it could happen. Yes. And I think cheaper MU is going to have a huge impact on the game and both in a great way and a bad way. But I would kind of like cheaper MU because utility cards are sick. Yeah. 6 strength Trib is nasty. Yeah, but it's only if the Trib is on the server with Isaac. So like it's not going to line up as much as you want it to. Tree line. Yeah, definitely. So Winchester. Yeah, we'll play. If we get it to 6 strength, so be it. But like that's a problem with Isaac. It's 1 server. Watchtower, no. Valenchow, no. Tree line, 100%. Trebuchet, no. Surveyor, I don't think so. Stavka's probably worth something. And Pharos is probably worth something. But now you realize we have like... Actually, that's not that much ice. Can be like 44 cards, though. It's all barriers. Gotta step out and walk my cats for a bit. They're yelling at me. Yo, I don't know you walk your cats. Enjoy your cat walk. Barrier.deck. Remember when criminals would play 1 Akametsu membership? Yep. Okay, how do we win? So we're going to put things in a remote server. We got to figure out what agendas are. And then we could always play something cheesy like Red Planet Couriers and move all the advancement counters. That's not what the card is. Or like this. We can also just play Trickle Light for a bit of fast advance threat. And that could be good enough as much as they like depowers our ice. This maybe depowers our ice, but we also win at the same time. Red Planet Couriers and Project Atlas is like just kind of the most fun you can have because how do you not win the game, right? Ice Wall strength 4 with Isaac. Maybe that's just efficient enough. I feel like Ice Wall is super comparable to Aket, but not as good. You know what I mean? Right? Like there's probably, we cut some part of this. Like maybe we don't need border controls. Probably still want it, but it's definitely not bad. It just doesn't feel amazing. Hey, great to catch the stream. Matt Gibbs, how's it going? Also, how's the stream so far? This is the first actually like deck building or playing we've done. We've been just talking for an hour and a half. So it's been great. For Oops Up Berries, should we also try to rig shoot the Fractor? I think it would be good. I think that's why we could consider a Stavka. We also probably should play like, maybe this is enough. I honestly don't like a Doodle. I think paying 7 for this is like We have to make them run enough for this to matter, and that's the problem with this card. Like, this didn't even show up in Sokka's list, and I'm not exactly sure why, but it's probably because it's way too slow. Broken for 5 strength, 2 end-to-end codegate subroutines is actually not terrible. But generally, you want this on central servers where they're going to be running a lot, because if this is on R&D or HQ, they can't just really afford to run R&D and HQ anymore. Let's get our agenda suite. How about something like Vasilisa? I think Vasilisa is probably a bit extra. It's cute, but we don't want to pay the advancement. Like, we just rather not pay, and we don't care about the tag. So I think this card could see more play in like Jinteki trap decks, because that is a really good on encounter. In our deck, the advancement is like, it's nice, but it's not worth like spending influence on. I don't imagine. Who cares if your ice is weaker if you won the game? FA for the last agenda is ideal. Audacity is probably just better though. Yeah, but it doesn't cost us our hand. But I don't disagree with you. Do you think we can play Eminent Domain in here? I've not played this yet. The other card we can play is the operation that says install an ice with 3 advancements on it, which is only good as your ice has 3 advancements on it. But I like this card a bit more than most people do. If you have only advanceable ice in your deck, this card is just a lot of value as long as the 3 advancements matter. It really matters on things like Hordem, which we're not playing. But it seems kind of cool. Is Ascent still good enough as an operation? Alex, it's like on the cusp. If you look at Descent as pay 1, draw a card, shuffle 2 back, I don't think it'd be my first option. How's it going, by the way? Play an RPC. If we play an RPC, we have to play a Biotic, though, right? Judo is decent if when you res it immediately makes something other ice cost another 3-4 credits because you put advancements on it first. Otherwise, they stop running it. Yeah, which means you have to pre-advance this. All right, let's get some basics in here. Spin Doctor, sure. So we need to find out what our win con is. I kind of want to just like jam seamless launches and be fast. Business as usual, distribute 2 strength counters with Isaac. Yeah, but it's probably not worth a slot. Like, okay, my hypothesis, and we can try it, is that business as usual does the thing that you already do pretty well on tempo. So you probably shouldn't play a slot on it, right? Like, we generally don't want to put the 3rd advancement, the 4th advancement on our ice. So you have to pick 2 different cards and advance them each once. Because you place an advancement counter, you don't trigger build to last, so you actually don't make money. If you made money with it, then it would actually be sick, but you don't make money. If we do Eminent Domain with Moonpool, be like spinning it in place. Wait, can you Eminent Domain for Moonpool? See, Eminent Domain, you trash it, you install a res of Moonpool. Wait, is that incredible or what? That's really funny. So you spend a click to get a Moonpool, then you install an agenda from hand. Oh no, but then you can't do this because cards have entered archives, right? No, that's actually not text. I'm thinking the Regenesis text. Wait, how bad is that? Moonpool only saves face down agendas? Shit, it's that bad. This card has so much text on it. Borealis playtesters. Trying to figure out how not to break this. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's fine. It was cool though. It's cool while it lasted. Otherwise, we would slash and burn for that thing too. So, how do we win? I honestly want to go the fastest route possible. Call me uninteresting, but here we are. Is there any way to install an agenda without a click? I don't think so. Can we play Mandate into Red Planet Couriers commandment? So if we draw 2, you may play 1 non-terminal. So you can play Red Planet Couriers, and then you can have a click back. Unfortunately, that's in the opposite order. So there's no way to do sudden commandment to Red Planet Couriers. Isaac does not seem like a card for fast decks. I agree, but I refuse to play a slow advanceable ice Weyland deck. Fastest ways with 40 cards? I don't think that's true, actually, Daojin. But I hear you. Where's the money, though? It's not there yet. We're working on it. We only have 6 more card slots. We have way too much ice, though. Oh, this looks terrible. We have no agendas. Oh, damn. Okay, Oaktown. There's the money. The money's coming. What else do we play? It's printed on the ID. Just play Masscom, money sorts. Imagine we had Masscoms. Install agenda, sudden commandment, subliminal, then Red Planet. Yeah, that seems unlikely, but you're right. Basalt. I think Basalt is probably the best 5/3. I don't know what we're adding back to hand. Right? Like, this is why you would play like one big deal or something, but it just is like, seems good enough. With this, we probably want to play an Audacity, but like, I feel like we're just playing a bad hating bioroid work crew. I feel like we're just playing a bad like rush op deck now. Huh. So I guess we play Atlas. Where's Project Atlas here? But we have nothing good to grab with Atlas. We can play one fewer Atlas, I reckon. With all this ice, 3 send a message is fine in 3-pointer too. Yeah, I think send a message might actually be better for the deck. Okay, this is 45 cards. We're missing influence, and the deck is not very good. We need click compression to get this thing down. How do we get click compression to get this thing down? If you ice up a Hearts and Minds, how bad is it? When your turn begins, you may move one advancement counter for installed card to install card. Okay, it turns out it's pretty bad. But is Holloman better than Seamless? Maybe. It's more expensive though. So if we use Hearts and Minds, and at the beginning of our turn, we move an advancement from a card to another card, and then we can click to advance that card, we have infinite value from Built to Last. Oh, this deck is literally just ice and agendas. That is always a red flag. The reddest of flags is if your deck is just ice and agendas. Oh, this looks unbelievably bad. Oh, Built to Last loves Angiofront. Yeah, that's a good point. In fact, we're playing Built to Last. Like, have some incentive to like try out Charlotte as well. Instead. Infinite value? I've listened to the Siren song before. It is so alluring. At this point, just wall to wall? Yeah. The problem is like wall to wall kind of collides with Charlotte in a very obvious way. Is Charlotte better than wall to wall? Charlotte Built to is Startup playing Charlotte Built to Last? Because Charlotte takes up the wall to wall server. Charlotte seems better, but we care about advanceable cards because we're Isaac pilled. Yeah, Charlotte does seem cooler than wall to wall. I thought that would fix our influence. It doesn't. So let's cut the win condition. Yeah, that's better. Let's cut the win condition. Boredom? Okay, let's cut some ice. So we have currently 19 ice. That's way too much. We can get away with 16. So Logjam's probably not that good, let's be honest. We can play like 1 as a capstone. So 1 Pharaohs, 1 Logjam is probably good enough. Anket's really annoying. Border control's fine. Tree line's fine. Horde and Message Chesto. So now we're at 17. We should cut some. Hammer and Winchester. I don't want to deal with, but that's fine. Cut a Logjam, cut a tree line. I think tree line's really good. I think tree line's like very, very flexible. I would cut another Logjam maybe. Or maybe I'd cut an Anket. Do we need Pharaohs? Anket and Isaac seems good enough. Maybe we don't need a Pharaohs. I think Pharaohs might be better than Logjam though. But I want to play Logjam because it's new. Okay, this seems bad. This seems like literally we don't have enough money, but like I want to play this quickly. I'm trying to do the check. Sorry, I'll click every button first. Okay. So this hand, is this can good? Yeah, we have Isaac, so it's cracked. Anket isn't very rushy. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Like they bounce it, it advances the ice. It actually is a bit rushy because it advances your agenda slightly if you're like risky. So this hand we would definitely keep, right? So we would ice up HQ. We'd ice up the remote server. We'd advance something. Next turn, if we had another ice, we'd probably just like Isaac, Charlotte, advance. But wait, Isaac, you have to res him and move him immediately. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, that's fun though. Charlotte cracks. Hopefully we draw 2. They trash us on R&D. Maybe we get this. We need another ice here. We're at 14 ice. No, that's not right. We're at 16 ice. Okay, so draws an ice here. No. No. Would wall to wall have been better than Charlotte? Maybe. I like this hand. Yeah, Isaac in fast games seems backwards, but like we're gonna try out Isaac like this, and then if it turns out Isaac's not playable in this, you can only play Isaac in like literally, you know, grinding of Isaac, then I'm out. So tree line Anket is fine as a start. We can put Isaac on the table but we have to res Isaac on turn 1, so we can't. So we probably just like advance or hedge fund. We probably hedge fund. Then next turn we advance one of these. Would pivot help going fast? Pivot's a very slow card. I think pivot and fast are hard things to put in the same sentence. Like just inherently, right? Like it's 2 clicks to do nothing until you're at threat 3. This is fine. This is fine. I think this is okay. I think Isaac was probably not good enough. So this is the reason why I want Logjam. It's hard to cheat around Logjam. If we're getting free advancements, what about swapping Seamless and Trigger Light? Yeah, but then we can only score 2 Alices and above the lock from hand. We need Audacity. We probably want Audacity as another win condition. I think that's true. Like we might as well have, let's try 2 Tricholite. I'm trying to do Rush. Do you want 1 Malapert or Tucana to help scoring server? Oh, Tucana would be actually really good. Tucana would be very, very good. But now we have a slots issue. Like, I think we cut the NGO fronts, and then we can play, like, 2 Tucana, 1 Audacity. That seems maybe better. Because I think NGO is just worse than Charlotte. And it's slower, right? Like, here we do Rashida, Horda. We might actually tree line to Horda, but we probably don't. We probably just advance that. Or we have to ice up whatever central based off the matchup. If Rashida fires, we might have lost the Tucana from R&D. Let's say we do. So here we can do Charlotte, advance, ice up HQ. Honestly, yeah, let's just, oh shit, you couldn't see most of those cards, but like we're going relatively fast. Grinding of Isaac. It's not grinding though. It's like, what's a word for fast that rhymes with binding? Isn't NGO faster than Charlotte considering we'll have to click a lot on her? Yeah, but we don't need money. We need card draw with Charlotte. Like every advance of Charlotte's like at least worth a bit. Blinding? Oh, blinding. I don't like that term, but you're not wrong. Blitzing? Yeah, blitzing's better. Bounding of Isaac? Okay, I'm into that. Rushing concerned. Big one, how's it going? I still refuse to. Why are you not legal? Tricholite 6 influence? What the hell? Since when? Since when did they change that? Hello? Why is it like that? Trickster 3 influence? Damn it. Since always? No, they must have changed that last week. There's no way. Because why would they have all these empty pips here if they weren't gonna, you know? Now what? Since it was first printed in Genesis, there's no way of knowing that. Like, they must have changed it in system update. It's literally a trick. Okay. How do we deal with that? Do we just go back to 2 seamless? Yeah, it must be the remaster, Izzy. That's true. Yeah. Probably better. Probably better. It's actually probably bad because we have seamless, but then we only have 2 atlases. Yeah, that's probably right. I played Never Advanced 10 way back in the day, and now I know everything about Tricholite. So my game plan is that they just never make a run anti-Pravdivos technology. Swap 1 Charlotte for 1 NGO. I will do that eventually, Alex. I want to try Charlotte in Built to Last because it does seem just like a fun thing you can do with your time. And then if that proves to be as bad as it looks, then we'll try and do the more reasonable thing. But I generally try to do like, we go full, you know, full in, and then we'll pull it back. Weyland, Built to Last. So I said on Patreon, Blitzing of Isaac. Is that what Bounding of Isaac? That I will do a series in which we try and play the alphabet. So we go from number to Z and we build a deck uniquely for each alphabet letter and we go through and we try and put something together. There's a poll up if you're on Patreon. You can choose your favorite option because there's like 16 IDs that start with A for some reason. So if you haven't seen that, go check it out and get a vote. There's some identities that still have 0 votes, which is really funny. But we're going to be starting that sooner than later, which is pretty exciting. I got a comment that said, like, maybe for the letters that don't exist, like there's no ID that starts with D or V or X or stuff like that, we could maybe fudge it. But I think it actually may be better to pick a card that starts with those letters and then build a deck around that card and try and play an identity we didn't play before. That's probably better. I have a wonderful idea for the letter L. There's a bunch of L options. Hey, Alex. Mercury. Okay. That's probably fine. Mercury's not going to care about ice having strength. You need connection with that letter? Ocarina style? Oh, no, I want to keep it in standard or startup. But just put it in the deck. I'm going to keep this hand for sure. So this could be the Mercury deck that was just recently played. We have no agendas, so that's pretty good. B is for Burb. There's no BID? There's a BID. I think. Was B one of the letters that there was no options for? I'd have to check. There's like 6 or 7 letters that have no options. I don't think B was one of them. I think D was one. What ID starts with B? Yeah, the barriers are going to be good, speaking of B. So we need to get something on HQ. Treeline infinite scaling is pretty good because you can't Fazarum it, and then Banner doesn't break this, so I'm gonna put that on HQ. I'm gonna ice up R&D for obvious reasons. Hammer, you generally want on centrals though. I just can't res a hammer turn 1 for you know, it is what it is. Yeah, built to last and building a better world are the 2 Bs. I don't call them Weyland, I call them. Yeah, so there are 2 Bs, yeah. There's actually a choice. They're not. I did anything that starts with the ID to be like personal evolution is not Jinteki personal evolution, it's personal evolution. Gain back 3 credits. You're literally playing. We're playing Isaac. What are you talking about? Yeah, we should have seen that coming. Okay, so this is not the hand to do the thing. So I think we do advance Isaac. We can draw once here. Oh, we definitely want to get an ice on the table at a minimum. This should be on the innermost, right? Look at us playing Rush built to last. What does every refer to as it is as we sorry, Lord? Reverse competitive order for deck building around underplayed IDs might be fun too. I was like really worried that people would like grief poll a bit to be like, oh, and I think Nat is winning one of them. One of the options was like Hoshiko and Hyobu unfortunately is winning, which like that's not surprising. But actually the Metropole Grid Patreon community is like pretty good. Like they have my interests in mind. Yeah, this is why we should have put something on the table. Welcome to playing against Mercury. C2, steal 5 points, just 2 points. Okay. What does every refer to as is basically in terms of ID name? What does everyone refer to it as basically in terms of ID name? Refer to what? Sorry, Lord, I still don't have it yet. This is why people don't play expensive ice. We're gonna have to res this tree line again, and we can't really play around that. I think we put the hammer on HQ. Credit. We can't advance this because it's not advanceable. I only hate voted for Akiko. The rest I wanted to see real games. Izzy, you're the only Akiko vote, I think. For a long time, Akiko had no votes. And an A is a very busy category. And I think Akiko has playable decks right now. So like I wouldn't be too upset about it. But like people didn't vote for Nova, which like sick. All right. So now we just wait for the sneak door to come down. Yeah. Rush BTL going hard. I've honestly, I hear you. Unfortunately, Isaac's not gonna matter. My vote is no longer. Yeah, that's really funny. This seems like a non-game right now. You hear me? We can throw out an Isaac. This seems like a non-game. I'll put this on HQ. It looks good. And I do think Mercury is like just the best at non-games. I'm referencing called built to last then rather than Weyland built to last. Oh, why does everyone refer to it as built to last instead of the ID name? Because like all the ones that start with Weyland or HB or Jinteki, they just seem like not. Is it window for Isaac or is it start turn? End of turn Isaac can move, but the +2 strength is always relevant. This might not be Isaac. I don't know. It's just like not worth saying. Just like I don't want to say HB precision design because there's only one precision design, or like Jinteki restoring humanity. It's just I'll just say RH. How good's Isaac doing? Jank, how's it going, John? Bad. Has no text on this board state where Mercury has no breakers. Mercury has no breakers. Run R&D C2. How do we play around that? I don't know. We should have quad iced all centrals on turn 4, I guess. Do you have other upgrades? No. Yeah, we have Tucana, which you can't put on centrals, I don't think. Yeah, it's just like, what are we gonna do? Maybe we should have purged there. We probably should have purged, but I just don't see what the game is here anymore. Like, what are you meant to do about this? Lose your whole turn? We win this game by 3x ice on a central. Yeah, but which like most decks can't do. Feels kind of rough. This is, I don't like Mercury's design. It's just this. It's like, I'm just going to inside job centrals. And like, now we're going to get Esterbot on centrals. If this is the deck list of the, not the deck list of the week, but the one that test running played, like it only has one Debrado. But like, do we purge? Do we lose our whole turn? So they immediately, he simulchips this? No. So we have to like slowly and methodically do this. This one does have a sneak door. I'm not sure. I did not mean to put that there. It's like, can you play the game by pushing your remote server but not icing out centrals? It becomes a bit of a crapshoot, right? Let's slot APIs, keep your Isabel, and get some value. We have Charlotte now. You don't need Isabel. Wake. Okay. Hermes. Advanced Ice is pretty bad into Hermes. So we still have to just be slow about things. So the question is, where is Arizon going to strike? Banner comes at a 5 strength. So if Banner tries to get through a tree line, we can always res Isaac. And it'll become 7 strength. There's a class act, lots of cards in hand. Alarm clock hitting the bin. So there might be another in hand. Quick, get your CRD Boral on the table. I think we can afford to do Charlotte. See what happens here. Right? Like, we're one bad axis away from losing because we're on real 3-pointers. Can Charlotte take counters off of other cards? No. I'm still unfamiliar. No, but we want... Yeah, there's the Banner. So Banner actually can't... Oh, Banner can deal with this. But it is expensive. And we get our ability to fire. 2, so the subroutine's fire. So we can choose an installed card to put an advancement on. So I think we want to put an advancement on this tree line. It can't do itself, right? Oh, and it can do itself. That's sick. This is another 2 credits and we get 2 credits. So this is a pretty good swing. So we can actually beat Banner because we can scale. Oh, excuse me. Because Banner doesn't, like, it is strength limited and you can't boost it. It's really interesting. So we'll res, gain 3. And now we can push next turn after we advance this. We have to move Isaac over. And then the question is, like, do we lose on HQ? Probably. Tucana? Can Arizon afford to trash it for 1? Okay. And now if Arizon, like, ever challenges HQ, like, we have to advance this once. We have to move Isaac over. It's when your turn ends. So Aket can be 7 strength to Isaac, which is kind of cool. And then still you have to run through this twice. And that's the thing is, like, actually, if Arizon runs through the Aket, we can get the advancement on the Aket and it'll be suddenly 5 strength. There's no way to make this one 6 strength. So we do need the Isaac to stick. Credit. So we have our first play here. Winchester is good on HQ. You still need to manually advance Aket? No, because if Banner fires, the Aket will hit it. So one of the options is we move Isaac and that will hit 5. The other option is we allow Banner to go through once and pop the border control because it can advance itself. So we have a couple options. We don't have to advance it ourselves. The problem is if we push into the remote server, HQ is widely open because this tree line, this is the one we probably have to advance once. You know? Kind of wish Merc cared about subroutines getting resolved, like raindrops cut stone, other subroutines not being broken. Yeah. I think subroutines being resolved is functionally more interesting, but it feels more anarch. Because then it's not just like spam bypass. It's like figure out what you can take. Isaac doesn't work that way. Oh shit, right? Because it's unadvanced cards. Isaac is trash. Thank you. Yeah. So we actually do have to advance this once. Advance this once. Oh, this is rubbish. So advance. So we have to do Oaktown advance. That gives us good money. But the question is, like, how do we make this remote server unrunnable? We have to move the Isaac over, and then this thing will be still 4 strength. So we have to advance this once. There's no way around it. Now, if we do install advance here, move over Isaac, this will become 7 strength, which is unbreakable. If Isaac didn't only advance unadvanced cards, it'd be so much better. Yeah, but it'd be like the exact Netrunner I'd be more upset about, I think. So this will drop us. Then the question is, can you run through Treeline Hammer? And then it's a 50% chance to win the game. So we just have to wait a turn, I think. Right? Like, I think we just get the Winchester on HQ. Is the hammer actually that good? This is not a... Oh, it is technically a fractor. That's weird. Just move it between my 2 logjams every turn? Yeah. It would be unhealthy. So I think we just put this on HQ and click for credit. Yeah. Sick. If this was a Hoshiko, though, we would rush out. It's just like, it's Mercury. 1 run, we lose the game. Isaac and his determination to work half as hard for BTLs are detriment. Yeah. Maybe Earth Station would be better. We're not overextending yet. You can also advance tree line as it can be bannered. Yes, we will advance this one. Eventually, we'll just res Isaac, though, because we're planning to res Isaac anyways. So if Arizon runs here, we'd rather get it with an Isaac fire. But that means if we move Isaac, we do have to advance the tree line once. Trigger Light would have been better than Seamless. In this hand, no. But in general, maybe, because Seamless is pretty bad with these. Alarm Clock. Okay, so we know where the pressure is going to be. Ugly. So, Alarm Clock, we have to res the Winchester, and then we have to res the tree line. So I think we just push Charlotte here. And then I don't think we advance the tree line. I think we click for a credit, because we're hoping the errors on Alarm Clocks through this, and then we can get the hammer. So I think we click for a credit. Get the send a message out of HQ. Is it safe from the remote server? Yeah, I guess it is, but it'll just get bounced. Double Seamless play? Yeah, actually, wait, that's kind of sick. So we could crack Charlotte for 3 and just push the send a message. But that only works if we move the Isaac over. If we move the Isaac over, we get cooked on HQ. I think we hold for 1 turn, because I don't think Arizen can beat the tree line Isaac play. Like, I think this is fine. But you're right. Then we'll never advance the Sam. So the first ice can be bypassed. So this puts us on 3 credits, so we can still res the Isaac. We have 3 credits here on Charlotte. So Winchester's pretty rough. You need to bypass this for 2 clicks. And that means if you continue to go, we can res the Isaac in the tree line. So just gonna jack out. Cool. If we res the Ket, how bad is it for us? It's not that bad. Because we're always getting a credit back. We can lose on this run. Fire all. So we need to advance this tree line, so now HQ safe. Lost the dirty laundry to that? Oh, because you can't break out Ket and hoard him. It's hoping we can res that, yeah. All right, Arzon's like big gassed out. Start a turn, Charlotte. Okay. So now we have to just move the Isaac over, and this will be a 7 strength Aket. I think the deck is not on any inside jobs and has no way to cheat with the Aket, let alone we have border control. So if that's the case, I think we do hedge fund, advance Charlotte, crack Charlotte, install send a message. I'm pretty sure this is safe. And the cool thing about send a message is we won't be weak to, oh, hold on. Oops. Sorry. Forgot to move my bioroid. Do you mind? I don't know how to do that. I'll just do it manually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, res. Advance counter 1. Counter add 1. Thank you. All right, so this boarding control is technically 3 strength. That's kind of cool. And we are totally bulletproof to if we score out next turn. Carpe Diem going R&D. Oh, R&D is the one server that Arizen can run, actually. No, this is not bulletproof. We need to get the Aket to 7 strength somehow, which means we need another Isaac. So this 1 turn has to survive. Because there's 1 in 19 that we just lose here. This gets an advancement, though. So we just need to advance the Aket till the Aket is out of spot. We should probably purge, but again, with the simul chip, it's just not worth anything. We have to just like purge, next turn purge. Like we just have to hold on for a couple turns, which we can afford to do with the Isaac on HQ. Or on sorry, R&D. Oh, sick. Okay, good. We could have advanced to send a message. It would have given us a click back, which is not that useful. Credit, okay. Seamless Loggem's good. Seamless. Advance. Score. Send a message. No bounce. No Hermes. Stay. End turn. Okay, so the next thing we do is we move this to R&D. That might be a mistake. Actually, no, that's not right. Because then Isaac can get trashed. Advance for built to last first. Oh yeah, I goofed it. I goofed it really bad. So I goofed that. I should have advanced first. But I want Isaac on our server 1 because Isaac is going to get trashed and we can't let that happen. It's literally doing the best thing for us. But I'm not moving him. Because it doesn't change the Aket break math because banner's 5 and less. So if we hit 4 on Aket, that doesn't do anything. So we gain 2 credits for the advancement, which we should have done first. I always forget that play pattern built to last because it's only if it's an unadvanced card. Yeah, totally. So we'll see what Arzen can do. Arzen has 1 banner, and I think 1 Kurapira, actually. I think the list actually... No, it's 1 banner and 1 Abigail. So next turn, we have to advance the Uket once, or if ours then runs it, it'll advance itself. Then we move the Isaac, then we purge. And if that's the case, like you can trace through the Winchester, you can Fazarum this, but then the tree line stops him. So at some point, like ours then will get straight locked out because the only way to break stuff is Banner and the one Debrado. So it's weird. It's a shame business as usual doesn't kill Entangler and the likes. Why not move Isaac? Because Isaac just makes Uket 4 strength, and then Artisan can run it, bypass this for 2, bypass this for 2, and then trash Isaac, and we lose Isaac. Like, it doesn't do anything to the math of Uket. This turn it will. So this turn, we just have to advance Uket once. We can put this in server 1, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it actually changes anything. We don't need the hedge fund, so we put this in server 1. The deck has 3 diversions. We advance this once. And then I think we just click for credit. And then we move Isaac. When you move, it makes +1 advancements, but it only advances unadvanced ice. So I messed this up earlier. If we moved Isaac, we can't advance the Uket because it only advances cards that don't have advancement tokens on it. Yeah, it's only unadvanced ice. Otherwise, we would be bouncing him constantly. Does business as usual deal with Fazarum? No, it doesn't, because it removes virus counters. It doesn't actually purge. Unadvanced. Yeah, Thanos, I messed it up at the beginning of the stream too. This is why we have to play the cards to learn what they do. Yeah, so now this is unbreakable. This server 6 strength is unbreakable. This tree line is breakable. I don't think the deck's on a sneak door. Is the deck on a sneak door? No, it's not on a sneak door. It has a laser pointer to maybe deal with HQ ice, but I don't think the deck actually can break. It literally cannot break a big barrier. We could have gone to move it to HQ then to advance Hammer and Winchester. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we might as well have moved it. You're not wrong about that. Yeah. Yeah, we should have at least moved it to advance these. You're right. Iru. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is the sneak door. It's Iru. Okay, so Arzon might have a tag here. So we needed to advance this once more. Crap. So the right play was not to what did we do last click? Click for credit. It was to advance that. The question is whether we spin Doctor cards back in. I think we do. Oh, sorry, Fyro. Yeah. So we might as well spin Doctor cards back in. Yeah, we definitely need to advance this once. Oh, so it would have not gone through. So we'll shuffle back. Trashables is fine because Arzon can only do this once a turn. So I think we'll go for Seamless. I think Tucana is the best card here. But we could lose to this. It's 1 in 17. Trashable. It's a Rashida. Oh, it's 3 cards. Oh, that's fine. Oh, we lost Isaac, actually. Wait a second. Oh, no, we lost our most important card. Oh, we goofed it. We had to advance the tree line. Oh, we forgot about Iru. If we had opened deck lists, we could have done that well. Shit. So now HQ is always going to be open. Man, Mercury's annoying. Do we have a window here to push? Because it's Uket into border control. We still have to score 2 agenda points. We could do install advance, and we could ice it up. So we're weak to R&D. R&D, you go through for 2 credits, so Arzon can just do credit, run tree line, so we have to stop this. A Dedua on R&D secures it. The deck has an Abigail, but we have to block Iru as equally to R&D. Like, we have to ice up both of these. So I think we just take a turn off. Winchester and R&D Archives is probably good enough. A Dedua on R&D doesn't do anything. Hey, Ryan, is this the Metropole Grid living far enough to become the villain? Also, hi. We're trying out Mercury. We were trying out Isaac to be a fast deck, but unfortunately, we're becoming a slow deck, which shouldn't be a surprise. Okay, thinking Logjam. How good is Logjam? Logjam is probably what we want. So we have, it will get 1 counter on its own, 2, 3, 4. So Logjam can beat this. So I think we need a Logjam somewhere important. I think all decks become slow decks against Mercury, exactly. Like, we just need a purge. A Mestachesso is annoying enough. A Dudedwa is more expensive than Mestachesso. Maybe that. Shouldn't we advance tree line anyways? Wait, why didn't we advance tree line? Wait a sec, why did we put the logjam there? Why didn't we advance tree line? Hold on. Yeah, we should have just advanced tree line. Why did we... The logjam should have been there. We played that so bad. Yeah, Thanos. I totally lost track there. 100%. We should just advance this once and put the logjam there. Yeah, this is bad. That was not right. I'll be the first to say that was incorrect. That's fine. We did that backwards. I'm just gonna put a Winchester out here. Now this is really bad because the Oaktown's gonna bounce the logjam, so we have to advance the tree line. Yeah, we don't read into that too much. The play was advance the tree line, put the logjam there, and then we're okay. I would advance the logjam once. The problem is like advanceable ice, like Hermes is gonna undo part of this. So we have to keep this here for a turn and probably advance the tree line. The question of the Arizon can run this twice. And Winchester, just the trace itself can do enough damage because it threatens the banner. Click for 3, okay. Let it stew. Yeah, we definitely have to let this stew. We have to advance this once. And then we're going to advance this twice. And so now Arizon has to like take a crack and hope the bounce. I would have thought about Purge 1 card. Yeah, the rules don't support Purge 1 card. It's just not. It's not rules complete. Bravado. Okay. The Mess and Chestwood is going to be good here. Has a good face check. And now this is rezzed. Mind you, Logjam, we still res for 4 credits. Now you could cycle the Simulchip into the Physarum. But I think Arizon now, if Arizon bounces a Logjam, it's not the end of the game for us. Man, we just need an Isaac. We can change the rules. We're a new second team. This board state definitely doesn't look at all like bounding. We're bounding. We're bounding walls up. We're doing what Built the Last wants to do. It doesn't seem super grindy. Like this is turn 16. Never mind. Don't read into that. Okay, so we can win next turn. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to not lose. How many advancements will Logjam have? Thinking. So the one server we think Arizon can run is R&D. Arizon can install the Abagnale, run R&D. We can't stop that. We definitely need the Logjam out there. Or we needed a big barrier here, which we don't have. So we goofed up our ice placement and it might cost us the game. We get Operation, Asset, Upgrade. There's no ice in the bin. So this will become 4 strength, 5 strength, which isn't enough. It doesn't matter because the tree line is here, but we need the Logjam here on R&D for sure. So we could jam the Atlas and just hope. The question, can Arizon beat Winchester, Akkad, border control twice? And the answer is maybe, like genuinely maybe. So I think we just do advance once and we jam a Spin Doctor. We don't need to replace the Logjam. Yeah, so this was not worth bouncing because like Archives is now off limits. So R&D is the weak server. Do you advance the Messney? We're assuming the Merc is just going to bypass it because we know the deck has obviously Physarum, 1 more Physarum, but it also has 1 more copy of we should purge 1 copy of Abagnale, which will bypass this. And Arizon wants to bypass here. So I'm just going to put this here so we can shuffle back 2 into the deck. Bouncing Logjam good because we can install it. Yeah, then we could actually position it well if the Logjam is bounced. Like we're happy with it. We might purge here if we depending if Arizon does something or not. So how many agendas does the deck have? We definitely misplaced our ice, so I'm not feeling too bad about this. We could have done better. I'm feeling bad that we goofed it, but like we had a chance. The deck is only on 8 ice agendas, excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's only 2 and 11. Still not the best odds. There's the Abagnale. There's the Carpe Diem, Fishing HQ. So Arizon has a run here because this looks like the game. So Arizon might, like if Arizon bypasses the Mess and Chestwood, then the game's over. Do it. This could be an agenda. We have Seamless. The deck also can top deck an Audacity to win, right? We won Audacity. Yeah, okay. Continue counter. We didn't advance it. So if you want to break it, it's still like 4 credits. Yeah, there's the bypass. So this is the last run of the game. Okay. Gets to advance a card. Fire on broken. Choose a card to advance. Might as well do the Messney, I guess. Yeah. Physarum for 2. So we have to get lucky here. Res. Okay, that's bad. We drew 2. This is access only 2 cards, so we're going to shuffle 2 cards back. I think the best cards we could do is Isaac. And we just have to hope. Okay. No, Simulchip can bring back the Abagnale, but it costs either Banner or Fizzarum. So it's in our best interest here. Tree line is locked for R&D though. Yeah, we have to install the tree line and then advance it. Do we have time to do that? I think we might. I should take one for the theme thinking. Yeah, so we need to get this to 6 strength. So I think we just ice up all centrals. Yeah, I think you're right. But the problem is the remote server sucks until we get, like, do we just do tree line on the remote server? I think we wait until we draw an Audacity. Yeah, I think that's fine. There are only 2 purge cards in standard. Reverse seems kind of bad. Yeah. Is this the game I played in Jane over the last week? Wait, really? I've not seen this. So we'll do R&D. We'll advance it, and then we just advance it once more, and now this is locked out. We can discard the Tucana, no problem. We can discard the Dudedois seems not bad, but not the best. It like is annoying. The Winchester will be bypassed or traced. I'd rather have the Aket, I think, because it costs 2 credits. That actually might be wrong. But now this is a 6 strength tree line. So 6 strength tree line on every central server means Arzan cannot deal with it. So we can either wait until we draw 1 and 9 Audacity. Simul chipping on our turn because something was trashed. The deck has 1 more simul chip, which means that's 1 more crack at bypassing a code gate. Daily cast, okay. So the Aket is not safe. The question is whether we think we have a window. And if we have an Aket here, we probably have a window that we can just install in the remote server. Aket is bannerable, so which is better? It's bannerable, but it costs 2 credits. And 2 credits actually matters here. Like in terms of the economy that Arzan has access to, it's 1 more sure gamble, that's it. So we can probably still one more Estebrado. Wait, actually, I thought it was only on 1 Estebrado. Oh shit, there's 1 more Estebrado. That's fine. Well, it's not fine because it means Estebrado does beat tree line here. So we probably the smart thing is either we install above the law on server 1, we ice up server 1, and then we advance. Whatever, doesn't matter what we advance. The other option is we purge. The problem is purging still loses to the Estebrado because this gets bypassed, this gets clicked. So even if we purge, so I think we just push it and say we have it now or we don't have it. Install Odoo, install Agenda. Yeah, I guess Odoo's better. Wait, can we even afford the Odoo? Yeah, whatever. And then either we advance this or we hedge fund. I think we need the money to score this out, so I'm just gonna hedge fund. Well, we have 1 more crack on R&D here. Odoo hedge works, I think. Yeah, it's fine. It's definitely fine. I think Aket border control is going to be enough. The question is if Arzan has the Estebrado and has to just send it R&D here. If we purge, it doesn't change anything. So we just have to get lucky on R&D. Yeah, there was probably a line that I didn't think the deck was on 2 Estebrados, that we should have like trashed everything, left the tree line, and then put 2 ice in front of it. Oh, okay, that's game. Just so we burn this in, you want to advance first. I'm seamless, then advance. And then we'll score. Trash. Pretty good game. Oof. We clawed it back. Yeah, the banners are rough. The tree lines are rough. So that showed, that actually was a really good example of why 2 of 5 strength banners specifically. One of the best cards in our deck was Isaac. Had the less that's about for digging. I thought you dig this turn. We sure rushed out that Mercury. We sure did. Rushed out to 7 points on turn 20. But it's Mercury. Like, what are you going to do? Not ice centrals and then just play slot machine all day? The deck has a critical flaw that has no way to break 6 strength barriers at all. But those aren't real. Yeah, big barriers are taxing because Fizzarum doesn't deal with it. Banner doesn't deal with it. So, like, for what it's worth, like, we haven't seen a lot of Banner. And I think Kurapir is kind of fine. It's still a nightmare to break a tree line, but eventually you have a functional breaker that like doesn't pay 7 to deal with the first ping, but then also like eventually will get pressure on central servers, right? Like it's probably in Arzan's best interest to farm this border control. That's really difficult though. But you know what I mean? Like Kurapir still works with Mercury. You don't have to spend, you know, again, 7 credits breaking your first ping. We played the matchup. You can't play faster than Mercury Hermes. Got to slow down. Yeah, that's the matchup. If I was against Oshiko, we would have like 2 ice remote server and gone. Hell yeah. Yeah, Hermes did little. Hermes was, I had to play around it. I was lucky I had the Sam, or HQ would have been a problem. 1 Debrado wins. Yeah, Hermes could have bounced the hammer if it wasn't to send a message. So the deck has one more agenda in it. Yeah, and Audacity. So we could have just played Audacity Waiting Room, but then we eventually lose to Vibrato. Or potentially lose. Clearly Mercury should be on double turbine like everyone else. I never got a single weight counter. Yeah, I didn't think you would. Yeah, I tried to make that hard. I bungled the archives ice. Real bad. Should have. Didn't need to reinforce the tree line. For what it's worth too, like you can just play Boomerang. The problem is like Boomerang doesn't fire Mercury's ability. Do you need Mercury's ability to do everything for you? No, but it's good. Yeah. Yeah, I should have. I've checked that the deck didn't have Sneak Door. Forgot to check for Iru. All right, let's do another one. I think we can play this one faster. It does have the ability to play faster. Yeah, 100%. I forgot to copy paste that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of games where like Iru just shows up out of nowhere. Anytime I see a Pretty Mary now, I'm assuming the deck is playing an Iru, and I was just like Isop Archives. Still, that doesn't always work, but like anytime I see Pretty, I'm like, oh, the deck's 100% on Iru. I wonder if Shu will join our game. Because I'm not going to join Shoeflower's game. But if Aaron sees this game and she joins, I'll be happy. Mercury slot and skimming. I would have shown the agenda in hand every time. Mercury could play Slipstream, but probably doesn't need it. Yeah, Slipstream's kind of cool. You're right. Maybe not necessary because you still have to deal with the ice. So like it's difficult. Hey. Lou. 40 something. 41. We have Hammer, we have Winchester. Oh, that's a sick HQ start. We have Noma Virus though. We probably should fix that. Thanks, you too. Doing well? I'm gonna keep this. Hammer's really good into Lou. Winchester on HQ is totally fine. We definitely want to just a barrier to end the run. Hammer on HQ is the best ice in Lou, I think I'm okay with Winchester on HQ, Hammer R&D. Because I don't want to put Winchester on R&D. But yeah, Hammer is just disgusting into Lou. Oh. That's fine. We'll put a Hammer on the remote server now. Look at all this advanceable ice we got. Yeah, double Hammer. Those are the two hammers in the deck. Literally, there's only one more sentry in R&D. Pally, Fermenter. Face checking into Hammer and Winchester here would both be so bad. Like, check this board state. You face check into Hammer, you lose Fermenter, you lose Paladin. We might get Botulist here. It's fine. But like, we're just waiting. Now we put the Hammer in front of the next cookbook. Sweet, back just in time to start a game. Yeah, JK, how's it going? We played a long game against, it was Alex who was on Mercury. It was hard. We were down 6 points. Audrey. All right. So we're going to hopefully push a Charlotte to make it look good. But this is the sort of rush BTL we want to play. So the question, where's the pressure going to come down? Audrey can only break 2 subroutines. Now we're going fast. Played against Lewis, installing technical behind ice. So we can do Charlotte, which I think we want to do. We could do Oaktown. Huh. Yeah, this actually feels like what we wanted the deck to feel like. So we can do Hammer, which will eat the Audrey probably. Trash one hardware doesn't matter. Trash one Dakota Fractor Killer matters. Give the runner a tag. Resource matters. I think we just probably trade the Charlotte for the ice. Yeah. Hammer Charlotte. I do like that. Yeah. So Shu might go for HQ just to get an Audrey counter first. Can we res all of this ice? Not functionally. But we do have 3 more credits on Charlotte. We just want Charlotte to stick a bit. And then next turn we can do Oak down, Tucana, and just be happy whatever happens. Once there's an Imp down, oh, that's a hardware. We love that. So we'll res Charlotte. Do we purge here? I don't think we can purge with this many cards in hand, but this is like exactly what we want the deck to do. Can we purge? She's going to have 8 credits next turn unless we purge. If we purge, she's going to have nothing. Unfortunately, Charlotte doesn't have an advancement. I kind of want to purge. We could get another ice on HQ. That's probably fine. Charlotte in build feels paired well. Yeah, it's apparently this is very startup. So we could tree line HQ, advance Charlotte, install the 2 Kana, and then jam next turn. I think that's fine. We just want to make sure that there's no easy server to run. And then we'll push next turn. We can also not get a card draw and an extra credit. We can always just do Charlotte for money. Oh, nice. Strike fund on our turn, so there's 1 on the bottom of 30. We definitely want Mavirus here. Imagine we have business as usual here for the 1-click purge on the fermenter. Yeah, but like, what else are we doing? Advancing our tree line once. Here's a simul chip. Okay, the bin has no botulists so far. Start a turn. I think we will go for the card draw. Okay, Atlas. Would we rather have an Oaktown or an Atlas with a counter? I think we'd rather have an Atlas with a counter. So we can hit Charlotte, put Atlas, advance Atlas. We actually probably should purge here, but then it just comes back with simul chip. Starp has no hush, so this nonsense really common. Oh, reasonably common. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I think we do purge here. It shuts down both the breaker, and then we can push next turn relatively well. I don't want to get rid of the Yachtcat. The Yachtcat seems kind of nice. 5 strength, only can break 1 subroutine. I think it's the worst card in our hand. Actually, Seamless is probably the worst card in our hand. That's weird, isn't it? It comes back, but you have a few more turns. Yeah, and also it eats a simul chip. Another strike fund, though. That's good. Hammer's such a good reason to include Hush in the list. God, Hammer's good. I can't believe we drew both of them. Price. Should the list even have Lacosta? Is Lacosta better than Seamless? We probably should just be on Lacosta, right? Wait, why aren't we on Lacosta? It's 1 more influence than this, right? I think so. Mandatory, yeah. Okay. So Hippo, BTL wants to be. I don't think you need to click in BTL. So this is going to be 4 strength. So we can install Alice Advance. She'll be functionally on 4 credits. The hammer, you can't break all the subroutines, so it's totally safe against Hippo. I think we just push an Alice with an advancement counter. The advancement counter actually doesn't get us that much. Like, we only have 1 Audacity. It's not the most obvious inclusion in the deck. But 2 Kana firing seems important. The other options, we do Charlotte, install Oaktown. Thinking, we do hit Charlotte, install Atlas, fire Atlas once. I don't know if we need the Oaktown money. Like, we haven't rezzed any of this stuff. Our ice is actually kind of expensive. Yeah, whatever. We'll do it. This is a click for a lot of money. Let's see what happens. Advance Charlotte first. Yeah, you advance Charlotte, you gain 5 credits for a click, which is kind of sick. Maybe that's actually why we didn't need the Oaktown. I forgot that we had like 5 credits more in Charlotte. So let's see what she does here. Having Hammer is good. Some ice will be destroyed. The tree line could go down. We just res the Winchester, and it actually will be pretty bad for us if she breaks HQ. Yeah, Build Blast has been firing a lot. It's Hedge Fund -1 and +5. Imp, yeah, we're running Centrals. Now the breaker here is like Recycle Audrey. Because there's no Knob Curry yet, and this has no tokens on it. So we probably have to go get something annoying to put on Archives once Knob Curry comes down, or just R&D. Okay, so we get this. Res, do we have to score this out? I shouldn't have resed if we don't. I think we just go get something for R&D. But what's the most annoying thing for R&D? It's like a Doodadwa, right? I guess so. We could do Board Control. What else can we get that's annoying? Like, maybe 3 hammers is actually worth playing. So we can get an ice rezzed. So HQ, we just res a Winchester, which is going to be annoying enough. Adu is good, but you can let them, but you can't. Yeah, it's going to get hippoed. But I think if the Doodawah gets hippoed, it's like not that easy. +1 for 3x hammer. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think it's probably the card that we're least excited about. Hortum is good once it's advanced. Oh, Hortum's really good once it's advanced. The problem is like it might get trashed immediately. The deck has botulists for sure, so like tree line's not that good. So we can put a Hoard'em on table and just hope it doesn't get trashed. Logjam, 0 strength, technically, but very good into Botulus. Akad's less good into Botulus. This kind of shows we have something in hand, which is fine. The deck probably has a Buzzsaw. There's an upgrade. Archives is open. Baiting around to R&D might get you Hammer Slam. Yeah, I kind of want to let R&D look a little soft. So we probably triple advance Hoard'em if we don't jam. Hammer. So now Lou's going to start to fire. So she can only break one of these subroutines, and all these subroutines are pretty good. So you probably have to break the, I don't know, the middle one's probably the worst. So it's 2 cards from hand. It's nice she can't Hippo Hammer in the current state. Yeah, exactly. So Hammer can't be broken unless the deck's actually running a killer, and I don't know if the deck is running a killer. This thing's super, super mean. Fire all. So trash 1 resource. Okay, so it's going to be a tag, which she's a program that's not Dakota Fractor killer. What do we trash here? The Fermenter is important. The Imp is going to be economy, though. It can be Simulchip backed immediately, but I'm okay with us eating a Simulchip here. Yeah, it's probably the Imp. For what it's worth, that's the second Audrey. Oh, no, it's not. It was bottomed. An Audrey was trash, but bottomed. Yeah, Simulchip's going to get the Imp back. That's okay. At least that's 1 Simulchip down. So whatever this is going to be, it's going to be Imped to fire Lou for the first time. Yeah, whatever you be trash will be. Oh, send a message. We have a Spin Doctor in hand if she doesn't pick it up. It looks like she's clearing the tag, so she's not picking it up. So that's fine. Okay, so this is good enough. We could take a turn here to triple advance the Hoard'em. I think we want to get the Spin Doctor on the table for obvious reasons. And if that's the case, we just need to put an ice on archives so that it does not immediately get farmed from Knob Creek because we don't have a virus. So I think we'll put this in server 1. I think we'll put this on archives. And I think we'll consider advancing something once. The Hoard'em is probably the best. Obviously, this advancement doesn't matter if it gets trashed, but next turn we can consider purging if she doesn't crack the Fermenter. And we're looking for like more Simulchips here. Just Hammer, so good. Oh, that's fine. We can afford to res that. So this is another good reason why we should consider purging. I wish we had an Isaac on the table doing work for us, but I think here we definitely purge. Because her money is bottomed out. And then next turn we can install advance and probably put the Isaac on the table as well. Without seamlesses, we have to kind of show send a message a bit. Send a message to res the logjam would be acceptable. Especially because if you run archives, logjam actually gets a counter because of face-up agenda. So we hit acid, operation, ice, and agenda. Just no upgrade yet. Simulchip. Okay. I think the face check on Hammer is so bad that you can't like face check and hope the corp reses for 6 because they will. Hoard'em advance? Yeah, next turn maybe. I don't know if it's her priority to trash this. We haven't seen a breaker yet. We've seen a buzzsaw actually. So like still Hoard'em is annoying with the buzzsaw because it's 4 credits to break. It's probably worth something. It's just kind of expensive to advance it. And now at any start of turn trigger, if she trashes something, she can install the Tranquilizer. It comes in with 3 at our start of turn, so it'll immediately get derezzed. She has no money? No, she doesn't. But she could cycle Fermenter on the start of her turn to start with the 6 credit button, which might be necessary. Okay, so now we have some thinking to do. So the remote server is still tricky. Treeline gets Botulist. We haven't seen a Botulist yet, though. Hammer is hard to deal with. No matter what, Toucan is okay. How many Buzzsaw on Lou? It only has 1, usually. So we can go advance, install Atlas. Not great. So I think we start with the Spin Doctor. Okay, that doesn't help that much. So I think we bring back the Seamless Launch. We probably double advance the Hoard'em, but I think Treeline Winchester is a relatively good server. And then if that's the case, though, like we might put an Isaac on HQ to make this a 6 strength Hoard'em. It actually doesn't change the break math for Audrey, but if Buzzsaw comes down, it becomes annoying. To get counters on Audrey, she has to flicker Audrey, which will be Simulchip number 2, which maybe that's okay. I think we'll push the Oak down. So send a message goes back, Seamless goes back. Love that Lou has his deck. He was definitely untouched for a long time aside from APOC. Also, I love Audrey. Yeah, it's a fun deck to play against. Like, it is unfortunately, some of the decks are not spending a lot of influence on multi-axis. So if you're behind, it's like a total prison, and it eats a lot of decks. Whoredom shuts down Audrey though. It does, but then the buzzsaw comes back. I just feel with this hand, if we just do double advance, like maybe we can do double advance, jam the Atlas, and then just not have to do anything with it. It's like she will buzzsaw this. I just don't think she can run 2 ice at this point in the game. Right? Like we can res tree line to Winchester, which is pretty good. So I don't think we need to do this now. So we do this, and then we get an Isaac on the table. Wherever we move it, we'll get an advancement. Do we want a 6 strength hammer? It doesn't change the break math. So I think we just put it on HQ. Could you get one of the advances by installing a moving Isaac right away? We could. I just don't think it matters. I'd rather keep this as a defensive upgrade. Because like right now having the this on Whoredom is fine. Labor rights? Okay. I never know how soon you should play labor rights. It's a weakness with Anarch decks. I never know when you're meant to tempo this thing out. 1 Botchless came out. That's something. So 1 Botchless in the bin. 1 Imp. 1 Boomerang. So it's on Boomerang. It's good to know. Boomerang got bottomed, and so now she's deciding what 3 to go back. Steel Skin, and Simulchip. No surprise. So we're threatening to score out next turn. I'd argue we don't really have to. Server 5 also, the fact that we don't res this makes it so she has to play around with Virus, which is definitely worth something. Like if we had him a Virus, we would put it on HQ. So sometimes not showing you upgrades is like worth more than what the text on the card is itself. Could you push Sam there? Honestly, maybe. I wanted the Isaac down. I think pushing the Sam we want to do eventually, specifically when like we have 2 Seamless in hand, which like that's a ridiculous sentence because the deck only has 2 Seamless, I realize. So maybe we could have done install advance. It's just with 7 cards in hand, you're kind of incentivized to like play a bit more of your hand than spend all your turn advancing. Checking for priority. Pass priority. In theory, you could like throw out a hush, Simulchip a hush. So you're going to ask for priority. It shouldn't really matter. It's a hammer. I think she can get in here. The question is, how bad is the hammer? Because if you want to get through this, you have to Simulchip the Audrey. And if you Simulchip the Audrey, you're not getting through the tree line. So this seems reasonable, and you can't let the hammer fire. This ice is absurd. Hammer is so good. It's so good. Fire all sick. Tag. Choose a resource or piece of hardware. So we're likely want to trash the Simulchip because then she can't contest the tree line. Choose a decoder fractor or killer to trash. So it's probably the Imp. You can continue. Ice is incredible. Yeah, it's something else. She also has a tag, which means like trash and cookbook is usually right. She can't do anything about this, so I'm just gonna fire. Clear tag. We could consider the fermenter because I think money matters more, and there's no easy knob curry server. So like cutting the her money down actually is like reasonable. So we score out the Oaktown, which we don't have a huge incentive to do here. But like we could advance, put the border control on server 1. That's fine. We could double advance the Whoredom. We have to remember the hammer's going down. So we need to keep our money up. So we definitely advance this at least once. We'd probably advance it 1 more time. Can we leave it in the remote server? If you trash the knob, she'd be over MU. Oh, that's true too. But then she can still get in because she just Simulchips a Botchless on tree line and steals the Oaktown. I don't know. There's a chance that like losing the agenda but trashing the knob curry is better. Only 1 labor rights is out, but she still could get in if that's the case. And like the Audrey's useless without the knob curry anyways. So she just like gets a Botchless and goes through the tree line. Maybe she would jack out, but I don't think so. So if we score this, we get a Tucana, so we can get ice on R&D. That's probably fine. We can throw out this Isaac. Yeah, that's fine. This Tucana is sick. So what do we get on R&D? I think we score the tree lines. We get Tucana. Yeah, I agree. So Mess and Chesto and R&D is fine. It's 4 strength, which is just perfect. And we put in R&D. End turn Isaac. Do we res this Isaac? No, I still think we play around with Virus. The advancements on this don't actually matter. And so now we can win next turn by doing install advance events potentially. I'm enjoying this more than I thought I would. Like, legitimately enjoying this more than I thought I would. Because we have mean ice, but like cool mean ice. Fermenter for 6. Second fermenter coming in. So how can she use credits? Yeah, it's like, if it plays smooth enough. Solidarity badge. Okay, I'm not worried about that, I don't think. So do we do border control, install Charlotte, use Charlotte, and see what happens? That might be fine, because I think we want to border control on this server before we push out. And this looks like game point potentially, because she knows we're on what's it called? Seamless. If it's causing mulch issues, I'm all for it. Imagine we have a virus in the list. Like, I don't know, is Seamless the best for this list? I don't think it is, because a bunch of our agendas don't work with Seamless very well. Cleaver, okay. Are you generally the build last part or the hammer being awesome part? I think both. Like, build the last has given us more money than we think it has. Okay, so this remote server is still difficult. We can't trash the cleaver, so she can contest this. If that's the case, we want to move Isaac over because this becomes a 7 strength tree line. She probably has a simul chip by now. Border control being 3 strength doesn't really matter. So like putting a Doodad on there is something for sure. Outer BC Sad versus Hippo. Yeah, we just crack it immediately to waste a click. But if she hippos the border control, I think we're okay with it. Like we got to put some ice there. So it is what it is. But yeah, you have to pay attention that you don't want to just crack it. I think we're okay putting in an Atlas with a counter. And if she steals it, she steals it. I think we're kind of fine with that eventuality. So I think we advance this. Trash it, install Atlas advance. We just engender some sort of interaction on this turn. Because if we get the Atlas, we get the Atlas. If we don't get the Atlas, we just jam send a message probably at our next window. Isaac? Oh yeah, right. Ah, shit, too late. But yeah, Isaac can matter. 4 strength logjam. Sick. 4 strength 3 subroutines is like fantastic. It's gone. We're totally fine with that. Now there's an open server for Knob Curry. So now the border control is good. I think the Isaac will never get rezzed. Maybe if it was a virus, we would have ducked the hammer, but I don't think so. All right, I think we just get a counter. Shit, I forgot we get this too. What's the most annoying thing on archives? I think it's a Winchester here, right? Tree line's 3 credits. So a tree line's pretty good too. I think tree line's a bit better. What do we throw out? A Doodad? A Doodad seems way too slow for the deck. Like I never want to spend 7 credits on that card. It makes sense. I don't think we're totally surprised. How does Solidarity? Oh, because of the Hippo, yeah. But now if we top deck one of our 3/2s, and we don't have that many in the list. Actually, no, we still have 3. We just grab an Audacity. If there's a simul chip, we have to potentially play around like Clot from hand with Audrey, which is a hard thing to deal with, but we can purge from this point. Tucana's so good. I really like the designed actions and devices you to score. Yeah, it is incredible. An absolutely incredible card. So surprising it's in Weyland. Seems like an HB card, but like just if Liga draws art for the card, you know the card is cracked. Like it's literally that simple. Adudu was bad, relearning lessons from 2015. Droids, no. But if the deck was slower, Adudu was fine. But like we're actually reasonably good at shutting stuff down. So simul chip, no clot so far, but we could be surprised. At least with Spin Doctor, we can save it. I think we just jam Charlotte. The other option is purging, but she took her money. So I think we just do Charlotte. We can do Spin Doctor and remote server. Like I said, Doodle isn't worth it cost unless it's somehow immediately impactful, like placing 3 advancements. I'd argue even for 7 cards, 3 advancements is not worth it. But I hear you. I hear you. If it fires and gives you value immediately, yeah, it feels a bit better. I don't think we're rezzing Isaac. Just go for it with send a message. I don't think we need to. Like we have 3 and 14 and Charlotte draws a card probably. Like we could put Spin Doctor on the table. That's probably fine actually. So now there's just 2 things she has to deal with. She runs a Spin Doctor, we have to crack it so she doesn't get a Knob Curry. But it looks like the remote server has the win in it. So this kind of looks like Agenda and Rashida, where it's hard to do both. Hammer's still such a pain. Liga cards are cracked, you say? What about Charlatan? Charlatan's a Liga? Priority? So if she passes priority, we can like rip the border control immediately. I don't think we need to. I think the hammer is just gonna be a problem. No action. If she hippos the border control, we're fine. Two Audrey, interesting breaker solutions going on here. Yep. Like you're on an AF run or whatever. Continue to approach ice. I don't think we have anything to do here. Continue to counter ice. This could have been 2 more strength. I don't think it's going to matter. This has to get botchless, but if it botchless, you still can't break all the subroutines. So I guess we're ordering parts of it. Hornum's also like, seems to be doing well. 4 strength code gates are good right now. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like Isaac doesn't matter on the server. Isaac hasn't been, Isaac mattered in the last game, but in a really weird way. But I still think Isaac's worth playing. Fireall, what do we get? Choose a thing to trash. So do we just trash the botchless to be annoying? Then Cleaver has to break this, which I think we're okay with it, but I'm assuming. So Audrey's 2 cards from hand, so we have choices of what we want to trash here. So we can't trash the Cleaver, so it's either one of the Audreys, which Knobcree hasn't fired, or the botchless. I'd rather trash the botchless. So now either get Simulchip back, which is fine, or she can pay money to break tree line. And then still, we're going to see 3 cards here and probably win. If she uses the Simulchip, that's great for us, because then we don't have to play around Clot. That would be the best case. So I want to incentivize the Simulchip to come up on the table. Oh, she's paying 5. Okay, that's fine too. Res, gain 3. Tucana will get trashed, probably for credit. Oh, yeah, I don't think you pull Imp here. Watch this means Isaac might do something? Yes. Funny enough, Isaac there would have actually been sick. We'll res this before start of turn. Do we want to shuffle cards back in? No. All Charlottes are out, so let's just draw a 3-2 here. Beans. So how many times can we send her into the hammer is the question. Why trash Tucana there? It does nothing on win. It gives Lou a trigger. It's just because it draws a card clicklessly. It doesn't do anything, but for Lou and Solidarity Badge it does. But I think Solidarity Badge already got charged on the ice destruction. I think Winchester's fine. I think we advance Hordem twice, right? Yeah, Lou trigger, yeah. So it's just like pay 1 to cycle a card. I think we advance Hordem twice, right? Is that the server we lose on? Our money's not amazing. Right, how's it going? I haven't responded to your comment. There's NA and double seamless opportunity of spin stacks. I don't think it will. I think we're just like, there's still 3 and 11 cards that we win off top deck that we don't need to do it. So either we double advance Hordem, which like, I don't know if she's ready to deal with 2 ice. It's expensive. I think we just do Aket, advance Aket. The Aket breaks for 1. I guess Winchester's better. We should advance something. The tree line's annoying. Let's try that. Do we seamless the tree line? You know what? It'd actually be pretty okay. I totally forget you can seamless ice. Seamlessing the Hordem there was probably the play. Let's be honest. Seamless Hordem would have been sick. Because we can't pay to pay 2 and we want, yeah, seamless Hordem would have been 100% right. Yeah. Yes, Tokes, how's it going? Seamless Hordem, yeah, I do like that play. I definitely was not considering it, but it's almost definitely correct there. Trashing Cookbook is a consideration. Oh, I didn't realize she floated the tag. Yeah, trashing Cookbook actually would have been sick. I would have trashed the Cookbook. Imagine we triple advance this and then she runs thinking she's going to break with, what's it called? With Buzzsaw, and then we res an Isaac and the Hordem actually fires. Disgusting. So this is a revolver. So we res Winchester. She breaks it for 2 and 2 bullets. Thinking, do we tax out her bullets? I think we do. Yeah, I think we do. I really like the design of Hammer and Hagen, not destroying basic aggregators or destroying cards like Botches and Audrey. I am like on the fence about it. It's obviously like way easier to print than just like lose programs, criminal loses. But if there's too many cards that just like threaten utility breakers, people just don't play utility cards. And then you end up with like a Shaper deck, which is, you know, just 3 breakers and a turbine, which like I don't think is the most interesting part of the game. So it's a hard thing to climb. All right, we're breaking this with Audrey. Sick. We're going to try and keep our bullets for hammers. Oh, we have 4 draws. Could we just draw into Audacity? As a person who's always brought Kin to Tourney's hammers is sad, but it's cool, yeah. Yeah, hammer is pretty rough into Lobisomu. 2 and then probably 3 bullets. She might start floating tags, which is totally fine. Not if the Hortum is advanced. Wouldn't she break with Audrey? No, she can't if it's advanced. You can't break with AIs. So she has no money when she gets in here. So she has to get an imp, but she's getting a botchless. So Rashida actually stays. Whoa, Rashida stays. So botchless will get through this for free, of course. This is where like Musfingo would actually be a bit better served. But Rashida lives, and now she doesn't have a simul chip. So that means we don't have to play around Clot, but I don't think Clot's in here. So she has 1 click left. She's had such a hard struggle. The ice is just really not working in her favor. Okay, that's it. So we'll Atlas for the Audacity. We don't have to play around anything. Server 1. Advance first. I feel like I always advance first because Audacity makes that more obvious. Score, trash, Pally. GG. Oh, that was rough. Hammer's super rough. What turn was that? 17. Not that fast. Thanks for the game. Yeah. Yeah, oh my god. I have 2 in the deck. Drew both in opening hand. Yeah, hammer is just brutal. Just brutal. I think Revolver is this sort of flex slot card that like can come in and out of these loot decks and like definitely looks good. Hey, you too. Take care, eh? Yeah, that was wild. That was really, really wild. I don't think she felt like she was in control for much of that game. And then she has to play our like jam garbage in the remote server. There's a new Cyberfeeder script feature. It highlights target servers while running and installing. Helps reduce misclicks. I should just checking it out after stream. Right. Does it auto update for me? For those who don't know, Rahi, she's in chat. She's the person who put together Cyberfeeder, which is like, I think the best thing to happen to online Netrunner in a really long time. No disrespect to JNet devs and all the nice people doing great stuff, but like, oh, Cyberfeeder is just like absolutely cracked. So, because this automatically updates itself, right? I just haven't gone in here and messed with it for a while. You left a good message about how like some of my CSS styling might be goofing up some of the new features on my side. So what do I have to do to like, do I have to update this? I think it automatically updates because like I've been seeing the changes. So compress player stats area, shrink runner card down, Isla extra hand scroll. If you scroll down and show me your version, I'm at app version 4.2.1. Move counter slightly down in the runner board. I love that actually, because then it stops blocking art. That is something I've wanted for a while. That's new. Redact player names. That's good. That's a button for replays. Hide opponent, high-end content. Interesting. Fade out old messages. Weird. Okay, so we need to go to the scripts tab. I'm excited for that. I think the art, like the counter should always cover the text, not the art. And currently counters covers the middle. Scripts. Okay. Sort archives when pressing control key. Lower centrals when pressing control key. I did not know that did a thing. I've been pressing control a lot. Fix chat auto scroll. Sick. Highlight target server. Let's see what that does. Hand size reminder. New message indicator. Remember secret information. Annotate locations with icons. Track points and archives. What are the features here are ridiculous. Animate cards in hand. Beta. Okay. Animate discard entry. Buckle up. Lower features no longer need to fixed on JNet. Okay, so I'm just gonna undo that. Yo, right, this seems incredible. Hand animations is broken. Should I turn it off then? Scripts. I'll just undo it. Yeah. I know it wasn't working perfectly. All right. I'll just turn it off. Okay, let's make some small changes to the deck. So far, the deck's felt okay. What do we want to change? We have learned. What have we learned? Generally, what have we learned? Toucan is probably better than Isaac. We're going to stick with Isaac. 2 seamless, 3 hedge fund, whatever. Winchester's okay. But I honestly think that the hammer seems a bit better. We want to be playing 3 hammer for sure. A cat has underperformed. It was really good in the matchup where getting it to 7 strength is good, but that's kind of it. A Dudedwa hasn't been good. So I think we're okay with this 16 ice. Is there anything we ever feel better about? Like the boarding controls have seemed important. We've been drawing enough of them. They're not great on their own. They're good for rush decks. The logjam has actually felt okay. Mavirus is really hard. Like for Mavirus, we have to cut a seamless, probably. Goodbye, Dudedwa. You've served us not at all. Minus Isaac playing 3 early when you don't have res dice isn't good. No, it's not Spark, but we're going to stick to it for a while just because of proof of concept to see like what, because that's the problem is we want to find out how many situations Isaac is good in. And so far, yeah. Are the Charlottes doing work? The Charlottes are incredible. The Charlottes have been really, really good. Minimum install click for 5. Our opponent runs it, but we've gotten a lot of value. Like the top ability on Charlotte's gain 6 and a card draw, and then gain 5. Right? Like she's, for us, usually gain 11 and a card draw. Like Charlotte seems absurd. Very, very good. Better than wall to wall. Message Chesto is definitely cuttable because the one of hasn't felt that impactful. Like we could probably cut Message Chesto and play Hordem. Message Chesto also doesn't work inherently with Isaac. So like I could see this happening, but Message Chesto is just a good ice in the format. If that's the case, we can actually install like a virus. I have my own CSS that moves the log near the stat boxes on the right side, and that helps so much. I don't have to go back and forth to see things happening. I would be so excited for some sort of like CSS magic that could allow a JNet that always has a section that is never contested, so you could put cameras or deck lists or something like that, which I think, yeah, getting all stuff in one side seems fine. I think that's probably better UX, but I don't know much about it. Charlotte BTL punitive this deck to be in startup, like I was saying. Oh, cool. What do we do with 2 influence? Another seamless, maybe? I just don't think seamless is that good with this agenda suite. New feature? Yeah. It's hard though, because like I don't honestly know where that spot is. But if there was an uncontested spot, it'd be sick. Send a message is better than SDS. Mark, how's it going? Maybe not. Honestly, maybe not. We just almost try not to score this out. Is Basalt Spire better? Probably not. But SDS is like, we'll try and keep it in mind. It could be Mavirus, but Mavirus is like a slots issue, right? Like we could play a Mavirus and then one more, or play 14 influence, or 16 influence. Like we could do this, but then we have too many cards. I don't know if we want to play 49. I don't think we have a big incentive. We could play an Oaktown and 4 more cards, and actually it wouldn't feel that bad. Switch Seamers for La Costa. I feel like this slows the deck down. It slows the deck down a bit. It also doesn't work with the way that we use Charlotte, which is advanced. Like I talked about La Costa being good, and it probably is, but it doesn't work well with BTL. Because like we never want to install and not advance the Charlotte, because advancing the Charlotte is like fine. So we don't have to take that risk. Yeah, I think 3 Seamless is really cool with the Atlases. We don't have we tempo Atlas out. So maybe we can do this and then cut a card. Yeah, the Atlas counters have been game winning, that's for sure. So like, what do we do here? It's like, honestly, it's probably cut an Isaac. Well, that solves that, I guess. By the way, I don't know if I said hi, D Hunter. I don't know why you'd play La Costa over Seamless and been built to last. It's a good enough card. It can't advance ice though. If it could advance ice, then we would do it, but it's obviously a different game. Hey, Gyro. Gyro just sniped that. Arisana. Okay, this is going to be a rough matchup. Arisana can slap Vandal some of her ice. Arisana's hard to rush against. Thanks, you too. Arisana has like ridiculous pressure. I think we saw Gyro like burner, trick shot. So we have to ice up HQ a bit better than other matchups. What's it called? Pretty good. Hammer's pretty good. I'm going to mulligan this hand because we can't really push in a remote server because Arisana can just slap Vandal the tree line with a Muse and the game's over. That's much better. Oh, this is now color coded. Sick. Okay, let's see what the differences are. You only mentioned it so the idea wasn't forgotten. Yeah, no, I appreciate it because we were talking about it. So what do we want on the remote server? I think border control is okay, but it gets hushed. I think Hordem is also fine because if Buzzsaw is the breaker, it doesn't deal with it that relatively well that soon. This does get Fizzarum the way border control doesn't. So maybe we'll do a Ket HQ, Hordem R&D. I think actually triple advance a Ket R&D is better. Whoa, this is new. Oh, targeting. Whoa, right. Look at that. That's really sweet. I'm still going to misclick. I'm still definitely going to misclick, but that's sick. Okay. Really, really cool. Definitely impressed. And then we'll just advance this once. We just want to get this to 5. That's why we're not advancing the Hordem. Fizzarums will be a thorn, yeah, especially without a virus, but mostly barriers. The Fizzarums are actually not that bad. Right? Like if you Fizzarum a hammer, that's the best case scenario. Fizzarum a Hordem is like whatever. But we are barriers the deck. Ari also mulled. Gyro, he mulled. So, yeah, okay. I should have asked for priority there. That's on me. Botulus. The heck? Okay. I guess we're just... Is every deck a Mercury deck which is like, I'm just going to see 2 in R&D, nothing you can do about it, your ice doesn't matter? Like, I don't know. Rashida done? Tucana done. Okay, at least we're drawing new cards. That was free to trash, so I guess. Now there's a Botulus here. A cat's still okay into Botulus if we advance it once more. You good? Yeah, fix it up. Creative. Okay. Oh, that animation went into the bin. It was actually pretty cool. Whoa, these animations are good. Why Botchus when slime is so much better? It's a mixed bag. This you can't really purge out that well. I do agree. Like, one of the reasons I didn't like the idea of Fizarum is like people don't play Botchus in Ari, but it's so much better because you don't face check. Botchus is definitely in the midpoint. There's also a chance that this might be a spree deck, right? And then you want to... Okay. This is just gonna happen to us. I feel like there's so many decks where just like Hammer Centrals is like the game plan. Okay, at least this is... It has no impact on the break math. You just can't break all of it. Unseen, unseen. SDS here would have been sick. Oh, that was a trash animation. That was cool. 2 Tucanas out. I foresaw a pretty lady here. Yeah, I think this is just going to be R&D smash. If that's the case, we have to No, purge doesn't do anything. Rigging up, poison vial. Trash. Oh, because it went to the bin? Oh, the animation. I'm understanding it. Okay. So we broke lock. Isaac does nothing against us. Botchus is the best way to deal with that cut. So we need to get another ice here. Great. This deck also might be on Slap Vandal because of Poison Vial. I guess we're just going to get Isaac working for us. That is really cool. But like, how do we stop this? It always animates whatever the changes in the bins. It gets wild when flipping archives cards. Oh, I'm I'm excited to see that. So I think we just advance Charlotte again. And I think we'll res Isaac and move, because we've not done this yet. Okay. Draw for ice. Yeah, we could have. We definitely could have drawn once there. It's more important than the Isaac coming down. Advancing the Charlotte seems nice, but like, I don't know. Yeah, probably should have just drawn there. There's the burner. Okay, action. We have a spin doctor to the table, so the burner's like mixed bag. But I think this is just gonna be oops all Trojans. Need some Liberdade action. I'm running Botchus on RE2 right now. I think Muse and the introduction of these high strength archetypes made it so much better. Yeah. There's just so many ways to cheat through ice. Not yet. Okay, it's just a 6 strength Hordem. So Fizarum, Botchus both deal with it relatively well. None of these are AIs, mind you. So Muse from hand. We'll get trashed. This is not World Tree, is it? It's a bot. Okay. It's a Botulus. So you can break all of it if you want to use a poison vial. I'm actually would be more upset about the Axis Fireall than the burner. Because you can't trash Isaac either. Seamless above the law. What do you think is going to happen here? Because with Botchus, you can't run back. Seamless onto the bottom, that's fine. We didn't need them. But this is where we just need to ice up. And right, like we talked about playing Rush BTL. We just got to ice up everything. So it's above the law to the top. We have a Spin Doctor here. So still you're going to see new cards. It forces the Spin Doctor. Fire all. Choose a card to advance. Hordem. Gain a credit. Use Spin Doctor. I think you wanted to contest the Spin Doctor there first. We'll just do Tucanas. 2 Tucanas. Above the law off the top. Wait, what? That was a single? What the heck? It was an above the law on the top of the deck we shuffled, and it was still above the law on the top of the deck. The odds of that are 1 in 34. That is bizarre. I thought that was like C2. It's not. So the question is, what do we want to ice up better? As far as Gyro knows, we don't have agendas in hand. We definitely advanced this once. Hey, Corn Warrior. Yeah, that was wild. So now we just need to get more ice on this stuff. Do we trash these? I don't think we trash these. Okay, that's, I think, the best case scenario. I don't think we need to ice up HQ that hard. We'll advance Charlotte once, and then we'll just put an ice on R&D. What is the better ice on R&D? If Poison Violence like Kongamata, Gabali, Botchel, Slap Vandal, like these are just as bad. A Ket's probably a bit better. Move Isaac. I think to put it on R&D, we just get the advancement there. We could have advanced it ourselves, but 7 strength of Kets, it doesn't matter because ice text doesn't matter in this matchup. Hammers would be really good because Botchless does not beat Hammer. So we want to draw one of our 3 hammers. And this, like every turn Charlotte is a click for 6 credits and a card draw. Like that is really good. Can you move Isaac to the same server to get the trigger? I think JNet lets you do it. I don't know if you actually can though, because I don't think he considered moving. But JNet lets you to move Tributary to the same spot. So like maybe JNet does? Is that actually in the rules? I'm not sure. Strength could matter if they're slaps. Yeah, you're right. Strength could matter if they're slaps. 7 strength that cat is good into slap. It says another server. No, it doesn't. It says when the upgrade moves to the root of a server. Where does it say another server? Oh, the bottom clause. Okay, yeah, that's true. Never mind. Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't see thinking. Read the last bit. Yeah, I got there. Okay, thinking. I still have Prio. So if I have Prio, I can crack the border control immediately, and then Gyro loses all the money off overclock. I think I might consider doing that. What's Gyro going to install here? A way to deal with border control, and then we can still crack border control. Is 5 credits that important? I don't think it is that important. I'll pass to you. Like, no matter what, we can protect the Charlotte, and if Gyro, like, spends money installing something, the problem is, like, if Gyro uses the money to install, I don't know, something on Centrals, then we're more upset. Paragraph 3, section 1, exactly, yeah. I don't know. Like, I think NSG's texts have been very clear. It's just always hard to read a card to know in certain things. I think I'm getting better at understanding once per turn is always the last sentence. But this reads well. I just, like, you have to read literally all of it to figure out where that text matters. Would SDS have been better than Message if stolen on this board? I don't think it's super important because the deck is running 6 simul chips, but a bit better. So is Charlotte worth it? No. I think having a boarding troll is better into a botchless deck. Well. She just naturally drew all 3. Yep, she did naturally draw all 3. So mind you, this is 9 influence. We've seen 11 influence so far, so maybe 1 Physarum, but it could be like 2 more poison vials and that's it. Let's force the issue here. Isaac. Yes. Server 1. Go, Isaac. 7 string tree line? It's okay. Subsection E. 4 clicks, 5 credits. HQ is free to run. It's a 1 send a message, which will be pretty bad for us. They might have the 4th botches. Well, he does. He has muses, right? Like, currently in standard, you can play a deck that runs like functionally 9 simul chips. Right? Like, you can't really purge this proactively because the deck is running 9 simul chips. This already has to be running slap too. Yeah, slap, maybe Kongamata and Gabali, but definitely slap. I don't know what else we'd be worried about. Physarum, not as likely with Poison Vial because of influence and the text doesn't matter. But definitely Slap Vandal, which at least like we can make Aket 8 strength sometimes. No, we can't. We can make Tree Line, but then it gets Botchless. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, this is probably a spree deck. I think you're totally right. That with all these Botchli, it's probably spree. We definitely wanted a virus here. Yeah, like you can't purge this stuff out. It's not possible. Purging is, yeah. Hey, there you go. Sick. Okay, that's fine. That's not a very good spree. Let me... So we might lose the Isaac here, but the Isaac's not that important. Trash for 2 is not nothing. Frog. Frog tank. I'm covering the spree. It's behind my head. You see the art next to it, though. So the simul chip is to play around a Mavirus, I guess, but no, there's no Mavirus here. So I guess we get 2 credits? Unless you want a Poison Violet? Oh, we're getting 2 credits. Nice. Triple Botulos and Spree. I'm loving this deck. Yeah, Ice Matters deck. So we could Charlotte here. We could Border Control. If we Border Control, we don't have a Border Control. I don't think the card draw on Charlotte's that good. Let's go. Yeah, second Charlotte's sick. But like, what are we meant to do? Purge does nothing. Fundamentally, what are we meant to do? Purge doesn't do anything. Like, Purge has no implication on this deck. Find hammers? Yeah, it's literally just find hammers. Oh, that's good. I don't want to install the Lies Isaac because he might run HQ. Can we advance something instead of clicking for credit? Not really. Summon next activation order? Yeah. Next activation command, right? Trash all your ice? Tron, how's it going? Yeah, and then like 5 simul chips later. Question about hammer. Does the runner cannot break more than one of its printed subroutines except using killers apply per card or in total? Like, can the runner use 2 separate non-killer cards? I don't think so. I think it's about the ice, not about the installed breakers. Yeah, like, why did we do this? This is like, well, it gains us 2 credits, but it's free. There's not FAQ entry for it, and it's actually pretty ambiguous. The runner cannot break more than one of its printed subroutines except using killers. It's not per each card. It's just like, if it's not a killer, only one subroutine can be broken on the card. It's about breaking the subs. Yeah, it doesn't care how you break them. Yeah, that's the way I read it. I'd be surprised if it's different, but I'm not a rules extra. Border control econ ice? Yeah, this border control has actually been okay for us. I think we're okay with him paying a credit. His economy isn't amazing. Like, what do we do? I think we just push it, but then he's on game point. Like, he's just going to move this Botulus onto this Winchester. Whatever, what else could we do? We might not have had to advance that. We could have drawn probably first for a hammer or something. I would assume this is per encounter and applies to all the player, not the card. Yeah, I think so. Imagine if you had Magnet, it'd be pretty good. This burner could be bad for us, but at least that means, like, if the burner hits the seamless, at least we're happy we pre-advanced that. You don't want to give us a credit? Seamless Isaac Audacity. Okay, sick. Not seeing the agenda there is good. So the seamless is going to be bottomed. Audacity is going to be bottomed too. Yeah, okay. So knowing there's an Isaac in hand, I don't know if he runs back. Is there a method to play here trashing your own ice and using a spin to rebuild, or do they have their own recursion so it's not worth it? Corn, yeah, we could. When we install, we could trash these cards. Boarding control is not worth trashing. Tree line might be. But the idea is that if the Botchos is here on this tree line, it actually taxes out the simul chips more. Because if he wants to pivot to R&D, he has to remove that from this, and then that's better for us overall. But it's just like the Shaper deck is running 3 Muse, 3 simul chips, maybe Ashen, maybe a test run. And all of that is it's way harder to overtax. It's a Winchester. We'll beat the traces, so these are subroutines that do matter. But can he run this back twice with border control? Yeah, he can actually probably run this back twice. So it's really hard. It's just inherently in standard, Shapers have way too much recursion for programs. It's really hard to like beat that. Oh, that's cool. So that came off HQ. That's nice. So now Muse is coming down. And that Muse is going to get a Botchos on here. Oh, Slap Vandal. Oh, shit. We're cooked. Right, Slap Vandal. Oh, we're so cooked. None of our ice has text. Oh, none of our ice has actual text. Everything's going to be broken for free or 1 credit. What are we meant to do? Hammers have text? Yeah, but our whole deck can't just be draw your 3 hammer. You don't have a game. We gained 3 credits off of that's pretty good. Can imagine why corps are going wide. I know, I totally agree with you. It's like, this feels rubbish. It's like, you know, play Managarm. Honestly, play Managarm is better than Isaac here. But like, I think there's consideration of finding ice and trashing the whole column. Now we could. But still, like, do we do a border control? Then he runs back. This costs 1 credit. This costs not, like, I don't, like, how much recursion have we dealt with so far? 1 simul chip. We've dealt with 1 simul chip, and then our response is trash 3 ice. This sucks. Does he only have 2 credits? So if we played like Public Trail into something, would it be good? Yeah. Unfortunately, we decided to make ice the good part of our deck, which is not a thing you want to do. This feels mum bad. I wouldn't say that far. Magnet looking good right now? Yeah. Yeah, we had 1 influence. We could play Magnet. Maybe we should. You've only used 1 chip and 1 muse. It's more like an up cliff than uphill. Yeah, it's only 1 simul chip, 1 muse so far. Like, oh my god. Muse and simul chip does feel a bit free and excessive. It feels bizarre that there's that many on-tempo recursion cards. Oh, maybe not on-tempo is exactly correct. Muse is super on-tempo when installed from hand. So well, let's think about our lines. If we crack the border control, he has to bottom out running this back. If he does, we have ice that's broken for 1 credit and no board state. Border control is currently the best thing we have on our table. Do we trade a border control to trade a click and a credit? Seems bad. That seems pretty bad. I think we just have to get better ice here and keep the border control. All right, so now we lose to send a message. Okay, tree line. So we need to trash all of these before simul chip hits the table. So we draw once here. Fuck. Okay, hold on. It's never going to be worth more than just a click and a credit, though. Maybe. If we get to a point where, like, you don't have enough botchless tokens, I think we can hold 2 send a messages in hand. I don't think Cordum gets ran. I think we jammed the Isaac. Get out of our game. Look at the cards go. We need to hope that this expends some sort of resources. Otherwise, obviously, we're sitting in a really awkward spot. Maybe we have a window here on 3 credits. 2 burners are out. There's still like 2 trick shots. Jailbreaks. Like Jailbreak HQ obviously loses the game. In a very obvious way. But we need this to be a Rashida or something for this play to make any sense. It's just like strength doesn't matter, which is the problem with Isaac. It's like, does strength actually matter in the modern format? Yeah, against some decks, no. Against a bunch of decks, I'd argue no. And some of it really matters. Like Banner really mattered. The thing is, like, Arrow doesn't have to run this, right? If we score out 2 points, it's fine. Ah! I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. What is this? All right. Strength doesn't matter for Slap Vandal. It functionally doesn't, though, because you just move the botchless over. Right? Like, if we make this a 8 strength tree line, Gyro just botchless is it. And we can't purge botchless ever. So that's where we have to do, like, purge, then next turn jam, and then, like, because we have Noma Virus. We've got so much money off this border control. It's genuinely been cool. 1 credit. We have no way of punishing it. We did build a deck that's like really soft exactly this, but like it does just feel absurd. Right, like Burner, what is this? Spree HQ wins? 100%. Okay, that's not it. Draw. That's good. We'll draw once more. Okay. And the thing is, like, because we have Oaktowns, we have to jam Oaktown, so like Gyro knows exactly if he can make it. Got triple advance of tree lines now to get a botch list? Yes. With Isaac, we can probably do that slowly. Do you resi Isaac to get the advancement on tree line? No, we have to move it to get the advancement. So we literally cannot. We have to get the advancement on tree line in like 2 turns. The first advancement, we don't mind advancing, and then after we can get Isaac to do a thing. It'd take a while. Just slapping and boating his way through no matter what? Yep. Yeah, it's not going to matter. So what does this deck do about Tattoo Bola? Oh shit, Tattoo Bola would be really good, yeah. Yeah. Tattoo Bola, Magnet. We have 3 hammers, mind you. We just haven't drawn them. Like, there's a bunch of things that are going to be pretty good. We just don't have them yet. Like, a hammer would be good. Yeah, Isaac can never get this up to 7. Isaac can only give 1, but it would be in 2 turns. Like, Isaac's not very good. Doesn't take much to fix this issue, just a Magnet, a virus finding a hammer. The virus doesn't always fix it because you can respond to it. We've got so much money off of this thing. Bummer we lost Rashida. Definitely would have appreciated the card draw. You're lucky they haven't installed Flux yet? It won't actually matter, will it? Oh, this one seems okay. This has a lot of subroutines. Isaac himself gets +2 to get to 7. Yeah, but you need to get to 8. Oh, no, you have to get to 7. I thought you have to get to 8. Isaac only being able to advance stuff that isn't already advanced makes us feel a little awkward. Yeah, 100%. But on the other note, he gives you strengths to things that you've already advanced. So you don't depend on him. And if he shows up late, he still does something without moving, which is cool. As much as, like, unfortunately, this matchup. Maybe not. Because like if we advance this once and then res Isaac, Slapband actually would have connected. So we might have misplayed that. I think I'm tilting a bit. But if we advance this once, Isaac actually makes that unbreakable. Yeah, we probably did. We did goof it. Isaac is actually important. Yeah. So Logjam is nice. We have upgrade, ice. We have everything besides agenda. So Logjam's good. Hammer's good. Hammer's really good. Do we trash this tree line with a slap vandal on it? I think we do. Do we? I think we do. No, we don't. I'm just worried that's to be a matter of time before Gyro just says like, F it, I can't continue to run this. I'm going to run HQ. Trick shot at least isn't a rough spot here. Okay. We're going to lose to this a lot of the time. This is where like getting the hammer on it. I was going to consider hammer on HQ logjam here. This Arsana deck is doing what Mercury dreams of doing. Hedge fund send a message logjam. Okay. Cool. Good game. GG. I had 2 in there. That's brutal. I don't want to do that again. If Horton had 1 more advancement. Holy shit. Wait, why did we tilt so bad? Could we have just advanced Horton? I thought it would be botchless. Yeah, we should have advanced Horton. Maybe it'd work. Hey, Pouch, how's it going? Maybe it's worth advancing the Horton so it can be broken by slap. I think this deck did so much psychic damage to me. Not too bad. Just 2 Sams. That like we had lines that we definitely threw. Yeah, triple advancing the Horton means you have to botchless that. That's definitely worth something. So the play was like slow down, unfortunately. So it was advance the Horton. We definitely should have advanced this once. So that, and we could have like Isaac locked this and Horton that. Yeah, that did a lot of emotional damage to me. Top deck the Burner Center, you were right about that card. Yeah, it's good. It's real good when you can assure you land one early. It seemed bad, but also worse than it actually was. Yeah, it seemed worse than it was, but like it seems super quintessentially unfun. Psychic damage, yeah, it actually like knocked me on my ass. Oh, sure. I just mean when you're on 3 Bodo, 3 Botulus, 3 Slap. So it's not getting stuck in your hand. That's the big thing about this card. Like, this card is a lot harder to play when like you need to get down Turbine and a Breaker, but when you can just send it on most board states, it's so much better. So this sort of deck, it's like really, really good. Psychic damage stronger than core damage? It could be, yeah. It goes through armor. I thought you hate to advance ice so much that you refuse to advance them. No. Advancing this was right, 100%. Yeah. Hey, thanks you too. Yeah, I don't know. When I complain about a 22 asset deck, right? Like, if your ice is gonna not have text that matters, this is really, really not great. Should include 1 magnet just to fight the Trojan hate. Yeah, but then you have to draw 1 magnet. Maybe with Tucana, we're okay doing that. But like, we have an influence floating, I'm pretty sure. But like, I don't think that's a deck I've seen before. So I don't know how much we have to respect that. But we had plays into that. We did just kind of throw a bit. Oh, we don't have influence anymore. So like, we could cut a Seamless, we could run 1 magnet and then 1 Mavirus, and that's probably like half of everything we want. Unfortunately, a cut Isaac is probably it. Yeah, Tucana means that we can get away with playing the magnet. We have to cut 1 card here, so we have to cut an ice. The cat's kind of underperforming. That shouldn't be a surprise. But like, we actually don't have that many barriers. We need more text on our ice. Our ice literally has the most text out of anything. Oh, speaking of that, we're gonna do the news before we get into another game. But our ice actually is like pretty hot on text. I think probably Winchester. Yeah. The deck is atypical, but it's I think Ari and Fazara and Botchels and Recursion is something that's reasonable to think about. I don't think I've seen a Botchels and Ari deck ever. And I don't think we're that bad to Fazarum, because inherently our deck, our taxing ice is in theory meant to be the barriers. So I'm not too worried about it. But hey, let's do some news really quick, and specifically very, very cool news. Do you remember when the Metropole Grid Hivemind did this? So at the beginning of spoiler season, Utati, age 27. Why is the age there? Put out this like this quiz that we could answer. And we did it as the Metropole Grid Hivemind because I was not allowed to answer questions because I inherently had some spoilers and I knew some answers to some questions. Utati has done their grading. We have the results and we can go through them, and it's very, very funny results. If you want to watch us do this, mind you, we did this back in a month ago before the set came out, and we did it all together. So chat did it and we came up with a really funny answer. And we actually have all the answers here, including something we asked Utati to do that was unreasonable because of our last question, but Utati did it. So let's run through this because this is sick. Super, super cool. No blood type. Yeah, it's not complete. You got crushed, Tron. Sorry about that. So the questions and the answers are here. We don't remember exactly what we said. I think I have some remembrance of what we said. You could go watch the VOD and see what we did. One of the lowest scores, Lamau. New standard ban list will be announced with the release of RWR worth 1 point. We said true. It turned out to be true. Standard ban list was announced during Scoop season to come into effect with the release of RWR. Formicary was deemed too not to deal with. It was booted from standard. Which faction will win both largest COs the weekend RWR launches? We said Anarch, and I think we said Weyland, because Weyland was one of the new corporations. Unfortunately, Nuvum wasn't it, so the winner was NBN and Anarch. So we only got 1 point, because I think we definitely said Anarch, and the Anarch was Hoshiko. Surprise. Eye-watering lead in this one, gaining a much anticipated ID in Sebastian, in addition to being a hugely successful faction in the previous meta. So yeah, that was the call, and that worked out. We got some points on that. Predictions based on the RWR announcement page. A new operation subtype. NBN was the winner because Mandate was the new subtype. I think just about everyone, ourselves included, said Weyland, because when we think of Weyland, we think of operations. So we didn't land that. More threat cards. How many more threat cards? I honestly don't remember what we typed. I think we might have done something around 11. If you asked me how many threat cards are in RWR, I would said 4. Can you name? Oh, they're here. But like, so many of these cards are somewhat forgettably threat cards, which is like a kind of a weird thing about RWR. It's like threat is such a natural mechanic that when I think of a card, I don't think, oh, that's a threat card. Some of the cards you forget has threat text. Some of them have really important threat text, but it's like that number is way higher than you think it is because all these cards are like not the most important threat stuff. Like Manuel has threat text. Manuel, did you remember that? I didn't. So like, we can check what we said because it's in the VOD. So we're at 2:20:51:24. So we did this a bit earlier. I don't know what we said. Well, I'll check it after. It's going to be a bit difficult to check, but we said probably about like 12. Eternalize it as mid game and late game. Yes. But some of them, like the text is Praxis is a threat card. I forget it's a threat card. It has good threat text on it. A lot of people said low. Like a lot of people said 4. which is kind of wild to me. I thought there would be more. I think we were expecting to see most of the threat cards in the first half, and then the second half would have less threat cards, but definitely that's the mechanic of the set. 11 is more, I think we said about 3 per faction, or 2 to 3 per faction, so we probably said something around 11. I don't think we said 11. Yeah, threat's a good mechanic for sure, and as much as like some threat cards are forgettable. 10 cost dice, what faction will be? I think we said Jinteki. At that time, I already had the spoiler for the big Cloud Eater, so I pretended I didn't know anything about this. People were like, oh, the big snake. I'm like, what snake? Oh yeah, that one. So I think people landed this. We saw most of the Cloud Eater during a spoilers, like a card reveal, so I don't think it was a surprise that a 6 strength sentry with like massive subroutines was going to cost 10. So well done, everyone. 2 new cards with academic subtype. 2 factions will these cards be? NBN and NBN. That is, did anyone get that? NBN came up a lot, and I think saying runner was probably incorrect. I think we had that conversation on the face that like runners and corp cards are trying not to share subtypes, even though DeepNet or whatever it's called does share subtypes. I don't think we got that though. I remember you said if it's right, it's because chat said it, and if it's wrong, it's because you did it. Oh yeah, good. Okay, so we did great. We did great. Or how's it going? I had to say Jinteki just to hope Jinteki got ice help, and they did. Yes, but I don't think I want expensive ice in Jinteki. It's mostly the 2 new cards in the Oppo pseudo reprisal cycle whose threat text gates a large part of the value. Yes, I do think exactly that active policing and bring them home have huge threat jumps, more than others. Like business as usual as a threat card. I totally forgot that. All right, the first ever card with both executive and sysop subtypes. Most people went for NBN. I think Holloman was the most obvious choice there. I'm pretty sure we chose NBN, but I'm not sure what the hive mind said there. New runner win condition. Something else, but uses threat. I'm pretty sure we said that. Access a lot of cards is not a win condition. Helps you melt the corp is not a win condition. Something else, but uses threat or doesn't use threat. I would say arguably it uses threat. Arguably it doesn't. We must have said one of these two. It seems like an even enough split. I don't think we exactly said one. Connection corp, troubleshooter, my beloved. A new mythic ice. How much does it cost to res? I do not know what we said here. I don't think we said a big number. We probably said something around that. The average seems to be between 4 and 5. Mythic, mind you, there are expensive mythic cards, aren't there? No, I keep forgetting what mythic means. It means no like standard types. It doesn't mean that it's unique. I think mythic means unique. Unique doesn't necessarily mean mythic. Mythic doesn't necessarily mean unique. So I think we probably said a low enough number, but we're probably within the median there. A 2 influence neutral event. What subtype will it have? I don't know if we said none. I wish we looked at our answers. A lot of people said run. I think we did say run. Mythic means it's really rare. All right, so these are the interesting ones I want to get to. The final one's the most interesting, I think. The Hollowman will not be revealed in the set. That's genuinely one of my pain points in this set, that the Hollowman will not be revealed in the set. That is so weird to me that we honestly don't have a good idea what the Hollowman is. Maybe it's fine, that's a mystery. I think we guessed that it would be a net-based entity. I think a lot of people did. It was either net-based entity or not be revealed in the set. We went for a net-based entity. Not revealed in the set, considering the set has the Hollowman and focused on the Hollowman. I don't know if I'm excited about that, but it is what it is. Will HB get a cool dinosaur card after Stegodon was a dinosaur, but it actually didn't turn out to be an elephant type thing? We looked at the Stegodon. I said it was a very ugly elephant. I apologized, but we did not think it would get one. Maybe one day. Valentino is a character in the Super Deep Borehole flavor text and featured in The Butcher of Siberia. In that text, Valentina gets fired from her job at OP by Eric. With Brazilian pronunciation noted in the pronunciation guide for Parhelion, will she feature on? I think we said a runner card. I'm pretty sure we said a runner card. Oh, hold on. Nanako the cat's trying to get out. You want to get to your food, huh? Pretty sure we nailed that. Hollowman is the Lali Lulelo. Yeah, kind of, right? Mother Goddess is the most expensive mythic at 4. Yeah, that's probably true, isn't it? All right, the art zone. This, I don't exactly understand what happened. Custodian Delight. Which faction will be the most disrespectful to furniture? Feet on table, no coasters, destroying chairs, etc. We all said Weyland, because Weyland is the faction in which feet go up on tables. The winner was NBN. NBN's flagrant disregard for coasters on kingmaking and JK left it as the leader in this, but every faction had a card that showed disrespect to a piece of furniture. And here's a couple of the options. Blood on a chair in business as usual. Obviously something exploding. That's the market exploding. No coaster. No coaster. Hand on table seems fine considering what the art is going out. Sword on table, okay. I honestly don't know if at a dinner table you need a coaster, and this is a dinner table, and I do not know why this is disrespectful. Your box goes on a table. Yeah, Loki's technically not mythic, right? Holloman is 2 by Dyke. Yeah, interesting. JK, which one's JK? This one's JK. There maybe is a coaster there. This one I don't think is real. This is the art from the corporate hospitality. I don't think you need a coaster when you're at a public space. That's fine. Yeah, coasters only matter on wooden furniture. I agree. This one, I get it, and it's fun, but that's a surprise. I don't know how many people said NBN. Apparently no one did. NBN has like a very small sliver. Weyland was the clear favorite with this one, with the history of kicking their feet up, exactly. Mind you, in the Borealis set, like half the art had Weyland feet up on tables, and it was not intentional. It was just a funny overlap between multiple artists with their way of looking at it. How many instances of the symbol will appear in RWR? 4. I thought it would be higher than that. And I think I could name the cards. Yeah, Burner, one's on Bringing Them Home, one's on Spree. Where's the 4th bird? Eye for an eye? Oh yeah, eye for an eye. I didn't know that. I looked. We probably said about 4. I would have to double check. The place setting definitely needs a placemat. Wait, sorry? Oh, you need a placemat? You don't need a placemat at a sports box. I think the idea that someone has to go clean off the coffee rings of condensation marks. Nah, maybe. What faction was this art before? I think we said neutral? I don't think we said criminal. I think we actually said anarch. I think the hive mind said anarch because of the colors, but I was convinced this was an anarch. Or Genteki or something, but that doesn't make sense. I'm not sure. We might have got this. It's a piece of Seb's network of friendos, yeah. Friend of a friend's blue color scheme had many players, myself included, calling criminal in this one. I think it's not so much the color scheme, it's always the color of the characters. And I don't know intentionally if they said put on an orange hoodie or not, but it's always the color of the characters, not the background. At least citation needed, that's how I feel. Eye for an Eye shares the art with the set cover. Yes, Eye for an Eye is a set cover art, which we scooped when we were doing this test. What faction will this art be for? Anarch was the easy call. We called Anarch. I'm pretty sure we called Anarch. The home of Aquaceres crew, the new ice melting resource that's been powerful enough to see play beyond Seb's tag me, but don't bag me game plan. Anarch was the majority here. Was a robot owl or the Molotov? The Molotov is definitely gonna color that. What faction will this art be for? Weyland. I think we called Genteki on this one, and I think a lot of people called something else. Now, this card's really interesting. This was the Corp faction bringing Descent, the art shown off in Shoeflower's Halloween faction, The Legend of 2 by Dyke. We just played against Shoeflower today. From my understanding, this art, when this came up, I was very confused about this because I did not think this art was from the set. And that's because this is Krembler's art. And I knew that. I was looking at this and people said it was Scott Aminga, and I think I don't think I said on stream that I think this is Krembler's art, but this looked a lot to me like Krembler's art because Krembler does a lot of art with this sort of like digital kind of, I don't want to say degradation, but that's sort of like visual effect, right? Like kind of like a JPEG artifact, which means that this art has been around for a long time. So I honestly don't know what happened, whether this art existed, because I don't think art was commissioned for the story. I think art was used for the story, and this was something that might have existed for a long time, and then it ended up on this card. So I don't know if 2 by Dyke was such a hit, or this art was such a hit. Like, I don't know if these connected back in the time, because I don't think the majority of art for the set existed when the story came out last Halloween. A lot of the art was finalized much later in the process, from my understanding. So I think this is an art that's actually older than a lot of the art that exists in this set. Like, this might have been on hand and then either found a slot because it worked well, or because people were familiar with it and wanted something, or maybe the art for Descent fell through and this seemed like a good inclusion for it. And it's a great inclusion for it. I do like the art a heck of a lot, but this art is definitely older than some of the alt art, because Krembler hasn't made art for Netrunner in a long time. I'm pretty sure if we do art Krembler, because Krembler did a lot of their oldest like art for NSG. So if we do images only cert by set, I think it's been a while. The last Krembler art was DRM. Krembler hasn't done art since Ashes, which this really stuck out to me because it looked like Krembler. So I don't know what the story is here, but there's definitely a story here about this art, because this is I don't know if this is wait. If we did that search, why did Krembler's name not show up here with that art? Okay, wait, this might be flawed, because then where's Descent? Wait, where's Descent? What? Sort by release? Oh my god. Okay, still correct. The last art has been since system update. You just passed. Okay, so I sorted wrong, but the fact still stands that Krembler hasn't done art since System Update in Ash's era. So it's been a while. So there is a story here. I don't know if we know what the story is, but we guessed that wrong. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Jinteki Ancestral Home of Funky Ice was the favorite shown here in the classic green. I don't know how to change the chart colors. What time UTC will the first Scoops article be posted? Hacker Voice I'm in. Noon was the first article went up on NSG's blog, give or take a minute. Real Scoop heads knew what NSG loves a cheeky midday scoop. I'm not sure what we said. We'd have to go back and check. Okay, here we are. Coming into the freestyle section. The freestyle section, unfortunately, better for worse, is the biggest section because it was worth an absurd amount of points. We are currently in 9th place on 17 points. Theo here on 21 absolutely killed it. And then a bunch of names here we can recognize even from chat itself. Kevin is around, XC Cam is around, Foxy Postus, Snoobs, Nemanaya, Mike P, Metropole High Mind, Sokka, all on 17. So we did really quite well, honestly. We did fantastic. But it comes down to the last question. And if you don't remember the last question here, it was the freestyle section, which gave we actually guessed 12 p.m. What is 12 p.m.? Is 12 p.m. noon? We had a whole conversation about this and clearly I did not remember it. The freestyle section. Write your own personal prediction. It's worth 1/10 of a point per character. Try to keep it from being too vague and on a reasonable timeline, i.e. not Anarch will win 80% of all CEOs next year, for example. I reserve the right to deny points if you're being too silly with this one. So it was worth for every point for every character. So we went out of the way. It is noon. Oh, we nailed it. To do a really wordy thing. So we, the Hive Mind, believe that, with a lot of commas, that out of all the 7 factions, has bioroid, Jinteki, NBN, the Weyland Consortium, Anarch, Criminal Shaper, and the neutral factions, Neutral Corporation and Neutral Runner, that the faction which will have the most characters per card, including both titles, subtypes, flavor text, mechanics, art attributions, and really anything else that is written in words in second bracket set, including but not limited to any words in the art itself, third bracket set, language ambivalent, will be Haas bioroid. We are confident of this. And we signed it off, freshman essay energy. So we got a pretty good guess and we had a lot of characters in there. So we were locking this shit in. We also were like, I'm so really sorry for Utati because now Utati's job, if Utati reserved the right to deny points for being too silly, had to actually go through all the cards and count all the characters, count all the words. Utati did it. Utati actually counted all the characters and all the words. Let me just pull up what Utati said because Utati did the legwork and Utati said, I got the word counts by faction. Haas bioroid has 577 words. Weyland has 549. Criminal has 530. Jinteki has 493. NBN 455. Shaper 454. Neutral Runner 95. Neutral Corp 63. However, Anarch has 622. Anarch, with Seb being as text heavy as Seb was, won slightly. It was between Anarch and HB, I think, after we saw it, and we went for HB, which only had 577. Utati says the first card I counted was Active Policing, which has like 100 words on it in total. I thought HB had it for sure. And if you check out the Active Policing text, it has a lot of like HUD text, and Utati counted all of the words the way that we like lined it up. So huge shout out to Utati, but like all this has a lot of text on it. So this card alone is 100 words, but still Anarch got there. I'm not sure if there's a specific Anarch card that like really does it or whether Anarch just has more text on cards because a lot of their cards are like bricks, but I'm not actually sure if there's one that has like a lot of text in the card itself, like in the art. Does Helium Emperor have text in it? But there's text on the blackboard in Manuel. Characters not equal to words? No. What did we do? I think we said words. Did we say characters? It was a word count. It was a word count, not a character count. Seb, yeah, Seb and crew are really wordy. This has no words on it. This has some words on it. I don't think those words are counted. And then HB does have a bunch of words, but not enough. So we did not get our points there. And if we did, I think we would have done really quite well. But let's look at some of the other questions other people asked. It's still all to play for as we head into the dreaded, by me personally, freestyle section. Yeah. Wizard's Chest has some art text on it. It has stickers that have text on it, but I don't think there's that much like diegetic world text. Like there's 451. One of these stickers is legible. Mind you, these are low quality up here. Praxis, yeah, Praxis is super wordy. Seb is super wordy. This is super wordy. There's a lot of really wordy Anarch cards. Aquas Harris is super wordy. Eye for an Eye is also very wordy. Eye for an Eye has a bit of text on it. I don't think it's that bad. There's like graffiti text. So there's a couple words, but like Polizia, I Heart Bioroid, stuff like that. But there's just like this genuinely has a lot of text on it. Like that's a lot of words. So let's see some of the questions. The freestyle section from Parchment Engineer. The new Weyland 5-3 agenda will have incredible synergy with Punitive Counter-Strike. I'm thinking it says whenever this agenda is stolen, add a card from Archives to HQ. I think we could have guessed what the text was. I think it's a really safe thing. 17.1 points. That was a really smart points because that is, I think we knew where the text was. While incredible might be debatable, the Basalt Spire certainly synergizes. Sokka killed it here, and Sokka's one is really, really cheeky and very, very meta. Not a single entry to this form will answer neutral corp or neutral runner for the question, which factions win the largest CO this week in RWR launches. That is like the smartest answer, but it tells you nothing about the set. It's all about the quiz, and that's a free 16 points. A very clean prediction here, verifiable from the moment the quiz closed. Mr. 234 showing an ability to predict a meta here that could potentially take him far one day. Lucille, a card will be printed with the pattern tags, optional cost, upside, possible trashing as the cost, and virus as the upside. This one was a bit tricky to work at the meeting of personally. I took it a bit of lenient stance and saw that crew followed the general format. That's a nice 126 characters. We were way above 171. I think we were like 300 characters. I think if we landed it, we would have stomped this category. EJ almost. The runner win condition will have too many requirements to be competitive, and that will be considered a good thing. Yeah, Utati agrees. Well, the effect Artinia will have on the meta over time remains to be seen. Netrunner's most pessimistic corner, the UK Slack channel, seemed pretty comfortable with its power level. That's sick. Sokka going for the technically correct statement while maximizing characters. Yeah, that's very, very smart. I don't think we would have gone that way at all, but like, yeah, that's free 16 points. Giuliano Moleta? I really don't know. New to the game, still learning the old ones, but I love all of this. Welcome to Netrunner, 9.4 points. Yo, that's sick. Yeah, welcome to the game. Hopefully you're doing well. From the sauce, the hot bioroid identity will be something to do with rezzing and derezzing ice. Okay, I'm upset about this because Sauce could have put a lot more words in there, and Sauce chose not to. You can take your 8 points. I think those were safe 8 points, but you could have put so many adjectives in there, my friend. Dan, Mercury will feature in at least 2 of the spoiler articles' works of fiction. That's actually a pretty good shot called. 7.8 points, though. Just write a longer sentence. By the grace of Ba Renwu, Mercury did technically feature in 2 pieces of fiction. The final piece from NSG for the set and Ba Renwu's delightful story teasing on one pretty Mary de Silva. Oh, cool. Yeah, okay, that works. Métropole Grid rates 3 cards as unplayable and is... I went off the fighter section to Andre Jeff's tier list for this one, which featured at least 3 cards. Yeah, that's the safe bet. Amara, the new Anarch ID will have the word connection on it. Okay. Krim will unfortunately still be behind with the set. Nailed it. Justin, Hoshiga will still be the most successful runner ID. Oh, good. I can't believe people did not put more characters. Kevin says, I will continue to forget the claim decks on ABR. Very easy. Fanakido, Mercury, or Epiphany will be viable in startup. Oh, looks like that is true, from my understanding. Potat Shaper will get cash at home. Sick claim. Obviously nailed it. You could definitely put more words in there, but 3 points, you'll take it. And All Gray All Day, more help for Mercury, 2.2 points. Mercury definitely got some help there. The final scores go to our 2-time world champion Sokka for just getting a very clean final question there. We slipped a fair bit down. We got no points there, but Parchment, LL, Snoobs, everyone funky, Kevin, everyone who nailed their question basically shot up to the front there. If we win HB, we had this all day, so I'm not upset. The Métropole Grid Hive Mind did really quite well, but biggest thank you to all the people who play this, and of course the Utati for not only putting this together so we can have some good fun, but also grading all this stuff. And we were pretty cruel to Utati to count all the cards, all the words, so if you want to give a big heart to Utati in the comments or in the chat, I am pretty sure Utati will appreciate it. But this is so cool. Kevin playing the long game by not claiming until results of this farm is out. Yeah, exactly. Which is totally on brand, which is great. But well done. Excited to do this again, if this happens again. But yes, long game. Cruel to the computer that had to do it. But it wasn't the computer too, because you have to actually look at the art and count all the art on the text on the card. Right? It's not just rules text. It's all the rule text. Yeah, Hive Mind, we did great. We honestly generally did great. So we did quite well. The new HB identity will have something to do with rezzing and derezzing ice. Tremendous ice, beautiful ice. We have the best ice, don't we? Many people tell me, sir, your ice is so strong. Unfortunately, we would be technically wrong on that, Gyro, if we talked about the Thunderbolt ice being good. Thanks so much to everyone who participated. If you see something that you think might be incorrect, or if you're not happy about your username appearing in this article, please let me know. I'll do the best to update it. Thanks to Solmstorm. Their world's prediction quiz was an inspiration. Yo, that's sick. Thank you so much, Utati. Well done, Métropole Grid Hive Mind. I'd take you up on my team any day of the week. I think that's it for the new stuff. Otherwise, what time is it? It's like 4:16. We can do another game. I was just going to talk about the tournament this weekend. Mind you, we did a big stream for Flight EMEA number 2. Congratulations to all the players who came out, all the watch. The stream is up. Huge shout out to Ba, to Yusengrin, and to Aksu, who joined me at very short, what's it called? I basically did not do a good job organizing having people on the microphone, and at very short, what's the word? They were very happy to show up and share the microphone. Absolute treat. That stuff is up on the channel. Let's play another game. I might just start thinking of something even more evil for the freestyle section if there's another one of these. We have to do it like in a poem, where like you read the first letter of every line, and that tells you what we want. Short notice? Oh, that was definitely the word I wanted. Yeah, notice was definitely it. I know all of the words and then some. Notice? No good. We do have the best eyesight sometimes. I don't know who said it in the chat, but yesterday during the meme contest on Neon Static, which you can watch, the results are up. It was like the what are you gonna do, snare me? Person who dies to snare, and someone did like, what are you gonna do, Saisentan me? Person who dies to out of faction Saisentan. And it got me very good. The same way that Saisentan gets me. Very good. Oh, I guess that's also worth saying. Thursday stream. Obviously, that's in 2 days. Patrick won't be joining us for that one. He is doing some dental surgery right now. Wish him well if you hear from him. Yeah, but his teeth are... He's gonna be not ready to talk, I don't think. Hopefully he's doing well. Has anyone got a tournament coming up? I think there's an AMT this weekend. I guess that's technically worth news, right? It's for APAC, so if you're watching this now, there's a chance it makes sense for you. Average hexadecimal color code of all the art combined, but that's so hard. Just guessing a hexadecimal right is like incredibly difficult. Yeah, there's a AMT, May 4th, that's this weekend. Starts at 7 AWST, which I do not know what time zone that is. But shout out, AMTs are sick. They're free to join. Atron. Is Pat continually obligated to produce snarky chat comments during Thursday streams if he's unable to talk? I think there's a chance. How silly are we feeling? Medium. Have you seen any sudden commandment plays besides the never advanced 5-3 seamless move? I've seen no sudden commandment plays. I did think we saw one, yes, on Saturday. But that deck looked interesting. It was like a Asmari fast advance. Oh, I know this deck a bit. It's just going to slam centrals. I think there's definitely something to be said about sudden commandment. It seems like a lot of work. I want to see him come down off the nitrates. Best of luck, have fun. All right, so Tehran is playing in a Kiko deck, so we have some incentive to ice R&D. Now, if we ice R&D, we're not icing the remote server. We want to ice the remote server. This hand's good, though. DTS, all his chat comments. It's just going to be emojis. So this sort of deck is like on Beatrice, on Iru, on Pretty, and just going to send it. So if that's the case, we want to ice up centrals. What do we want to get on centrals? Board control remote server is okay. We probably want to push Tucana next turn. So we do like install, advance. So we want to set up 3 ice this turn, but we can't res 3 ice. So we might have to slow 1 turn down. We don't have a huge incentive to ice HQ, but we want to ice R&D against a Kiko. So the question is, which ice is going to hold the best? I think there's a chance it's going to be a 5 strength tree line next turn. So we'll do R&D. We'll put this on HQ. We'll just advance this once. A Kiko, for you don't know, 12 influence, but when you run R&D, you do a side game, and if the bids differ, Kiko, if the bids are the same, excuse me, they see an additional card, which means that Kiko wants to send it, and then you have to pay at least 1 credit. Nuka Pantograph. No hedge? Oh, yeah, we could hedge there, actually. We probably should have hedged, not advanced. So next time we do Tucon, Oaktown advance. So I think we're just going to advance this once. I forget. It's been a while. I saw this deck recently, right? And what the Breaker Suite is. I think it's on Kongomato Gabali. So single board control is actually not that good. So this is another Poison Vial type deck. If we get a Tucana going and we can just like, no matter what happens, the Tucana fires on the Oaktown, that's pretty good for us. But if it's a Kongomato Gabali deck, the single board control is just not doing enough. There's Pretty. So Iru is also going to come down. At least the threat tax isn't there. So it's either the Oaktown or the Above the Law. Tron has 3 cards in hand. I don't think this one uses poison. If it's on Kongomato Gabali, it might. I think it does. So Oaktown and Server 1 install advance. I think we wait till the second ice. How good is border control? Is Tron going to run immediately? Yeah, with border control, we just want a second ice. Okay. Not exactly like that. Scoring on Above the Law, trashing a daily caster Pretty is fine. Draw, yeah. Draw is okay. We only have 8 agendas in the deck. Holding 3 of them seems a bit not nice for us. And at least if we're holding them, like, we don't have to worry about a Kiko pressure. Earthrise, okay. Just fundamentals, creative, nice. Server 1. Oaktown advance. There's a chance that you pressure the Oaktown. There's a chance that you're like, it's an Oaktown, I don't care. Trash the Mary. Here it depends. The deck are usually on another Mary. We'd like to trash the Mary. But this is where like, you just install, you know, a Gabali or Kangamon and run R&D and see 3 cards, right? Like, what can you do about it? There's so many decks like this that are just like, I'm going to hammer centrals and you can't really stop me. And so just like, can you push out sooner than they can luck R&D a bit? It's been a problem we've been seeing a lot today. Yeah, Earthrise seems good. The deck doesn't have a lot of card draw. Eru is another thing we have to trash. Kiko is another thing. Yeah, this is what I mean. And like, how do you deal with it? There's so many cards in the format that trick through 1 ice, and now there's so much pressure. So he reds a tree line. It gets Kangamado'd. Then we have to pay a credit, or Tron sees an extra card. I think Tron's going to pay a credit here. Especially Charming Streamtail. Yeah, Sanjay, how's it going? I'll pay 0. Tron will pay 1. And it's actually a really big swing, because if it misses, a Kiko doesn't see pretty. Oh, paid 0. Damn, I thought Tron would pay 1 there. This is what I was saying before, that ice doesn't matter. I agree. I don't think ice matters a lot. Beatrice is down. And look, now we're getting hammered on its both central servers. Wait until the second Mary is discarded. So now there's pressure on every single server. We'll res a Hordem. So at least here we can Oaktown for an ice and with the Tucana. Like the Tucana is going to save us. That being said, now whatever we ice up, Beatrice will find it. So we'd rather ice up HQ. At least hammer is good into this garbage. I mean garbage in the best way possible. So hammer cost us 4, right? That's fine. So now with Pantograph, another thing can come down. So now he can run R&D and C2. So Kangamato Gabali comes down. Yeah, I agree. I think this is exactly why I want to play 22 assets. Like all day we've been playing into stuff like this that just makes your ice not matter that much. Oh yeah, rigging up Coalescence. The first time I've seen it. Rigging up to Coalescence is like kind of cool because it's like two cards for 6 credits. And then if you have like Pawn Shop or Spec Work, 28 credits. So the deck does run 1 Lobisomu, 1 what's it called? The other one. Okay. I feel like against a big part of the runner mana, number of subroutines the only ability to actually tax. Sort of. Holy credits? Yeah, it's because we force no credits out. Like, because the deck doesn't actually spend credits to break. 2 cards for 6 credits is green beans level value. Sure, but then you're getting some value off the Coalescence, and the deck has other reasons to play rigging up. But now we're kind of cooked. The best case is 2 border controls. So we do install, advance. We have to res both of these. So I think we just do Rashida, credit. Credit? Like, our money is a bit too low. Hammer's middle trashing subroutine matters, yes, but Poison Vial will come down. Bringing up Poison Vial, there you go. And then Lobisomu and Orca are somewhere in the deck, as much as the deck is not on SMC. I wasn't trying to disrespect green beans. This Coalescence, like, I don't know if you need more money, but now there's a Pawn Shop. So it was like 2 clicks for, you know, a lot of money. Rashida's good. We have to worry about archives eventually. So can we just stop this engine? No, we can't stop this engine. We cannot stop the hits on R&D. There's no way we can stop them. This is on us for playing another deck into an archetype in which ice does not matter. I played against the Kiko deck and I loved it so much. I asked Tron for the list and it's been a blast. Oh, no way. That's super cool. I think the issue is like we don't have defensive upgrades. Like we just can't stop the runs on R&D. So now we have to ice up R&D, we have to ice up archives, we have to score in a remote server. Sure, they can double ice everything. I don't think we can. What does Poison Vial do to the hammer? Nothing. Oh, well, sort of. But I think the Orca is going to come down and break it for 4. But I think there's an Orca somewhere. But we're in a really bad spot. So we can maybe bait a border control. So we have too many cards. So we do install Charlotte, use Charlotte. Then we probably just get cards on the table. So the deck doesn't have a Fractor. So tree lines on R&D is okay. There's no HQ pressure, so we can get away with this, I think. maybe. Kong and Cabal are single use, yes. But the how powerful the, yeah, there you go. The deck actually does have breakers. Like how powerful the accesses are, like we're now going to be locked on top of R&D every single turn. If Cabal and Kong Amount break the first, Vile can't break the other two? No, Vile can't. Because you cannot break one of its, you can only break one. I don't think. Yeah, so now it's play a game. And it's going to be C4 on R&D. 2 Kanas down. Okay. You need a killer. Yeah, you need a killer to break more. There's no way to cheat around it. Magnet. Magnet's annoying. Do we do Oaktown on the remote server? We might actually do Oaktown on the remote server. I think Above Law is a bit better. This looks like a Charlotte, so we can advance it. Do we have enough money to res all this? 4, 8, 9, 10, 11? No, we don't. This deck is sweet. Yeah, it doesn't have a... It's weird. I do think these decks are actually reasonable until like it forces you to slow down and play it the same way that you play around Mercury to some extent, right? And it pressures every single server, but it only pressures R&D, right? So now this is seeing one more card unless we win the side game. But it's like all slot machine, right? Like I don't think he's ever going to run the remote server, which makes sense, right? Like if you lock the top of the deck, you lock the top of the deck. These decks are green crim? Yeah, kind of. There's a lot of ways to do this. Akiko's pretty good, but not necessary. All right, so I think he only sees one new card here. That's a good card, though. Here's Iru. I guess we're trashing Iru. I guess we're trashing Iru. You know what would be good here? Crisium Grade, yes. But also just playing a deck with defensive upgrades. Okay, so now we're on game point. So any run R&D wins. We can't deal with Beatrice. We can't deal with Iru. And then R&D is runnable. So like, we're cooked. We're generally cooked. Like, we just can't go fast enough. And then this is going to see 4 on R&D every single turn. So either we trash Iru or we trash Beatrice. Iru is probably a bit stronger. This is actually a bit more expensive. Luckily, we're holding a lot of points. Do we seamless this out? I don't think we do. The second seamless is unfortunately in the bin, so we can't never advance and send a message, which is kind of how we were expecting to win. So I think we do advance, jam the Spin Doctor. Feel like Charlotte and Turtle is the play? Yeah, which I hate. But actually that might be better. So do you want to get rid of Iru? Oh, we have 2 Kana. Wait, that's really good. It's funny, running R&D is actually the worst play because it doesn't fire Iru or Beatrice, so you have to win the side game. So I guess we get, like, Hammer's still 4 credits. Seamless Jam Oak, he just runs it. I think. So we either trust the Beatrice or we trust the Iru. I think the Beatrice. Pantograph fires? That's a hard thing too. Like if Pantograph fires and installs nothing. Oh. If he had a Kongamato or Gabal, he would install it. We are very broke. I don't think we have anything to do here besides advance a card. Is it better to advance the tree line? Yeah, it's strictly better to advance the tree line. Pantograph, yes. But he could have installed something if he had with Pantograph. So it looks like I don't know what his hand is. Like it might be another Pantograph. Could be Poison Vial, but it's not unique. Did the Orca get hard installed? Yeah. But he had like 38 credits because so far he's not spent a lot of money. Like the heap is empty. Oh, Ashen, sick. Beatrice got removed. That's great. Poison Vial, Career for Gabali, sure gamble. So we're just going to do it again. So we lost 1 Gabali. Why did he Ashen right away? Like if he Ashened, he must in hand have a breaker. Like he does have a breaker. Right? Like he probably has a Labisomu somewhere. Oh, Audacity, that's nice. So we can install Spin Doctor, install Event Charlotte. Yeah, those are really good hits. Losing the Gabali is good. Losing the Beatrice is really good. So I think we have a chance of winning by Audacitying out a 3-2 and then Audacitying out an X 3-2. So we'll do server 1, advance, and then we'll put this in a new remote server. Jam Sam and never advance it. We could. Actually, yeah, Jam Sam was fine there. We had seamless Audacity. I like that play a fair bit. Unfortunately, we need a bit more credits. Like, I think we might do that next turn. Because, like, we can afford to res none of this ice. That being said, I do think he's going to tunnel central, so that was probably the play. So, Kangamato? That's what makes it audacious? Just how you'd want it to be. Okay, so this is going to see a lot of cards. So I think we do shuffle some stuff back in. Let's res this. Okay. Every time we res Spin Doctor, we've drawn agendas that they would have been accessed, but it is what it is. I think we'll put back in here Seamless and Hedge Fund. We need the money. And then the question is what we play on the side game. Running remotes is for Anarchs. Yeah, I think that's the thing is Toronto will never run the remote server, but I think running a remote server is correct. Like here we have 4 credits. You can run a remote server. It's just whether you think this is a Charlotte or not. Ah, paid 0. Bummer. So he's going to see like 4 cards. Or we just have to hope. Oh, nice. Hope is good enough. So if we res Charlotte, we actually draw a card. And if we draw a card, we lose faster. Oh, we did pay 1. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Excuse me. So we still see 3 because of pretty. So if we do res Charlotte, we draw a card. We don't want to draw a card here. We have everything we need. David, great stream, and thank you. So far, we haven't had that much luck with our friend. Did not trash him a virus. I think you do want to trash him a virus if you want to see deeper. You can just gain 3 shiver. Yeah, that's our plan. Can you break 2 border controls? Tune in while we find out. So what do we do here? Because what do we need? We need 4, 8, and then to score out, we need to do advance, gain 2. Yeah, this is fine. Maybe it gets there. Hammer's so good. I keep forgetting it's not like a Keter Afshar. Yeah, it's really, really good. 4 for Orca is like, I think one of the cheapest you can hope for without like getting a turbine down. Credit? We might as well advance. But yeah, credit's fine. We actually could have put the virus on top of this so that Toronto has to deal with like defensive upgrades. But now he has to like install 2 breakers to get through border control. If it's a Lobosomu, unless it gets rigging it up, it doesn't get there. Not advancing the thing in the remote server is so misleading. Yeah, it looks like I'm a virus, but like we can do seamless audacity, so we don't need to. Advancing this shows us an agenda, which we don't want to do. So you can still send it R&D in multiple ways. What's the start of turn trigger here? Oh, pawn shop. Yeah, cool. I don't know, but this feels more like we don't have control over the game. It's just like, does R&D connect or not? It's a really weird thing that I don't know how to answer, right? Like when I play Netrunner, I don't like playing the sort of decks where it's like just rip R&D over and over again. It's not just full rip R&D, right? Like locking R&D has some value. Like Tron might think of him a virus because he's seen most of what we've drawn for a while. As is unfortunately. But it's like, I like more playing the board and then swinging this every once in a while to lock. But there's a lot of decks where like just swinging is the right play. Like either we win or we lose here based off of what happens on R&D. I don't know. Oh, Lobosomu user. Okay, cool. Does that matter? I absolutely love just go for decks. I don't know. I don't know. If it feels to me just like kind of like, you know, Mushin decks. It's just saying variance is going to decide the game. And really, there's a lot more variance in this game than like people want there to be. Like I think a lot of the most competitive players don't want there to be as much variance as there is, and that's what makes the game exciting and appealing to a lot of people. But it's either here, there's an agenda, or not. So it's still 3 cards. Nothing. Okay, we win. So we need to keep 3 credits. Being able to score 5, 3, even 2 credits feels so dirty. We can do it from 1 credit. You're playing at average as opposed to, is this specific card a trap? I don't know about that. Okay, like say that we had 1 credit. So we advance, we go to 6. Yeah, we can do it on 1 credit. Then we just do seamless audacity. Yeah, we can do it from 1 because I've built the last. Hey, good game. I had oops. I had a fair bit of points in HQ. I didn't feel too bad. Yeah, if we did not like flood up a bit in the early turn, like that matchup's actually a lot worse for us. You're too you gotta be good on the first one. I think we could have grabbed a berry for HQ Arc when Tucana fired. It would have taxed their pseudo breakers. I think Hammer's doing enough. Like when we trashed Beatrice, which is okay. But the problem is like we have to deal with Beatrice, we have to deal with R&D, we have to deal with archives. Oh, it shows us there's 2 points in archives. That's what this is. Ah, that's a good reminder. I wonder if that's good for streaming or not. It probably is. That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah. They always pay 1 on the first one. It's like such good mind space to goof around in. Yeah, I was talking to Tron. Tron's like, they always play 1 on the first Akiko, so I paid 0, and Tron paid 0 on the first one too, which I think is fine either way. Thanks for the game. So how many more cards does Tron have to see before there's an agenda? 1 more. If Tron won this side game, oh wow. If you, oh, it left. Tron, if you hear this, if you won the side game, you would have won. It was all down to that last side game, it turns out. Because Iru sees 2, Pretty sees 3, Akiko would have seen 4, and the Atlas was 4 down. That's wild. Even likes the new feature to know how many points in archives. Praise Rahi, yeah, it's great. Yeah, Tron, it was 4 cards down. So, I thought I could push a remote. It was double boarding control, which is the only remote survey I think I cared about. I wasn't sure what icons to use that's not font agnostic, right? Icons that look similar to triple hexagons. Yeah, I think that the victory thing is good. I think that is good. This is very readable. So people can tune in and be like, what's that mean? And they ask. That's actually really sick. Punish me for not trashing the virus. Yeah, I do think trashing the virus is right. Your right was a bad draw for me, but at that point, I think you were tunneling R&D just to see as many new cards. And that play in the remote server looked like a virus. That's the thing that I struggle with sometimes, would be like, oh, I didn't trash the card, it's a bad draw for them. But now I know they have a Maryland, and they put the Maryland behind 3 ice, and I'm like, shit, now I have to consider dealing with the Maryland. And not consider dealing with the Maryland, but consider dealing with the bluff my opponent might have played out. I also appreciate members of the community making awesome tools. Yeah, Rahi's sick. Rahi, I owe you a dinner if we ever cross paths. That's for sure. Okay, I think that's it for today. JNet, NRB, Cyberfeed, etc. Yeah, it's like really funny because NetRunnerDB has a huge overlap of people who are technically oriented. That all of the tools and all the support features for Netrunner have been sick. Like 100%. This needs to be understood. NetRunnerDB, LCN put together, and now so many other card games use that same model. ArkhamDB only exists because NetRunnerDB exists. Marvel CDB only exists because it only exists. A bunch of, I think, the JNet S clients. Maybe next European World. Hell yeah, I look forward to it. Like all this stuff only exists because of how great the Netrunner community is. It's just like making sick tech projects. So 10 out of 10, super cool. Thanks for hanging out today. I had a really great time. I want to shout out a whole bunch of, I think we have a couple new patrons. I had to redo this animation because Taekwon Dean messaged and be like, hey, not a big deal. I just want to let you know my name disappeared from these credits, which is true. I'm not sure why that happened. So apologies, Taekwon Dean. If your name should be here and it isn't, let me know. Mind you, we're supported entirely on Patreon. We have a bunch of patrons. We have also daily cast patrons. There's a fair bit of daily cast patrons, and their names don't show up here. This is just the Sure Gamble and the Decreement patrons, but I promise your support is incredibly appreciated. If you want to find out more, you can find a link. It's always on the YouTube description. It's also on Twitch link too. But also, if you just want to like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it to a friend. Those are really nice ways to help out the channel as well. It takes time. Oh, Johnny Hollander, thank you for supporting. I just missed your name there. A bunch of these people too, some of the levels, you've leveled up a bit, which is like a time thing as well. I think, oh, Sam O as well. Hey, Sam, you left a nice message. You got an email too. Welcome to the Patreon club. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. We'll be back on Thursday, that's for sure. We're going to be working on some video content. I have a poll up for patrons to talk about like the next, we're going to do some deck dive series. So there's some choices of where to go. We're going to be running the alphabet, whatever that means. And I think that's mostly it. Stay tuned. There is an event, an AMT this weekend. If you're playing that, best of luck. If you're casting it, have fun too. I think that's all. Thanks for hanging out on Tuesdays. Streams are always an absolute blast. And we'll be back in a bit. Cheers.